Fantastic. I get stronger just by fishing. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51, Gold Digging Spiritual Beast. Ding. Mission triggered. Mission target: enter the ruins of the Zengxian sect and search for the 1000-year-old Yanling fruit. Mission reward: 1 earth grade bait and 5 spiritual grade baits. Mission deadline: within 12 days. The system prompt sounded, and Chu Yun couldn't help but shudder. Yanling fruit? He looked at Zubo and said, "Do you know what Yanling fruit is?" Hearing this, Zubo paused slightly, looked at Chu Yun deeply, and did not answer, but asked back, "Why are you asking this? This is a spiritual medicine that prolongs life, right?" Chu Yun asked. Zubo smiled bitterly, nodded, and said, "Yes, it is a treasure that prolongs life, but unfortunately, this kind of spiritual fruit is very rare, and it is often snapped up and fought over as soon as it appears. There are countless people in this world who rely on spiritual medicine to prolong their lives. All treasures that can prolong life are in short supply." After Chu Yun got this answer, his expression suddenly became much more excited, and he said, "I know where there is a spiritual fruit. You wait for my good news." After that, Chu Yun turned around and left. Wait. Zubo's heart moved, and he wanted to call Chu Yun, but Chu Yun had already rushed out. After seeing this, he could only sigh helplessly and shook his head. Don't. After leaving the library, Chu Yun went directly back to Zhengyang Square. Zubo's condition was already very bad. Li Dairun was killed by him. Although it seemed easy, for a person whose lifespan was approaching and whose origin was damaged, every time he took action, his condition would worsen, pushing his already dying life further into the abyss. Now, Zubo's time is running out. This time, the system task has a very strange time limit of 12 days. Chu Yun guessed that this is very likely the day when Zubo's time is up. If he can't get the Yanling fruit within these 12 days, Zubo may also die. I will never allow this to happen in front of me. Chu Yun took a deep breath. After arriving at Zhengyang Square, Chu Yun pulled up a disciple of Beilu Peak and said, "Take me to the ruins of Zengxian sect." "Hey, senior brother." The man was obviously a little hesitant and said, "The Peak Master just ordered us to take all the flying monsters back. If you want to go out, you need to apply to the Peak Master for a report. If you—" Chu Yun raised his hand to interrupt the other person, and directly took out a bottle of pills, saying, "This is your benefit." As soon as the voice fell, the man's eyes lit up, took the pill, and immediately jumped onto the back of a blue bird, saying, "It is my honor to share the worries of senior brother. Let's set off now." Seeing this, Chu Yun stepped forward and jumped on it. Cry. The bluebird let out a long cry, flapped its wings, and flew towards the direction of the ruins of the Zengxian sect. On the back of the bluebird, the disciple of Bei Lufan carefully unscrewed a bottle of elixir that Chu Yun gave him while controlling the bluebird to fly, his eyes full of surprise. The bottle actually contained a bottle of Yangling pills, with more than a dozen pills. It was placed in the sect and was an excellent auxiliary elixir for Qianjun realm warriors. Each pill was of high quality. According to the monthly salary of ordinary disciples, he could only receive 3 pills per month, but now, Chu Yun stuffed more than a dozen pills into him at once, which could be said to be a windfall. In the back, Chu Yun sat cross-legged on the back of the bluebird and said, "After we arrive at the ruins of the Zengxian sect, you wait for me outside for 10 days. When I come out, I will give you another bottle. Okay. Okay." Upon hearing this, the disciple hurriedly agreed. While he was extremely surprised, he did not forget to flatter Chu Yun, saying things like "Big brother is generous." Chu Yun naturally didn't listen. His mind was focused on Zubo's affairs at the moment. He was nervous, which was rare. This mission was extremely important to him. If he failed and didn't get the Yanling fruit, he would never see Zubo again. Chu Yun couldn't accept this price. Therefore, this mission could only succeed, not fail. After an unknown amount of time, the bluebird slowly landed and arrived outside the ruins of the Zengxian sect. After Chu Yun got off the bluebird's back, He looked around again and found that the Zengxian sect ruins had become devastated. After losing the earth vein, the entire ruins had experienced earthquakes and landslides that lasted for a whole day. The terrain had changed greatly and was no longer the same as it was at the beginning. At the entrance, Gyuan Zenrin was still collecting disciples and sending them out in batches. When he saw the blue bird landing, he was startled and hurriedly came forward. "Chu Yun, why are you back again? What is the situation in the sect now?" Gyuan Zenrin asked hurriedly. "Master, don't worry, the demon sect has been defeated by the coalition of the three sects. Leader Ron is dead. Their plan has completely failed," Chu Yun said. After he finished speaking, Master Gyuan let out a deep breath, completely relieved, and said, Okay, that's good. I was so worried here." Chu Yun looked around and didn't see Yao Lingling, Minyu and others, so he asked, "Master, have the 64 disciples here been found now?" "Not yet." Master Gyuan shook his head and said, "There is still a small number who are still stranded in the ruins. We have searched for a day and found nothing. We guess that they were either killed by Ding Chen and others before, or died in this earth vein fluctuation. The more than 20 disciples we found earlier have now been evacuated to a safe place to prevent the earth veins here from further deteriorating. But now it seems that we can let them all return to the sect." Chu Yun nodded. He was not surprised by this result. The lack of the power of the earth veins caused the entire ruins of the Zengxian sect to fall into chaos. Even a strong man in the mountain and sea realm like Ding Chen would die. It was too normal for other disciples in the Qianjun realm to be killed in it. "I plan to go in and take a look." Chu Yun paused, and said, "If there are still disciples trapped in there, I can help them." Gyuan Zenrin looked at him in surprise, and said, "Did you come back just for this?" "I guess so." Chu Yun did not deny it. He would not mention Zhu Bo's affairs in front of outsiders. "Well, I am confident in your strength. You will not encounter any big risks in entering the ruins. You are qualified as a rescuer. But you must be careful," Gyuan Zenrin instructed. "Understood." Chu Yun nodded, and then stepped into the ruins of the Zengxian sect. His figure passed through the fog and directly entered the ruins. He came back this time for the Yanling fruit in the ruins of the Zengxian sect, but to find the Yanling fruit, he had to search around in the ruins. If he met a trapped disciple, Chu Yun would naturally not be stingy with help, so it was not wrong to say that he went in to search and rescue. At this moment, the fluctuations of the earth veins in the ruins of the Zengxian sect seemed to have calmed down a bit. Although the surroundings were still devastated, the earthquakes and landslides were not so severe. There were only some obvious aftershocks occasionally, which made people feel palpitating. "I'll use the reward for killing Ding Chen first and see if I can catch anything good," Chu Yun thought to himself. So he found a relatively stable area, took out the fishing rod, and started fishing. The first thing he took out was naturally the precious earth-grade bait. To be honest, Chu Yun had high expectations for this bait, because it was the first earth-grade bait he had obtained. If the reward was martial arts cultivation or martial arts enlightenment, the age must be over 100. "Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a gold-digging spirit beast, growth able." As the prompt sound fell, the fishing rod was thrown out of the water, turned into a golden ball of light, and flew into Chu Yun's arms. When the light gradually faded, Chu Yun could see clearly what was inside the ball of light. It was a dog with a golden horn, with light yellow hair, very soft and fluffy, and a long, furry tail, which was very cute. "Woof woof woof." The dog fell into Chu Yun's arms. Chu Yun subconsciously held it with his hands to prevent it from falling. As soon as he held it, the dog became excited, put its two front paws on Chu Yun's shoulders, opened its mouth and licked, and soon licked Chu Yun's face with saliva. "Wait, slow down." Chu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and hurriedly held the dog with his hands, and stretched his arm straight, so that the dog with short legs could not lick Chu Yun, but he kept humming anxiously. Chu Yun looked at the little guy. His aura was very different from that of a demon beast. He didn't have that kind of fierce feeling. Instead, he had a light and aura, and looked very cute. Moreover, perhaps because of the system binding, the dog had a very close resonance with Chu Yun as soon as it came out. Chu Yun could also clearly feel that there was a certain psychological connection between him and the dog. It seemed that he could give some instructions without words and understand each other's emotions. At this moment, the dog was full of joy and couldn't wait to get close to him. This earth-grade bait only caught a dog? Chu Yun scratched his head, looking confused, and felt that he had suffered a big loss. Because, although the dog looked like it had a strong aura, its overall strength was equivalent to that of a third-grade demon beast, which was about the level of a human Wanshai realm warrior. It could not be said that it had not improved Chu Yun's combat power, but it certainly did not reach the level that an earth-grade bait should have. If this earth-grade bait catches a martial art or technique that has reached the earth-grade perfection, how delicious would it be? And what's the use of this gold-digging spirit beast? Chu Yun sighed and put the dog on the ground with disdain. As if it had sensed its master's dissatisfaction, the dog barked anxiously, its fluffy tail shook very fast, and the golden horn on its forehead shone. Then, it immediately trotted to an open space covered with rocks and began to doggy-pad with its two paws. Swish, 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 it dug the soil very quickly, and soon dug a big hole in the ground. Not long after, the dog's figure jumped out of the hole happily, and it seemed to be holding something in its mouth, and brought it to Chu Yun. Seeing this, Chu Yun's heart moved, and he saw that the dog was holding a book, the surface of which was covered with mud, and the words on it could not be seen clearly. Chu Yun picked up the book and shook it vigorously. The spiritual energy vibrated and shook away all the dirt and filth on the book, revealing the original appearance of the book. The originals of martial arts or skills like this usually use solid materials, such as monster skin as paper, which can be guaranteed to be intact for many years. Chu Yun's shaking only shook away the dirt on the book, but did not damage the book itself. Zhengshan Kinyu and Ju. Chu Yun glanced at the cover of the book, then turned to the first page, and his eyes quickly changed. Earth Grade Skills. Chapter 52 Treasure Hunt. The golden retriever leaned on the ground with its two front legs, squatting in front of Chu Yun, huffing and sticking out its tongue, its furry face raised up involuntarily, with a very proud look, as if waiting for Chu Yun's praise. Chu Yun flipped through 2 pages and was sure that this local grade technique must be the sect level technique, because the name of the sect was also derived from the name of this technique. Sure, just paddling on the ground twice, and a local grade technique can actually come out. Your dog is called a gold-digging spirit beast. Are you saying that your innate ability is to dig for gold and treasure? Chu Yun said in surprise, and then quickly picked up the dog, treating it as a treasure, and rubbed it hard, almost rubbing its head bald. However, the dog still had an expression of great enjoyment, and licked Chu Yun's big hand hurriedly, as if expecting him to rub it a few more times, which was quite comfortable. Sure enough, the system's products must be top-notch. I've never heard of such a beast in the world. With its ability to dig for gold, I can dig wherever there is treasure in the future. It's simply invincible. Chu Yun was quite moved, and then thought of his mission this time. Without the help of this digging beast, he could only dart around like a headless fly, but now, with this digging beast, he can search for the remains of the Zhengshan sect more efficiently. The existence of the dog is undoubtedly a huge help to Chu Yun. It's decided. As my first pet, I want to give you a good name that is elegant and down-to-earth, mighty but restrained, powerful but not without connotation. Chu Yun touched his chin, facing the dog's expectant eyes, and said solemnly, "From now on, you will be called Zhao Huang." The dog tilted his head and showed a confused expression. Why, do you think this name is not grand enough? Chu Yun scratched his head helplessly and said, "In that case, I'll call you Da Huang." Da Huang fell to the ground with a plop. After deciding on Da Huang's name, Chu Yun did not rush to go treasure hunting immediately, but stayed where he was and used up the remaining 10 spiritual baits. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 80 years of martial arts enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a pair of red flame armbands. Spiritual product. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a pair of light wind boots. Spiritual product. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a picture of the 4 symbols spirit killing array. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a bottle of rebirth pill. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a piece of sky blue spirit jade ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 pieces of the thunder explosion mantra ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the martial arts experience of the spiritual product martial arts broken moon spear, great perfection, ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 80 years of martial arts cultivation. After 10 times of fishing, Chu Yun undoubtedly had a great harvest. Moreover, the most surprising thing is that during these 10 times of fishing, Chu Yun received a martial arts cultivation type reward, and obtained a full 80 years of martial arts cultivation. When the light ball entered Chu Yun's body, Chu Yun's cultivation began to rise rapidly, from the 2nd level of Wanshai realm, to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels of Wanshai realm, until he reached the 6th level of Wanshai realm. His realm growth finally stabilized, and finally stayed in the middle of the 6th level of Wanshai realm. Chu Yun let out a long breath. This time, he gained a full 80 years of martial arts cultivation, which was more than all the martial arts cultivation that Chu Yun had caught before, but the effect of the improvement was very limited. It was a pity that Chu Yun did not directly break through to a higher realm, but in fact, Chu Yun had expected this. After all, his physical condition was very different now. Chu Yun now had 2 martial souls. One was the Earth-grade martial soul Scorching Sun Sky Dragon, and the other was the Earth-grade martial soul Ancient Fierce Ape. If 2 martial spirits were taken out and placed on a genius, it would be enough to increase the resources needed for him to break through the realm several times. When 2 Earth-grade martial spirits appeared on a person at the same time, the difficulty of upgrading would be more than just a little bit. The stronger the combat power of the same realm, the more difficult it would be to upgrade the realm. Perhaps, Chu Yun's consumption of upgrading the 1st level of cultivation would be more than that of other warriors upgrading the 3rd or 4th level. This can be regarded as a happy trouble. Chu Yun sighed and shook his head. He was not in a hurry to improve his cultivation realm. After all, how long had he been in this world? In just 2 or 3 months, he had gone from a useless person with a martial spirit that was almost ruined and whose cultivation had almost fallen to the bottom, to a useless person who had crossed 3 realms and reached the 6th level of the Wanshai realm. How could anyone compare with this speed of cultivation? The most fatal thing was that Chu Yun did not practice at all. He just wandered around every day, looking for tasks to trigger, and then went fishing. His realm was like riding a rocket, rising up and up. If he told others about this, he would probably piss off the other geniuses who practiced hard. Okay, let's go. After fishing, Chu Yun was satisfied and set off with his dog Die Huang. Die Huang seemed to have been waiting anxiously. As soon as he received the order to move forward, he ran out. The horn on his head flashed a golden light. He would suddenly stop while walking, then dig a big hole in the same place and jump out with something in his mouth. These things were sometimes some martial arts, sometimes broken weapons, and sometimes some special materials containing spiritual power. Chu Yun observed and soon found a pattern. That is, the dog looked for things according to the spiritual power content of the items. Basically, as long as an item contained spiritual power, it would be captured by the dog's horn and then dug out. The advantage of this treasure hunt is that the search range is very comprehensive, because although it cannot be said that things with spiritual power are all good things themselves definitely have spiritual power, but the disadvantage is also obvious. That is, sometimes the things found are of no value at all, or the value is very low, such as those scrapped weapons, although they also have some spiritual power, but the practical value is completely gone, and they can't be used at all. Chu Yun was very excited, expecting Xi to create more miracles and dig out a few good treasures like the Zengshan Kinyu for him. However, as time passed, Xi dug out more and more garbage. There is no way. After all, the ruins of the Zengshan sect have been abandoned for hundreds or even thousands of years. Some of the original treasures in it have basically been damaged after being corroded by time. Probably within the entire sect, the proportion of garbage should be more than 95%, and the remaining 0.5% are usable things. If we keep searching like this, how long will it take to find the treasure? Chu Yun watched the dog excitedly pick up a smelly sock from the pit it had just dug. just because there was a little residual spiritual power on it. The dog regarded it as a treasure. Suddenly, Chu Yun couldn't help sighing, and then thought of a way. He cleared his throat and took out the book of Zengxian Kinyu, saying, "Come on, Dawang, remember, we will search for things of this level first. We won't dig for things below this level for the time being, okay?" Woof woof woof. Dawang wagged his tail, understood what his master meant, and then shook the golden horn again and began to search. With Chu Yun's instructions, the dog didn't dig as frequently when searching. Many times, it would stop at a place and hesitate for a moment. When it thought of the spiritual power content of Zengxian Kinyu, it would walk away in confusion, thinking that this thing was not comparable to it. Seeing this, Chu Yun nodded with satisfaction. If it was during his free time, Chu Yun would definitely not mind Xi digging all over the place. But now the situation is special. He also has to find the Yanling fruit to extend Zubo's life, so he can't waste time. Moreover, to be honest, he doesn't really like those junks, thinking they are worthless. Of course, except for this Zengxian Kinyu. As a ground-grade technique, it is still very strong. Its innate characteristics are to condense the Zengxian tyrant body. Not only is the defense power unparalleled, but it also has the effect of Zengxian Kingxin. It has a strong defense against mental attacks such as sonic power and soul searching. After Chu Yun finished reading the description of Zengxian Kinyu, he immediately used his comprehension of more than 40 years to learn this ground-grade technique to the level of great perfection. As the sky gradually darkened, Xi still didn't find a place worth biting, and Chu Yun was not in a hurry, because he knew that when Xi started to doggy paddling again, it must have made a great discovery. At this time, they came to a rift valley. The dog circled the edge of the rift valley twice and decided to jump over to search, but Chu Yun stopped it. "Wait a minute, it seems that someone is calling for help." Chu Yun raised a hand and signaled Da Huang to be quiet so that he could listen carefully. Unexpectedly, Da Huang barked twice and trotted directly in the direction where Chu Yun thought the sound was faint. Seeing this, Chu Yun smiled bitterly. Sure enough, in terms of hearing and smell, he still couldn't compare with dogs. He was not even as good as dogs. It was really embarrassing. Soon, they came to the middle of the rift valley. After approaching, the weak cry for help here became much clearer. Chu Yun looked down and saw that there was a section in the middle of the rift valley, which presented a scene of a broken tunnel, and the cry for help came from that tunnel. "Let's go," Chu Yun said, and he took a step and flew down the rift valley. While picking up the dog, he performed the Yanling Gong and flew to the entrance of the broken tunnel. He walked into the tunnel and found a figure under a collapsed boulder in front of him. He was wearing the uniform of a Yuan sect disciple and was a disciple of King Shi Peak. Big brother." The disciple was surprised when he heard someone coming in and shouted, "Hurry up and save me, my legs are pressed." "Don't worry," Chu Yun comforted him and then walked up. He took a look at the boulder pressing on the disciple's legs and smashed it with a punch. With a crash sound, the broken stones collapsed into powder and gravel, which collapsed and fell down, almost burying the disciple alive. However, because of the reduced weight, he was able to easily pull his legs out of it. "Finally, I'm saved," the disciple cried with joy and was so moved that he was about to cry. He looked at Chu Yun, opened his mouth but no sound came out, and his eyes went black and he fainted. Chapter 53, Gate. Seeing this, Chu Yun checked the other person's physical condition, except that his legs had been pressed for a long time and needed to be recuperated. The rest was fine. It should be because he was trapped here for a long time. His voice was hoarse, and his heart was always tense. Now that he was rescued, the pressure in his heart was released all at once, and he fainted. Chu Yun thought to himself, not caring too much, took the man with him, flew out of the tunnel, found a flat and stable place outside, and put the man down. "Hey, where's Dawang? Why didn't he follow?" Chu Yun showed a trace of confusion on his face, turned back to look for him, and then found that Dawang, the dog, was still in the tunnel, digging forward with his two legs. Seeing this, Chu Yun's heart suddenly moved, realizing that there might be something valuable deep in the tunnel, so he hurriedly followed and helped the dog dig the soil. This section of the tunnel was broken in the middle due to geological turbulence. It was unknown where it was originally located, but the integrity of the tunnel seemed to be okay. Chu Yun followed the dog forward. After walking about a few hundred meters, the front had completely collapsed and was covered with dark soil and stones. A trace of disappointment rose in Chu Yun's heart, but before he could react, the dog began to doggy pad downwards. The two sharp dog claws were like knives, easily digging a large pit in the stone-paved tunnel ground and going deep into the position diagonally below. Not long after digging about 10 meters, a broken section of the tunnel appeared in front of Chu Yun again. He couldn't help but pat Da Huang's furry little butt and said, "Great." With the treasure hunting ability of Da Huang's radar detection, it can find the right direction no matter how the geology changes, which can't help but make people very excited. After an unknown period of time, Chu Yun had already clearly felt that the oxygen around him was gradually becoming thinner. It could be sensed that they had gone deep underground. Fortunately, Chu Yun did not have any psychological barriers such as claustrophobia, and did not have to worry about the problem of oxygen. With his current cultivation, it was no big deal if he did not breathe. The spiritual power in his body could completely replace the role of oxygen. As long as there was spiritual energy, he could survive. Finally, Da Huang dug to the end of the tunnel. The tunnel in front gradually became wider, and there were very bright crystals for lighting on both sides of the stone wall. Under the faint light of the crystals, a door made of gold and stone was illuminated. There was no plaque or inscription on the door, so Chu Yun did not know what was behind this door, but Xi was obviously clearer, because when he came to the door, he suddenly became impatient and kept scratching the door with his claws, trying to dig it open, but unfortunately he failed. The solidity of this door was extraordinary. Xi, a third-grade monster, was equivalent to the strength of a strong man in the Wanshai realm, but he could not shake it at all. Chu Yun walked forward and pushed hard, but it did not move at all. Suddenly, he was filled with surprise. Now, let's not talk about other aspects, just in terms of strength. With the blessing of ancient fierce ape, he is not weaker than the average mountain and sea realm strongman. Even with the strength of the mountain and sea realm strongman, he can't even push this door? It seems that what is hidden inside must be the most important thing in the Zengxian sect, otherwise it wouldn't be so heavily guarded. Chu Yun thought to himself. Looking at the worried face of Xi, Chu Yun's heart moved, and immediately pointed to the wall next to the gate, saying, "Come on, Da Huang, dig over there." Since this gate is hard, why don't we break through the wall? As soon as the voice fell, Xi immediately became energetic, and hurriedly followed Chu Yun's instructions, and began to dig towards the wall on the side, directly giving up the gate, preparing to bypass it and enter from the side. This digging, it really dug it open. Compared with the hardness of the terrifying gate, the wall next to it is simply tofu dregs. Xi went up and dug twice casually, and dug up all the soil and rocks. But something unbelievable happened. Chu Yun followed Xi and hollowed out the wall next to the gate. Then he found something extremely unacceptable, that is, there was nothing behind this gate. Nothing. Xi hollowed out the entire back of the gate, and then he saw the back of the gate. There was nothing behind the door. What a pitfall. Chu Yun looked at the blue stone gate that had been completely hollowed out, leaving only a door frame. The corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. He thought to himself, do you people from the Zengxian sect have some problems with your brains? You dug such a tunnel leading to the ground, put a door that is difficult to open, and then there is nothing behind the door? What are you trying to do? Are you kidding me? Chu Yun had to say that his mentality had changed subtly at this moment, and he was a little crazy. At this moment, Xi was still staring at the gate, digging hard into it, but its claws were digging on it, but it didn't work at all, not even a scratch. Do you think that the door itself is valuable? Chu Yun smiled bitterly, looked at the anxious Xi, and said, in fact, if you think about it carefully, this door is indeed quite strong. Even the power of the mountain and sea realm cannot shake it. But, as he was talking, Chu Yun stopped himself, because he realized that something was wrong. This door must not be that simple, and Xi's intuition also told him that the truly valuable things were inside the door. There was nothing behind the door. But, what about inside the door? Chu Yun touched his chin and returned to the door. This time, He put his hands on the door, not using physical strength to push, but using spiritual power to push. When the spiritual power came into contact with the door, he immediately felt a repulsion at the spiritual power level. It was also this feeling of repulsion that blocked Chu Yun's power just now. This door belongs to the Zengxian sect. There is no keyhole on the door, nor is there any place for a token. So what it recognizes should be something related to spiritual power. So, Chu Yun's mind moved, and he used the Wu Jigong to activate the Zengxian Kinyu. He put his big hand on the door again and pushed hard. Click. Accompanied by a light sound, the door moved. Chu Yun didn't use much strength at all, but the door was pushed. Chu Yun was delighted to see this, and hurriedly pushed the entire door open. The dog under his feet had already drilled in through the crack of the door and jumped into a beam of white light. Wait! Chu Yun was anxious, fearing that there was some danger inside the door, so he hurriedly caught up with the dog. When his body passed through the white light, Chu Yun's eyes turned white, and another world immediately appeared in front of him. It was no different from what he guessed. This extremely solid door was actually not an ordinary door, but a space-spaced treasure with a hidden space inside. Inside this door, there is another space hidden. Chu Yun opened his eyes and immediately looked around, and found that he was in a strange space. This space didn't look very big, with a radius of several thousand meters. There was no sky at the top, but a white void. Under his feet, there was real land covered with flowers and grass. On the hillside not far away, there were gardens and trees, and the trees were full of exquisite green fruits. Woof woof woof! The dog ran happily on the grass, running straight towards the fruits on the trees. Seeing this, Chu Yun also had a glimmer of enlightenment in his heart. At the same time, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! The mission is completed. The mission rewards, 1 Earth-grade bait, 5 ordinary-grade baits, have been distributed to your system space. Please check. The mission is completed. Those fruits are the 1,000-year-old Yanling fruit. A hint of surprise appeared on Chu Yun's face. He flew forward in disbelief and looked at the whole garden of Yanling fruit. His chin almost dropped to the ground. There are so many? Yes. At this time, a light voice sounded beside Chu Yun. Chu Yun was startled and turned around. He saw a ball of light condensing behind him. The light condensed together and turned into the shape of a figure. When the light gradually subsided, the figure turned into a pretty girl, with black hair hanging softly on the ground, wearing a white silk dress, and a colorful wreath on her head. She looked like a fairy in the lake, a dream elf. Chu Yun stuttered a little, not because of the beauty of the girl, but because a person suddenly appeared in this place, which was scary enough. You have to know that the Zengxian sect has been destroyed for hundreds of years, even thousands of years, and there is still a living person related to it. How old is she this year? The girl tilted her head and said, no one has come in for a long time. Are you also a disciple of the Zengxian sect? You haven't answered my question yet. Chu Yun saw that the other party was easy to talk to, so he insisted for a while. Oh, I forgot. I haven't talked to anyone for a long time. I should know some etiquette, right? You humans just like to come up with these weird concepts. The girl giggled, then scratched her hair and said, my name is Ali. This is the name Sister Bei gave me. Ali, Sister Bei. Chu Yun's heart moved, and he keenly noticed the word you humans. It is obvious that this girl named Ali is not a human. He paused, touched his chin calmly, and continued to ask, is there anyone else here? Who is that Sister Bei? No one else, only me. The girl seemed to have not talked to anyone for a long time. She answered every question of Chu Yun in detail and said, Sister Bei's name is Bei Xian, and she is the leader of a Zengxian sect. She used to come here often to play with me and bring me some seeds, but later she didn't come. Why? Chu Yun guessed in his heart that this might be related to the destruction of the Zengxian sect. Ali rubbed his face and said, the last time she came, she was injured and covered in blood. She said that the Zengxian sect was in danger and there were many monsters outside attacking her disciples and fellow disciples. I told her to stay and not go out, but she didn't listen and left. She said that she wanted to live and die with the Zengxian sect, and then, she never came back. Chapter 54 Spirit Seed. After hearing what Ali said, Chu Yun had many guesses in his mind. First of all, The sister Bei mentioned by Zhali was named Bei Xian, the leader of the Zengxian sect, and many years ago, the Zengxian sect was destroyed in a beast tide. At the same time, Bei Xian could enter this door and come to this special space to avoid the threat of the beast tide, and Zhali also hoped that she could stay, but in the end, Bei Xian did not agree, but returned to the outside, lived and died with the sect, and never came back. Chu Yun could not say that he would do this kind of integrity, but he respected this courageous will itself. But, this leads to a question. Is it impossible for all the disciples of the Zengxian sect to hide in here? Chu Yun asked curiously. If they could all hide here when they encountered danger, then wouldn't the threat of the beast tide be so less? No way. Zhao Li shook her head and whispered, Sister Bei said that she found me in a relic, and on the gate outside, she comprehended a skill called Zengxian Kinyu. Only those who have learned this skill can push open the gate and enter here, and at that time, there were not many disciples of the Zengxian sect who had learned this skill. They all went outside with Sister Bei to resist the beast tide, and none of them came back. Chu Yun nodded, and before he could speak, a woof 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 sound came from under his feet. What about it? He doesn't know any human skills. Chu Yun pointed at Da Huang. Ah, what is this? So cute. Zhao Li saw Da Huang and immediately became very excited, as if he had seen this creature for the first time. He quickly floated forward, picked up Da Huang, and stroked the dog with unfamiliar but passionate techniques. Woof woof woof. Da Huang happily rubbed against Zhao Li's arms, making comfortable noises. Seeing this, Chu Yun's mouth twitched slightly. Although he didn't get an answer, he had a guess in his mind. Maybe it was because Da Huang was not a human, but his pet. He had learned the Zengxian Kinyu, and his aura also affected Da Huang himself, so Da Huang could also pass the authentication of the gate. What about you? It's your turn to answer my questions. What's your name? Where are you from? Are you also a disciple of the Zengxian sect? Zhao Li asked while stroking the dog. My name is Chu Yun. Chu Yun paused and said, I'm from Yuan sect. Unfortunately, I'm not a disciple of Zengxian sect. This sect has been destroyed now. I discovered Zengxian Kinyu in this door in the ruins of Zengxian sect. After the voice fell, Zhao Li couldn't help but paused while stroking the dog, and said thoughtfully, at this time, I should feel sad. Sister Bei taught me a lot of human things, including your emotions and your feelings, but I still can't master them very well. When Sister Bei left at the beginning, I waited for her for a long time, and I felt depressed and unhappy every day, but after a long time, I became the same as before. Now when I think of Sister Bei, I won't feel depressed anymore. Chu Yun heard this and became more curious about Zhao Li's existence itself, and said, if it's not presumptuous, I want to know. You said you are not human, so what are you? Are you a demon? I don't know. Zhao Li smiled and said, Sister Bei also asked me this question, but I don't know what I am. But in short, unlike you humans, my body is made up of a ball of light, just like this. As Zhao Li spoke, she raised one hand. Her slender fingers looked very beautiful. The part between her fingers slowly faded and emitted a faint light. The light floated up and turned into a series of light spots, floating behind Chu Yun. Then her whole body turned into light and floated behind Chu Yun, condensing into a new body. Look. Zhao Li smiled, as if looking forward to Chu Yun's reaction. Chu Yun nodded and said, it's very magical. Your sister Bei should have been shocked when she first saw this scene, but I just saw how you appeared, so I'm not that surprised. As he said this, he was also quite emotional in his heart. This world is really very wonderful. There are all kinds of wonders in the world. He didn't know what existence like Zhao Li is. However, it seems that Zhao Li herself is very kind. She is different from humans, but because of the leader of the Zengxian sect, Bei Xian, she is actively learning human emotions. She has been alone in this special space for hundreds of years, and her psychology has not changed much, let alone any darkness. She looks very transparent, like a blank sheet of paper. Didn't you go out and take a look? Chu Yun pointed to the blue stone door when he came. I can't get out. Zhao Li's tone was a little depressed, and she seemed a little unwilling, and said, only you humans can pass through that door. I can't walk out. I have been staying in this space since I became conscious. Chu Yun was stunned and said, how long have you been here? I don't know. Dao Li shook her head and said, before I met Sister Bei, I seemed to have been asleep. She woke me up, and then after Sister Bei and I left, I have been alone here. Time has no meaning to me. Sister Bei did teach me to calculate time by counting heartbeats, but unfortunately I don't have a heartbeat, so I can only count numbers to remember, but that would be too boring. I can't chat with myself while counting. I stopped counting after more than 30 years. Dao Li was a long talker. After Chu Yun started, she couldn't stop talking. However, listening to her chattering, Chu Yun did not feel impatient, but listened patiently with a smile on his face. Chu Yun couldn't imagine what it would feel like to be trapped in a small, limited space for hundreds or thousands of years, counting numbers in the order of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, for more than 30 years as a human being. Fortunately, Dao Li didn't learn to be like a real human. Otherwise, if she had all the emotions of a human, she would definitely not be able to stand such loneliness, which would be more terrible than death. What have you been doing for so long? Chu Yun asked in a softer tone. Most of the time I was sleeping. Dao Li held a dog and turned around in a circle, pointing to the flowers and plants around, saying, after waking up, take a look at these seeds. Every time I wake up, they will become different. I like to see these changes in them. In the words of Sister Bei, they can bring me a sense of vitality. Are these all planted by you? Chu Yun was a little unbelievable, looking at the flowers and plants, and said, there is no sunlight or water in this world. How do you cultivate them? With my own light. Dao Li answered as a matter of course, and then she untied a small bag on her clothes, which contained some seeds, all ordinary flowers and plants. Dao Li carefully selected one of them, placed it on her fingertips, and then carefully dug a small hole in the open space on the ground and buried the seed in it. When the soil covered the seed, Dao Li pointed her finger, and a ray of light shot out from between her fingers and fell on the soil of the seed. In just a blink of an eye, there was a trembling movement in the soil. Chu Yun held his breath and observed carefully, and found that a tender bud broke out of the soil. Under the illumination of the light, it grew at a very fast speed and soon bloomed into a bright little red flower. Is it beautiful? Dao Li also stared at the flower, watching it intently. In her eyes, every pattern on the petals seemed like the most beautiful painting in the world, forming an incomparable attraction to her. Very beautiful. Chu Yun nodded, thinking that this should be the reason why Dao Li could persist here. She has her own way to have fun. Moreover, she also has a special ability to quickly catalyze seeds. She does not need sunlight, water, soil or other conditions. She only needs her own light to make flowers and plants grow. Hundreds of years have passed since the fall of the Zengxian sect. The seeds left by Bei Xian can still be passed down smoothly until now. This is enough to prove how clever Dao Li's methods are. At this time, Chu Yun couldn't help but look at the yanling fruit tree in the center of the garden. He coughed dryly and said, Dao Li, can I pick 2 fruits? Yanling fruit? Dao Li was still admiring the little red flower and asked without looking back. Yes. Chu Yun nodded and said, I have an elder who has a short lifespan and needs similar longevity treasures to prolong his life. If you agree, I can give you some new seeds in exchange. Do you have other seeds? Dao Li jumped up from the ground at once, with light in his eyes, looking at Chu Yun without blinking. Yes, Chu Yun said, taking out some spiritual seeds from the system space. In order to show his sincerity, Chu Yun took out one of each spiritual seed he had caught and placed it in front of Dao Li, saying, all of these can be given to you. Wow. Dao Li looked at the spiritual seeds in surprise and said, I haven't seen these spiritual seeds for a long time. Sister Bei used to bring some to me, but after she left, the number of spiritual seeds that have been propagated has become less and less. Now I don't have even one left. Are these all for me? Seeds containing spiritual power are different from ordinary seeds. The seed retention rate is very low and they do not have the ability to continue. The reason why there are still spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs in this world is actually the spiritual power of nature that catalyzes ordinary flowers and herbs into spiritual herbs. Otherwise, there would be no spiritual herbs in this world. This is also normal. Otherwise, if you get a spiritual seed, you can keep cultivating more and more. then spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs, which are natural treasures, are too worthless and would be everywhere. Yes. If you are willing to trade with me, Chu Yun said. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Transaction. Okay, of course. Ali agreed immediately, and then added, but don't pick them all, leave some for me. I need to eat a fruit every once in a while, otherwise I will feel uncomfortable. I will be fine after eating it. Huh? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows, and then realized that a special life form like Ali was not immortal. She also relied on the yanling fruit to prolong her life. Then, he swept his eyes across the group of fruit trees in the center of the garden. At a glance, there were at least more than 30 fruits on them, so he smiled and nodded, saying, I don't need a lot, just pick 2. If you want more later, I will exchange some spirit seeds with you. Okay, okay. Ali nodded, and added in a low voice, then, can you agree to one of my requests? What request? Tell me. Chu Yun nodded. Can you come over and talk to me more often? Although I won't have any problem being alone, it feels good to talk to someone when I have nothing to do. Ali paused, his voice a little low. I haven't talked to anyone for a long time since Sister Bei left. It doesn't feel good. Okay, I'll come often. Chu Yun nodded, his heart softened, and he put himself in Ali's shoes. If Ali was trapped here and hadn't talked to anyone for hundreds of years, he would have gone crazy long ago. Now this request is nothing at all. After thinking for a while, Chu Yun said, I want to try it. If I can carry this Dora with me, maybe we can meet often. Otherwise, I can only come to the ruins of the Zengxian sect to see you. How are you going to try? Ali scratched his head and said, Sister Bei told me that this door can be moved, but you really have to carry such a big door everywhere. It's quite tiring to think about it. Chu Yun couldn't help laughing and said, of course I won't carry it everywhere. I have some other ways, but it depends on whether it will succeed. Wait for me. As he said that, Chu Yun stepped out of the door and returned to the deep underground of the Zengxian sect ruins. He looked at the door, stretched out his hand and touched the surface of the door, and tried to put the door into the system space with his mind. A flash of light flashed by. In Chu Yun's system space, a very simple door appeared. Success. Chu Yun couldn't help but show a hint of joy in his eyes, and then he stepped back a little and let the door out. When the door appeared, it was exactly half a step in front of Chu Yun, not at the end of the tunnel. This meant that the door was movable and could be tightened in the system space. Chu Yun could take it anywhere and open it at any time. After trying it, Chu Yun was satisfied. He pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, Dao Li was still holding the dog and stroking it hard, while Die Huang was also very comfortable and sticking out his tongue, completely forgetting the existence of his master. Chu Yun shook his head helplessly and walked forward. Ah, you're back? Dao Li stood up, hugged the dog's hands to his chest, and rubbed his head with his chin. Seeing this, Chu Yun noticed that the golden horn on the dog's head had disappeared without a trace. Dao Li's chin rubbing its head seemed to make the dog very comfortable. You guy, you hide your horn just to make the girl feel more comfortable? You are so spineless. Chu Yun couldn't help shaking his head. Then, meeting Dao Li's gaze, Chu Yun paused and said, I just tried it and found that I can carry this door with me. From now on, I can come in and chat with you every day. As for this dog, since it likes you so much, let it stay inside when it's free. Really? When Dao Li heard this, her eyes were full of shining light. For her, this was undoubtedly great news. Not only could she talk to people often, but she also had a cute dog that she could pet as much as she wanted. It was simply a dream life. Chu Yun nodded and said with a confident tone, it's true. Great. Dao Li's two big eyes curved up like crescents, smiling, and then she seemed to remember something, and put the spiritual seeds that Chu Yun had just given her on the ground and planted them. While promoting the birth of spiritual medicine, she said, the flowers grown from these spiritual seeds should be very useful to you humans, right? I can help you plant them, and after they bloom, You can take them all away, but remember to give me new seeds. Ah, this ... this is not good. Chu Yun heard this, but he was a little embarrassed. From the tone of his words, it seemed that he was taking Zhao Li's labor for free. In this way, he took away this bluestone gate, which was equivalent to taking a portable spiritual medicine plantation, and there was also an innocent and lovely free girl laborer in it. It was really exciting to think about it. Not to mention, there are dozens of thousand-year-old spiritual fruits in this spiritual medicine plantation. Every one of them can extend the life of a warrior for decades. The harvest of this trip is simply a bit outrageous. What's wrong with it? Zhao Li tilted his head as a matter of course and said, Sister Bei used to be like this. She often brought some spiritual seeds in. After I raised them well, Sister Bei would take them out and bring new spiritual seeds to me. There is no use for me to keep them. As long as there are new spiritual seeds, it will be fine. Okay then. Chu Yun nodded reluctantly, but he thought strangely in his heart that Zhao Li's idea of not wanting the old when there is a new one seems to be a bit of a scumbag temperament. But looking at Zhao Li's pure and flawless face, he couldn't associate this with a scumbag. Ahem. Then you go ahead and do your work. I'll pick 2 fruits and take them out to give to my elder. I'll meet you again after I return to the sect. Chu Yun said. Okay, see you later. Zhao Li waved her hand and said goodbye to Chu Yun. In her arms, Da Huang also barked comfortably twice, as if saying goodbye to his master. Chu Yun glanced at it helplessly before leaving, thinking that this dog really had no backbone at all. Could it be that being rubbed by a girl was more comfortable than being rubbed by him as his master? Damn it. After leaving the bluestone gate space, Chu Yun returned to the underground space of the ruins of the Zengxian sect. Looking at the bluestone gate in front of him and observing the patterns on it, he found that it was indeed quite mysterious. Zhao Li said that the leader of the Zengxian sect, Bei Xian, comprehended the earth-grade practice Zengxian Kinyu and Ju from this gate, and was qualified to enter the gate. Therefore, the status of the existence of this bluestone gate itself should be very high. If I use some of my comprehension, maybe I can comprehend more from it, but now, I don't have the time. Let's go back to Yuan sect first. Chu Yun shook his head and returned along the original route to the top of the Rift Valley. At this moment, it should have been about 1 day or less than 2 days since he left Yuan sect. According to the 12 days given by the system, Chu Yun should have enough time to save Zhu Bo's life, but at this moment, he didn't want to delay at all. After returning to the ground, Chu Yun picked up the unconscious Qingshi Peak disciple, and then directly left the Zengxian sect ruins, passed through the fog, and came to the outside of the ruins. You're back so soon? Gyuan Zenren was in charge of the rescue outside. When he saw Chu Yun coming out, his eyes lit up. You saved a disciple from Qingshi Peak. That's great. Chu Yun put the person on the ground, and then said with some shame, I'm sorry, Zenren. I have something to do, and I have to go back to the sect immediately. I can't help anymore. It's okay, it's okay. Gyuan Zenren waved his hand and said with a smile, it's good to be able to save one person. There are not many people trapped inside now. If you have something to do, just go and do it. I'll take care of the things here. Seeing this, Chu Yun also showed a smile on his face, nodded, and then he came to a Bailu Peak disciple. Big brother, are we going back now? The disciple just climbed out of the tent. When he saw Chu Yun, his face was full of joy, because this person was the Bailu Peak disciple who sent Chu Yun here. Chu Yun promised him that he would give him another bottle of cultivation pills when he returned, so he had been waiting for Chu Yun outside for the past 2 days. Let's go now. Chu Yun nodded, paused for a moment, took out a bottle of elixir from his arms, handed it to the disciple, and said, You've worked hard, this is the agreed reward. The disciple's eyes suddenly lit up. It was impossible to say that it was not hard to stay outside for 2 days, but it also depends on the benefits and rewards. The reward Chu Yun gave now made him very satisfied. It's not hard, it's not hard. How can it be hard to help the eldest brother? Big brother, let's go now. The disciple was delighted and quickly climbed on the back of the blue bird and called Chu Yun. Chu Yun nodded and flew up. Half a day later, the blue bird returned to the Zhengyang square of Yuan sect. After another 2 days, The battle between the three sects and the Demon Heart sect had completely ended. Outside the sect, only the disciples who were cleaning the battlefield were left. Overall, this battle was undoubtedly a comprehensive victory for the three major sects. After this battle, the power of the Demon Heart sect in the Linghai area was almost completely destroyed, and it could not even be said that it was seriously injured. Because the vitality is seriously damaged, there is a possibility of recovery, but now, the high-level leaders of the Demon Heart sect are basically dead, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the sect has been destroyed. There is no possibility of a comeback, unless there are demon sects from other large domains that enter the Spirit Sea domain to seize the market, but that is another matter. In the entire battle, all aspects were basically arranged clearly by Master Shang Yuan, except for one thing, which was the escape of the Great Elder Li Dairen. After Li Dairen stepped into the trap, he used Zhao Danqing's blood-exploding curse ruthlessly to buy himself time to escape. This was something no one expected, and it also left a huge hidden danger for the subsequent cleanup work. But fortunately, I don't know which strong man took action and killed Li Dairen outside the library of Mingxin Peak. This point, until today, is still a mystery that the big figures in the Yuan sect cannot solve, and even if they post a notice to ask, it will be fruitless. Many people speculated that it was a senior from Yuan sect who had returned from wandering who took action to solve the problem of Li Dairen. More people speculated that it was the person who changed the name of Lingzi Mountain, the junior uncle Song Dashan of the previous generation of Yuan sect, who came back. However, there was no real answer in this world of rumors. At this moment, in the courtyard of the library, Chu Yun pushed open the door of the small house and saw the real answer. Uncle Zhu, I'm back. Chu Yun looked at the old man in the house. After just 2 days, Uncle Zhu's temples had turned gray again. It seemed that after he killed Li Dairen, he was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye every day. Alas! Uncle Zhu sighed and said, if you come back later, I'm afraid you won't be able to see me for the last time. As he said that, Uncle Zhu couldn't help coughing twice. Chu Yun took a few steps forward and came to Uncle Zhu's bed. Looking at the gray-clothed old man lying on the bed, he smiled mysteriously and presented 2 Yanling fruits to Uncle Zhu like offering treasures. Look, what is this? Chu Yun chuckled. Yanling fruit? Zhu Bo was startled, with surprise in his eyes, and said, the cyan Yanling fruit. Yanling fruit is red when it is born, turns orange after 10 years, turns yellow after 50 years, turns green after 100 years, and turns cyan after 1,000 years. These 2 Yanling fruits are actually thousands of years old? Chu Yun heard this, but he didn't know the ins and outs of it. He saw that all the Yanling fruits on the fruit trees were cyan, and thought that this thing was cyan in itself, but he didn't expect that it showed different colors according to different years. Zhu Bo's ability to say this is enough to prove that his knowledge is far beyond Chu Yun's accumulation. But this is normal. Let alone Zhu Bo's obvious extraordinary background, just the fact that he has read all the books in the library for decades. The knowledge reserves of the two are not at the same level at all. Ahem, I don't know these, but you are right. These are 1,000-year-old Yanling fruits, Chu Yun admitted shamelessly. Chapter 56 Spiritual Power Siphon. Zhu Bo looked at Chu Yun and could not help but be silent. He knew what the Yanling fruit meant, and he also knew what a 1,000-year-old Yanling fruit meant. The Yanling fruit matured for the first time in 10 years. If it was taken by an ordinary person who was about to die, it could extend his life by 10 years, while if it was a 100-year-old Yanling fruit, it could extend his life by 100 years. And this 1,000-year-old Yanling fruit could extend his life by 1,000 years. Of course, this was compared to ordinary people without cultivation. If a warrior took it, the effect would not be so good, because the stronger the warrior's cultivation, the higher the quality of life. Just like the same bucket of water, poured into a bowl and poured into a basin, the height of the water would definitely be different. But even so, the effect of the Yanling fruit was extremely overbearing. A 1,000-year-old Yanling fruit, given to a mountain and sea realm strongman who was about to die, would extend his life by 50 or 60 years without any problem. And the most important point is that there is no upper limit for the Yanling fruit. After taking the Yanling fruit for a strong man who was higher than the mountain and sea realm, although the effect would be weakened accordingly, it would still be effective. You know, when the cultivation reaches a certain level, the spiritual medicine that can produce an effect on it will become less and less. Ordinary spiritual medicine put into their mouths is like weeds on the roadside, without any effect. However, there is no limit to the extension of the soul fruit. No matter how high the cultivation is, eating it will have an effect. Even if the cultivation is high, 1,000 years of life will make up for it, and at least a few more years can be lived, right? If such a treasure is put out for sale, not to mention the Linghai area, even the entire Zhenbai prefecture will be shocked. Countless old monsters who are close to their lifespan will come to fight for it at all costs. If Chu Yun is willing to hand over any of the two fruits, whether it is given to those top forces or the Tanji dynasty of Kanglin-Zut, they can easily obtain endless wealth and glory. Coupled with his own extraordinary talent, a new star will rise. But now, Chu Yun, with a smug look on his face, handed these two priceless extension soul fruits to his old and frail servant. What is he trying to do? Zhu Bo knew that he was not far from death, so he taught Chu Yun his unique Wuji Gong and even his best martial arts Danshan Xingju. Now there was nothing on him that was worth Chu Yun paying such a high price for, but Chu Yun still did it. Zhu Bo thought this kid was stupid before, and now it seems that he is really stupid. Eat quickly, what are you waiting for? Chu Yun urged, scratching his head anxiously, as if he was the one whose life was coming to an end. Zhu Bo smiled bitterly and said, "Don't you feel bad about handing these two fruits to an old man like me?" "Why should I feel bad?" Chu Yun touched his chin and said, "I'm a young man with a strong body and plenty of time to squander. These longevity things are of no use to me. What's the point of keeping them?" Zhu Bo shook his head. He knew that Chu Yun was not really stupid. He must know that the value of these two fruits was that Chu Yun himself could not use them, but as long as he handed them over, he could exchange them for huge benefits. The reason why he said that was just pretending to be calm and didn't want him to have psychological pressure. But in fact, Chu Yun was really not pretending. He really thought that these two fruits were not important. After all, in the portable spiritual medicine garden behind his door, there were whole pieces of longevity fruits waiting to be picked. As long as he gave Ali some spiritual seeds, he could easily cheat. Oh no, trade them out. Eat it quickly, it will be bad for your stomach if it gets cold. You are so old, why don't you take care of yourself? Chu Yun urged again. Zhu Bo sighed, a gratified smile appeared on his face, nodded, and ate the two Yanling fruits one by one. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing the skills and refining the medicinal power. Chu Yun glanced at the door, and then guarded beside it attentively to protect Chu Yun. If someone came to disturb Zhu Bo at this time, the consequences would be very serious. As Zhu Bo refined the medicinal power, the spiritual power around him gradually gathered into a series of dazzling and boundless light, just like a giant whale sucking water, sucking all the spiritual power in the whole room. Wow! Such a big noise? Chu Yun was startled. It was visible to the naked eye that the spiritual power in the entire courtyard was all converging in the direction of Zhu Bo. Chu Yun stood at the door and could clearly feel that the spiritual power around him became extremely full, but he could not absorb it at all, because the speed of its flow was too fast, rushing towards Zhu Bo's body like crazy. And according to this trend, let alone the courtyard of the library, the spiritual power of the entire Mingzhou Peak and even the entire Yuan Sex Mountain Gate would probably be sucked dry. Although this sucking is not completely sucked dry, just like hair, it is always flowing. Even if it is sucked dry, it will recover after a while. But this is too scary, right? How strong is Zhu Bo's realm to be able to accommodate so much spiritual power in his body? And Chu Yun can't suppress such a big noise at all. Sure enough, not long after, the elders in Yuan sect all noticed the unusual movement of the library. The first person to arrive outside the courtyard was the sect master Shang Yuan Zinran. Mingzhou Peak originally belonged to him. Zhu Bo made such a big commotion on Mingzhou Peak, so naturally he could not escape his attention. Chu Yun, what's going on? Shang Yuan Zinran flew over. When he saw Chu Yun, he was stunned for a moment, and then looked into the house cautiously. Sect master, can I have a word with you? Chu Yun hurried forward and pulled Shang Yuan Zenran out of the courtyard. Before he could speak, Shang Yuan Zenran asked impatiently, Who is practicing inside? Could it be that Junior Master Song Dashin is back? No. Chu Yun shook his head. At this point, he could only tell the truth, and said, the one practicing inside is the old man who sweeps the floor in the library. Zubo. Shang Yuan Zhenren was stunned for a moment, and tried to recall it. Then he remembered that he had an impression of this person. Before he became the sect master, there was already such a person in the library, and he was older than him. However, there are many old people like this in the library. The successive clan leaders have adhered to the spirit of humanity and have not replaced them. As long as their old arms and legs can move, they will be allowed to retire on the job. But I never expected that there would be such a real dragon hidden among these old bastards. Chu Yun was afraid that Master Shang Yuan would think too much, so he quickly added, after Li Dairon escaped, he planned to destroy the library and the foundation of our Yuan sect. As a result, he met Zubo. And then what happened? You know what happened, Master. After the voice fell, Master Shang Yuan's body shook, and he suddenly realized, yes, I should have thought of it earlier. Li Dairon died outside the library. It turned out that it was Senior Zhu who did it. As he said this, Shang Yuan Zhenren felt very complicated. He was afraid and in awe. He was afraid that Li Dairon was so sinister. If he succeeded in destroying the library, then their Yuan sect would be on the verge of death. And he was in awe that Senior Zhu could kill Li Dairon so easily. His strength and realm were so profound that they were probably not able to imagine it at all. He was a true Daoyuo immortal. Immediately, Shang Yuan Zhenren couldn't help but look at Chu Yun again and said, after your martial soul was taken away, you were still able to become famous. I'm afraid that it was not without the help of Senior Zhu. Really, you quietly hugged such a big thigh, and there was no news at all. You are good. He. Chu Yun smiled and didn't explain. Now that Zubo has been exposed, it's not bad for him to put the reason for his rise on Zubo. At least it can cover up the existence of the system. At this time, several figures flew over from the horizon in all directions. Judging from the order of their arrival, Zubo's spiritual power siphoning has spread to the entire sect, and the range of each peak has been covered. Sect Master, what happened? The elders asked one after another. One by one, they all wanted to enter Zubo's yard to take a look, but they were stopped by Shang Yuan Zhenren. At this moment, in front of all the elders, Shang Yuan Zhenren regained his usual calm and indifferent attitude, as if everything was under control. He looked at the panicked people and said calmly, don't panic, it's nothing serious. It's an old senior on Mingzhou Peak who is practicing. An old senior on Mingzhou Peak. When everyone heard this, they were very confused. But they also relaxed a lot. When they first noticed that the spiritual power was sucked away, they thought that something strange had happened in Yuan sect, or that the Demon Heart sect had left some tricks behind. So they hurried to investigate, but who knew that it was just an old senior who was practicing? What kind of cultivation must be able to achieve such an effect? And such an old senior was actually on Mingzhou Peak? How come they had no news before? For a while, everyone's awe of Shang Yuan Zhenren increased a little bit. Those who originally supported Shang Yuan Zhenren were overjoyed, while those who intended to compete with Shang Yuan Zhenren for the position of sect master were solemn and dared not have any other thoughts. TSK, worthy of being the leader of a sect. His methods are brilliant. Chu Yun sighed in his heart. Obviously, Shang Yuan Zhenren, like the other elders, had rushed here in a hurry, but now, Shang Yuan Zhenren seemed to have everything under his control, pretending to be great in front of the other peak masters and elders, creating a feeling that Mingzhou Peak is unfathomable. This was not unintentional, but intentional, because when Shang Yuan Zhenren talked about Zubo, he specifically pointed out that this was an old senior on Mingzhou Peak and not an old senior of Yuan sect. The difference here is like heaven and earth to those who are interested. What makes Chu Yun most interesting is that Shang Yuan Zhenren knew that Chu Yun knew all this, but he could still pretend in front of him and the other peak masters and elders. This kind of face or cunning is absolutely impossible for ordinary people. Senior brother sect master, is this senior the strong man who killed Li Dairon? Kai Zhenren asked. That's right. Shang Yuan Zhenren nodded, stroked his beard, and said, Senior Zhu has been a recluse for many years, and I didn't expect that he would take action. Look, what is the art of speaking? Shang Yuan Zhenren said this as if he knew Zhu Bo very well, which showed that he had a special relationship with Zhu Bo, and he also cleverly concealed the question of why he didn't know who killed Li Deron before, and pretended to be very perfect. Chu Yun looked at the many peak masters and elders who were extremely solemn and awed, and they must have been fooled by Shang Yuan Zhenren. He couldn't help but call him an expert. Chapter 57 Farewell. The peak masters and elders were shocked by the unfathomable performance of Shang Yuan Zhenren. Only Yuling Zhenren looked at Chu Yun with curiosity and asked, "Why are you here too?" Ahem. Before Chu Yun could speak, Shang Yuan Zhenren coughed twice. He glanced at everyone and said, "Old Senior Zhu has a close relationship with Chu Yun. If the old senior didn't say it, you don't have to ask anymore." After the voice fell, Chu Yun had to cooperate and put on a serious expression. The smile in his heart was indeed a bit unbearable. He really didn't realize that Shang Yuan Zhenren was such a real person before. The siphon effect in the entire Yuan sect lasted for a long time. Only half an hour later, everyone on Mingzhou Peak could no longer feel the existence of spiritual power around them. This meant that the spiritual power on Mingzhou Peak had been sucked dry. However, there was still spiritual power in the farther place, gathering towards the small courtyard in the library. Chu Yun watched this scene silently, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Zhu Bo had been keeping a low profile for decades, but now he was forced to make a splash. He didn't know what he would think after he came out of retreat. At this time, the disciples in Yuan sect also obviously realized that something was wrong, and they all moved closer to Mingzhou Peak. However, Shang Yuan Zhenren naturally wouldn't let them disturb Zhu Bo, and they all scolded and left, saying that a senior was practicing secret magic skills and not to disturb him. In Shang Yuan Zhenren's understanding, although he didn't know that Zhu Bo was hiding so deeply, he could be sure that Zhu Bo was definitely not a bad factor for Yuan sect, because Zhu Bo had been here for too long, longer than him, the sect master. With Zhu Bo's strength, if he wanted to do something bad to Yuan sect would have been finished long ago. However, under Zhu Bo's watch, Yuan sect has thrived for so many years. When someone tried to make trouble and destroy the library, Zhu Bo slapped him to death. These actions undoubtedly represent that Zhu Bo is on the side of Yuan sect and is a big shot worth hugging. And the fact proved that Shang Yuan Zhenren's intuition was correct. When Zhu Bo walked out of the courtyard, everything returned to calm. Outside the courtyard, except Chu Yun, all the elders, including the sect master Shang Yuan Zhenren, were watching him nervously. "Chu Yun, please come in, sect master," Zhu Bo said lightly. After speaking, Zhu Bo went back into the house. Seeing this, Chu Yun smiled and made a gesture of invitation to Shang Yuan Zhenren, saying, "Sect master, please follow me." "Yes." Shang Yuan Zhenren nodded calmly, but Chu Yun saw that he secretly pinched his sleeves, and he was immediately amused in his heart. It turned out that the sect master would also be nervous. Under the envious gazes of many peak masters and elders, Shang Yuan Zhenren followed Chu Yun into the small courtyard of the library, pushed open the door of the small house, and walked in. Inside the house, Zhu Bo picked up the teapot on the table and poured 3 cups of tea. When Shang Yuan Zhenren saw Zhu Bo push a cup of tea in front of him, he hurried forward to take it as a junior. "Good tea." Shang Yuan Zhenren took a sip. His eyes lit up, and it was not purely flattery. He said, "Old Senior Zhu, I never thought that there was such a great god hidden in Yuan sect. Earlier, the traitor Li Deron escaped, and I have to thank you for your righteousness and protecting the foundation of my Yuan sect." As he said that, Shang Yuan Zhenren stood up and bowed to Zhu Bo, very solemnly. "Master, you are too kind." Zhu Bo smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said, "Many years ago, I was stranded in the Linghai area. It was thanks to the Yuan sect that I was taken and that I was able to survive until now. If there is anyone to thank, it should be Yuan sect that I thank." As he said that, Zhu Bo looked at Master Shang Yuan and said, "In a few days, I will leave the Linghai area. I hope that Master can keep my affairs confidential and not leak them out. Otherwise, it may bring disaster to Yuan sect." Master Shang Yuan was disappointed when he heard this. He really didn't expect that Zhu Bo would leave as soon as he showed up. Now he couldn't hold on to his thigh anymore. Moreover, From what Zubo said, when he came to the Linghai area, he was in a relatively poor state, and there was a high probability that he had some enemies. If he leaked the news, Zubo's enemies might come to him. Thinking of this, Shang Yuan Zenren couldn't help but smile bitterly, nodded, and said, "Follow the arrangement of Elder Zhu. I will let my disciples strictly abide by the ban." "Thank you, Sect Master." As he said that, Zubo took out a box from under his bed, which contained some books. What is this?" Shang Yuan Zenren's eyes lit up and he asked expectantly. Zubo replied, "Over the years, I have read all the martial arts in the library. Some of them are rough and superficial, which may help the disciples in the sect to better master these martial arts, as well as some ideas for improving martial arts. I hope they can be useful to you on sect." "Useful? This is so useful." The light in Shang Yuan Zenren's eyes was like a searchlight, and it couldn't be moved away once it fell on those books. Zubo said modestly, but in fact, what was contained in this box was the comments and improvements made by a very high-ranking martial artist on the martial arts in the library. With these experiences, the strength of all the disciples in Yuan sect will be greatly improved in a short period of time, and there will be fewer detours to take in the future. Zubo has given Yuan sect a great gift. It's good as long as it's useful. Zubo nodded, took another sip of tea, and said, "Can you please ask the people outside to leave first? I have something to talk to Chu Yun alone." Master Shang Yuan understood that this was to send the guests away, so he nodded quickly, picked up the box with a smile, stood up and left as if it were a treasure, and closed the door when he left. "Zubo, are you leaving?" Chu Yun asked impatiently as soon as Master Shang Yuan disappeared. "Yeah." Zubo looked at Chu Yun with a softer look in his eyes. He said, "Originally, my origin was damaged, and I could not make any progress in my life. I didn't dare to hope for some of the ideas in my heart, but the 2 Yanling fruits you brought back made up for my damaged foundation, allowing me to improve my cultivation that had been stagnant for more than 70 years. Now, it's time for me to leave and go back to where I came from to complete those things that should be done." Chu Yun felt very sad when he heard this, and said, "How about, wait a little longer? Your account has been banned for more than 70 years. Even if you have any enemies, it is impossible for them to have not made any progress in more than 70 years. Wouldn't it be suicide to go back now? A gentleman never takes 10 years to take revenge. I've waited for 70 years, so I don't mind waiting for another 10 years. I'll go with you later, okay? Ha ha ha." After hearing what Chu Yun said, Zubo couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, "You kid, you really underestimate me, an old man. If I hadn't died soon, I would have passed away the year 1 created Wu Jigong. Even though I'm 70 years behind in cultivation, how can I compare to Wu Jigong?" Zubo paused and said, "You don't have to worry about me. This is my own business. I will complete it and give myself an explanation." Alas, Chu Yun couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. He knew that since Zubo said so, he couldn't persuade him anymore. This might be what Zubo had been thinking about every moment for the past 70 years. "Well, then I can only wish you a safe journey." Chu Yun scratched his hair, looked at Zubo, and asked, "Then, how long can you live now? Do you want a few more Yanling fruits to replenish your body? I'll pick a few more for you and you can take them with you on the road." Hearing this, Zubo couldn't help laughing and said, "Do you think that Yanling fruit is dry food for the journey? Aren't you afraid of being laughed to death if you say this? Don't worry, I can still live for a long, long time. After my origin is replenished, there is no need to worry about my lifespan. After all, I'm not really dying, I'm just injured." After speaking, Zubo patted Chu Yun on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You wait here, and when I finish what I should do, I will come back to find you." In the past, I didn't have much time left, and I didn't dare to say anything to you, but now, your apprentice can't run away. Wait for me to come back and take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Chu Yun couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He found that since Zubo came out of retreat, his spirit and energy had changed. He was always smiling when he spoke, although he still looked old. He had a sense of spirituality. "Okay, I'll wait." Chu Yun nodded, touched his chin and said, "My biggest dream before was to have a big backer who could let me be a playboy, walk the dog and the bird all day, and bully men and women. I didn't expect that such a wonderful life would be realized soon. It's really exciting to think about it." Zubo listened to his nonsense, smiled and shook his head, then took out a jade pendant from his arms and handed it to Chu Yun. "What is this?" Chu Yun took it and looked at it for a few times. Zubo said, "Take it. I can always determine your location. If you encounter any danger, crush it and I will come as quickly as possible." Chu Yun's eyes lit up, and he immediately put away the jade pendant as if it were a treasure. This is a good thing. It can save his life at a critical moment. Chu Yun had no doubts about Zubo's strength. Li Dairun was so rampant before, but he was killed by Zubo with just one finger when he was at low health. Now, Zubo's injuries have healed, and he has improved even more. His strength will only be more terrifying than before. Such a big shot should be invincible in the entire Linghai area. As long as Chu Yun stays in the Linghai area, there will be no danger even if there are waves. Chapter 58, Sky Cold Star Sword Flash. When leaving the library, Chu Yun couldn't help but sigh. All good things must come to an end. He understood this truth, and the reason he sighed was actually because he was worried that Zubo might not come back. Zubo had never told him about his past, even when he passed on the two great skills, Wu Jigong and Tanshan Xingju, to Chu Yun. He never told him. According to the normal routine, a strong man who is about to die, with some grievances and hatreds, will find a successor before he dies. After passing on his magic skills, he will also tell his successor about his grievances and let him avenge himself. However, Zubo did not do so, and even when Chu Yun asked several times before, Zubo did not tell him, because he did not want Chu Yun to be involved. Although Zubo did this because of his noble character, the strength of his opponent was definitely one of the most important reasons. Based on this, Chu Yun was naturally very worried about Zubo's departure this time. Everyone has his own destiny. I should believe him. After all, it is Zubo's destiny to meet me, the son of destiny. Chu Yun shook his head and told himself not to think about it. After returning to Zioking Peak, before Chu Yun could even sit down, Shang Yu and Zenran had already arrived. "Chu Yun, is Senior Zhu really going to leave?" Shang Yu and Zenran asked straight to the point. "Yes." Chu Yun nodded, but didn't say the reason, because he didn't know clearly and couldn't say it even if he wanted to. Shang Yu and Zenran couldn't help but sigh and said, "If Senior Zhu could stay in the sect, it wouldn't be a problem for our Yuan sect to sweep across the Linghai area in the future." What a pity, what a pity. After saying that, he paused again and asked, "Then, did Senior Zhu say anything else?" "Well, just say what's convenient to say, and I won't ask if it's not convenient to say." This was very measured. He just wanted to know more about the situation, not to spy on Zubo from Chu Yun, for fear of causing Zubo's dissatisfaction. He just said that he would come back after completing what he was supposed to do. Chu Yun smiled. Okay. Shang Yu and Zenran nodded. He was quite satisfied with this answer. After Shang Yu and Zenran left, Chu Yun came to the back mountain and took out the fishing rod and the task reward he had just received, 1 earth-grade bait and 5 ordinary-grade baits. When he was at the ruins of the Zengxian sect before, Chu Yun was afraid of wasting time, so he didn't even go fishing, just to give Zubo more opportunities. Now that Zubo's problem has been solved, he finally has time to go fishing and pocket this reward. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Earth-grade Martial Arts Enhancing Sword Flash. Great perfection, martial arts experience. After the first fishing, Chu Yun immediately comprehended a great perfection swordsmanship of the Earth-grade level. When Chu Yun opened his eyes were full of surprise. This time, he was very lucky. He caught a sword technique of the Earth-grade, and it was also the kind with extremely strong destructive power and lethality. Using this sword technique, Chu Yun, with his current strength, might not be impossible to kill a mountain and sea realm. Although Chu Yun had never used a sword before, there were several swords lying in his system space, 4 of which were ordinary swords and 2 were spiritual swords. Of course, ordinary swords were not considered. Among the 2 spiritual swords, one was the fire-type Yanliu sword and the other was the ice-type Bingjing sword. The latter was also very compatible with the Tan Hanxing sword. Chu Yun took out the Bingjing sword and used the sword moves. When he held the sword horizontally in front of him and accumulated sword power, the spiritual energy around him suddenly froze, the air became cold and icy, frost condensed on the ground, and the cold air spread around. Whoosh! When the sword force accumulated to a certain extent, Chu Yun thrust forward with the sword, and his figure instantly crossed a distance of 100 meters. The sword tip was extremely sharp and broke through the air, and came to a boulder 100 meters away. At that moment, the sword light flashed, accompanied by a cold breath, and drew a perfect straight line in the air, like a meteor flashing by quickly. Click! The tip of the sword stopped at a finger distance in front of the boulder, but the sword energy had already penetrated the boulder. A transparent sword hole appeared at the hardest position in the center of the boulder. The incision was extremely sharp and was frozen into frost by the cold air. Not only that, the trees behind the boulder, which were connected to it in a straight line, were all penetrated straight by the sword energy until 100 meters away. What a strong penetrating power! It is precisely concentrated on one point, reaching the pinnacle, Chu Yun exclaimed. He didn't even use his martial soul ancient fierce ape to increase his strength. Otherwise the power would be even more terrifying. But even so, the power of the heavenly cold star sword flash is enough to pose a fatal threat to the warriors in the mountain and sea realm. If the sword hits the vital point, it is almost certain to die. Moreover, this perfect heavenly cold star sword flash can also form a cold air field covering the area within 100 meters around the body. The warriors in it will be affected by the cold air, slowing down their speed and even slowing down their speed of absorbing spiritual power. This can greatly expand the advantage in actual combat. Good swordsmanship, I can use it as my trump card in the future. Chu Yun nodded, very satisfied. Then, he started fishing with the 5 spiritual baits. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the martial arts experience of the spiritual martial arts walk in snow without trace step. Great perfection. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 10 spiritual seeds of flaming grass. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a bag of special material quicksand gold. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a spiritual weapon, the hell-slashing knife. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 80 years of martial arts cultivation. The last reward turned into a ball of light and entered Chu Yun's body. Immediately, Chu Yun's cultivation began to soar all the way, from the middle stage of the 6th level of the 10,000 stone realm, all the way up, the 7th level of the 10,000 stone realm, the 8th level of the 10,000 stone realm, the 9th level of the 10,000 stone realm. In the end, Chu Yun's cultivation stayed at the peak of the 9th level of the 10,000 stone realm, and he was only one step away from entering the mountain and sea realm. Huh, another breakthrough, so cool. Chu Yun laughed. Every time he received a reward for martial arts cultivation, he couldn't help but be very happy, just like playing a game. No matter how much equipment he got, it was not as gratifying as his experience bar rising. After the fishing, Chu Yun returned to his residence. He did not forget what he had promised Ali. As soon as he came back, he took out the blue stone door and placed it in his bedroom. After taking out the firegrass spirit seeds he had just caught, he pushed the door open and walked in. It was still the same sea of flowers. However, there was a clear difference from half a day ago. There were many more spiritual flowers and strange grasses in the sea of flowers. There were all kinds of them, but they were all thriving. It was hard to imagine that they were just seeds not long ago, but here, they were able to grow wildly at an unreasonable speed. Ah, you're back. Ali's surprised voice came from the depths of the garden, where the dog was circling around Ali's skirt. Seeing the owner coming, he did not react at all and continued to follow Ali's butt. Chu Yun couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then a smile appeared on his face. He walked forward and said, "I'm back. Thank you very much for your extended spirit fruit. It has played a very good effect, saving the life of my elder. This is the spirit seed I just got. Please accept it." As he said, Chu Yun handed the prepared spirit seed of the fire grass to Ali. Another new spirit seed. Great. Ali took the spirit seed. Her eyes began to light up again. For her, Being able to harvest some new spirit seeds and cultivate them to grow up is undoubtedly the happiest thing for her. Chu Yun looked at the spiritual flowers and herbs in the garden that were close to maturity, and said, back then, Bei Xian was able to create such a large sect like the Zengxian sect on her own. You must have put in a lot of effort in it. At least the supply of spiritual medicines is absolutely indispensable. Yes, Sister Bei often praises me like this. Ali nodded, looked at Chu Yun, and said, do you also want to create a sect? I can help you. Chu Yun was stunned for a moment when he heard it, and then he touched his nose with a bitter smile and said, I haven't thought about it much, but if I create a sect, there will be too many things to take care of. I probably won't do it. It seems a bit troublesome. You are so lazy. Ali pointed it out mercilessly, and then said with a smile, but it's better not to set up a sect. Since Sister Bei told me that she wanted to create a sect, she has become very busy. She often doesn't come to see me for several days in a row. It won't be fun if you get busy too. Chu Yun smiled bitterly and nodded. Only a pure person like Ali could say such unrestrained words without hiding her thoughts. It can be seen that Bei Xian protected Ali's heart very well and should not let other disciples of the Zengxian sect have too much contact with her. Then, besides Sister Bei, has anyone else come here? For example, disciples of the Zengxian sect. When Chu Yun asked this question, Ali also gave a positive answer and said, yes, Sister Bei used to let some disciples of the Zengxian sect come in and chat with me. But once, a disciple told me that she wanted me to secretly give her some spiritual medicine and asked me to keep it secret. After I gave it to her, I don't know how Sister Bei knew about it, and then she never let those disciples in again. Sure enough, Chu Yun smiled bitterly. Bei Xian was indeed afraid that those disciples would lead Ali astray, so later she didn't let those disciples enter the Bluestone Gate at all. After chatting with Ali for a while, Chu Yun left. After returning to the bedroom, he looked at the patterns on the Bluestone Gate and became thoughtful. He remembered that Ali said that Bei Xian, the leader of the Zengxian sect, had comprehended the Earth-grade technique Zengxian Qinyu by observing the patterns on the Bluestone Gate and opened the gate. This means that the gate itself contains some mysteries. Perhaps Ali is a spirit-like existence. If I can fully see through the mystery of this Bluestone Gate, I may be able to completely control it. If it is used as a magic weapon, the grade of this gate is definitely above the heavenly grade, and it may even be a higher grade. Its functions must be more than this, right? Chu Yun thought. So, he extended his sleep time a little later, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to observe the patterns. Ding, you have unused martial arts comprehension. Do you want to use it? The system prompt sounded, and Chu Yun naturally chose to use it. He now has 50 to 60 years of comprehension left, and it is undoubtedly worth using it to comprehend the secrets of this door. However, Chu Yun's exploration surprised him. Even though the flow rate of this martial arts comprehension was flowing rapidly in units of 10 years, the perception he gained was very ordinary. It's not that Chu Yun's comprehension is too poor, but because he has learned the Earth-grade technique Zengxian Qinyu, and has a sufficient understanding of the Tao patterns on this door that are easy to understand. Now it will naturally become more difficult to chew on those Tao patterns that are higher than the Earth-grade level. However, fortunately, Chu Yun did not gain nothing. After using up these 50 to 60 years of comprehension, Chu Yun's understanding of Zengxian Qinyu has reached a higher level. Originally, the true God King Yuanju was only a ground-grade technique, but now, after Chu Yun's deep understanding, it has been moving towards the heaven grade. Although it is not a true heaven grade technique, it is always half a step to the heaven grade, and the power of the technique has also reached a higher level. Correspondingly, Chu Yun's mastery of the Bluestone Gate has also taken a step closer. Because of the restrictions of the Bluestone Gate, only those who have learned the true God King Yuanju can enter it. Now, Chu Yun has a deeper control over the gate and can grant the right to enter the gate to others, without requiring others to learn the true God King Yuanju before entering. This is undoubtedly a very good progress, because the defense of the Bluestone Gate is very strong. The attacks of the mountain and sea realm cannot shake it in the slightest. If Chu Yun wants to protect some people, he can let them enter the Bluestone Gate to achieve the effect of shelter. Chapter 59 The Chief Shopkeeper. The next morning, Chu Yun woke up naturally, and then, as usual, he left Zheoqingfeng and went to the library. When he pushed open the door of the library, the familiar system prompt sound did not sound in his mind. Chu Yun looked around, but did not see Zhu Bo. Chu Yun could not help but sigh, and walked into Zhu Bo's hut, and found that the room was very tidy, but there was no one. Obviously, Zhu Bo had left. They had said goodbye yesterday, so Chu Yun was not surprised by this, but he felt a little melancholy. He turned around, left the library, and walked around the sect. Chu Yun's current status in Yuan sect is obviously extraordinary. Compared with when he was just reborn, he is not treated as a human being at all. No matter where he goes, he can see a group of disciples looking at him with respect and curiosity. This certainly does not make Chu Yun feel flattered. He only cares about one thing, that is, he has not triggered a task in Yuan sect for a long time. Even the daily sweeping task of the library was terminated because of Zhu Bo's departure. It seems that it's time to leave. Chu Yun exhaled. Then, he went to Mingzhou Peak and went straight to the main hall on the top of the peak to find the sect master Shang Yu and Zenran. Has Elder Zhu left? Shang Yu and Zenran saw Chu Yun and asked directly. Now in his opinion, Zhu Bo is undoubtedly a very important person who needs constant attention. Chu Yun nodded, and then he also got straight to the point and said, "It's boring to stay in this sect for a long time. I want to go out and gain some experience." "Sure, where are you going?" Shang Yu and Zenran asked. Chu Yun thought for a while and said, "Let's go to Linghai Giant City first. It should be fun there." Linghai Giant City is the core of Linghai Territory and the capital of Linghai Territory designated by Sanji Dynasty. The domain master of Linghai Territory is in this Linghai Giant City. According to the rules summarized by Chu Yun, the more important the place, the easier it is to trigger some high-quality tasks. Then Linghai City is undoubtedly a wider place that can allow Chu Yun to trigger higher-level tasks. Upon hearing this, Shang Yu and Zenran seemed relieved. Then he looked at Chu Yun with a half-smile and said, "I thought you wanted to be like your heartless master, running wild outside and never being found." "Heartless master?" Chu Yun touched his nose and said strangely, "It's fine if Uncle Yuling said that, but you said that too, sect master. Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood?" Shang Yu and Zenran glared at him and said, "There's nothing to misunderstand. I would say the same thing to your unruly, unrighteous, and conscienceless master even to his face." Okay. Chu Yun waved his hand and didn't want to talk to him about this. He said, "Anyway, I plan to go to Linghai Giant City. I hope sect master can approve it." "Sure." Shang Yu and Zenran quickly suppressed his anger and regained his smiling face. He said, "It just so happens that after Li Dairun's downfall, there was some trouble in Linghai Giant City. I just received the news and was having a headache about it. Now you're here at the right time. Since you took the initiative to volunteer, all the matters over there will be handed over to you." Chu Yun had a bad feeling and said, "What's the trouble? Why do I feel like I've inherited a mess?" Shang Yu and Zenran laughed and waved his hand, saying, "How could it be? It's just some simple tests. I believe that for a young man like you who is full of potential, it's not a big deal. It can also allow you to experience more trials and grow more stable." "What a good thing." As he said that, Shang Yu and Zenran seemed to be unable to fool people anymore. He laughed and stood up, saying, "Come on, when are you going to leave? If there is nothing important, why not leave now? The situation over there is very urgent. We urgently need a person who can take the lead." "Hey, wait." Chu Yun wanted to say something, but Shang Yu and Zenran had already pulled him out of the door and came directly to Zhang Yang Square. At this moment, on the square, there was a middle-aged man with a goatee who looked very haggard and was dusty. He was waiting for something. When he saw Shang Yu and Zenran and Chu Yun coming, he immediately went to meet them. "Shopkeeper Yang, you've come just in time." When Shang Yu and Zenran saw the goatee, he immediately smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. This is our Yuan sect's senior brother Chu Yun. I'll give him full responsibility for the Linghai Giant City. You should focus on assisting him in the future. I believe we will get through this difficult time." As he spoke, he brought Chu Yun to the goatee, patted Chu Yun on the shoulder, and then pointed to the flying monster on the side and said, "You guys can set off now, I'm counting on you." Chu Yun's mouth twitched, but he saw that Shang Yu and Zenran had already turned around and left after he finished speaking. "Ahem, Yang, meet the shopkeeper." On the side, the middle-aged man with a goatee looked at Chu Yun and cupped his hands to him. The chief treasurer. Chu Yun touched his chin, and could not help but be a little surprised. He said, "The sect master has given me the position of the chief treasurer of Linghai Giant City?" "That's right." The treasurer Yang nodded and said, "I returned to the sect this time because the original chief treasurer of Linghai Giant City, Li Feng, escaped. So I came to ask the sect master to appoint a new chief treasurer to manage the affairs of Linghai Giant City." Linghai Giant City, as the center of Linghai region, is naturally not something that Yuan sect can give up. Many years ago, it sent people to the city to establish a Yuan pavilion. This pavilion is directly under Yuan sect, and the pavilion master is concurrently served by the sect master Shang Yu and Zenran. The actual highest commander is the chief treasurer, who is responsible for selling and operating some items in Linghai Giant City, including cultivation resources, martial arts, etc. At the same time, he is also responsible for organizing hunting, ruins exploration and other matters. Previously, the affairs of Linghai Giant City have always been handled by the lineage of the great elder Li Dairun, and the chief treasurers of all generations have also been disciples of the Li family. This time, Li Dairun united with the Demon Heart sect and betrayed the sect, but ended up being doomed. The forces of the Li family and Yuan sect were liquidated one after another, and Linghai City was not immune. However, because the two places were far apart, Li Feng, the head of the Li family who was stationed in Linghai City, learned the news of failure in advance. He was unwilling to be liquidated, so he directly defected with many Li family disciples and confidants in Yuan Pavilion. This is why Yang, the head of the Yuan sect, came to Yuan sect to ask the new head of the Yuan sect to take charge of the overall situation. "I see." Chu Yun nodded. After listening to Yang's words, he felt that this job was not bad. Although it would be a mess to take over, the Yuan Pavilion, without the cancer of the Li family, was like a transparent white paper. With his strength and means, he could do whatever he wanted and manipulate it as he wanted. The degree of freedom was quite high. Moreover, facing such a troublesome situation, Chu Yun didn't believe that the system would not issue some tasks. Maybe when he arrived at Linghai Giant City, a valuable task would be triggered immediately. "Let's go. Let's go now." Chu Yun waved his hand, pulled Yang's shoulder affectionately, and walked towards the flying monster. "Big shopkeeper, slow down." "Oh, how can this be?" Shopkeeper Yang was walking with Chu Yun's arm around his shoulder. His face was in a panic, and he couldn't help looking around while walking, for fear that other people would see this improper scene. Chu Yun didn't care, and laughed. "Although I am the chief shopkeeper, I am still young and don't know many things. When we arrive at Linghai Giant City, I will still rely on your rich experience." Shopkeeper Yang: "Oh, it's really rude. I haven't asked Shopkeeper Yang your name after seeing you for so long." Alas! Shopkeeper Yang was pulled to sit on the back of the flying monster. At this moment, he finally accepted the fact that his new boss was a very unreliable guy, and couldn't help but sigh. Then, he cupped his hands and said, "It's not a matter of name. My name is Yang Yuan, and the chief shopkeeper can just call me Shopkeeper Yang." "Okay, old Yang, no problem, old Yang." Chu Yun nodded. The flying monster slowly took off. Chu Yun looked at Shopkeeper Yang, who had a pessimistic face and kept looking down, as if he wanted to go back and talk to Master Shang Yuan, asking Master Shang Yuan to change his appearance as a shopkeeper. He couldn't help but laugh, patted Shopkeeper Yang's shoulder affectionately, and said, "Don't be so sad. Isn't it just that Li Feng and his men ran away? We can recruit more people if we are short of people. There is a shortage of everything in this world, except talent. It's not just people that are lacking. There are also goods." Shopkeeper Yang sighed. What do you mean?" Chu Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he had a very bad premonition. Shopkeeper Yang stared at him with tired eyes and said, "Do you think that Li Feng and the others will just leave so easily?" At that time, the entire Yuan Pavilion was under the control of Li Feng. Before leaving, Li Feng not only withdrew all the people, but also took away all the goods in the warehouse. Now Yuan Pavilion is just an empty shell. Chu Yun was stunned for several seconds after hearing this, and then the corner of his mouth twitched and he said, "What goods? Are all gone?" Shopkeeper Yang nodded with a heavy face. "What did the sect leader say?" Chu Yun asked hurriedly. "Did the sect leader agree to restock our supplies?" Shopkeeper Yang shook his head and said, "The sect leader said that Yuan sect has just experienced a great war and the material losses are extremely serious. For the time being, they no longer have the spare capacity to support Linghai Giant City. The new shopkeeper can only find a way to solve the problem himself. You are the new shopkeeper." Damn it! Chu Yun's eyes went dark, and the flying monster had already taken off. At this moment, Ming Zhao Peak looked like a small black dot to him, but he had an urge to jump down. He slapped his thigh and said, "I'm not leaving, I'm not leaving." "Isn't this cheating me, Master Shang Yuan? You are not a human being." Chapter 60, Evil Spirit Mountains. Chu Yun didn't leave in the end. It wasn't because he was afraid of heights, nor because of the advice of Shopkeeper Yang, but because of the system prompt. Ding. Task triggered. Stage task. Become the shopkeeper of Yuan Pavilion. Task objective: help Yuan Pavilion overcome difficulties and make Yuan Pavilion operate normally. Time limit is 60 days. Task reward: 1 heaven grade bait, 3 earth grade baits. Okay, I figured it out. Chu Yun was interrupted by the system task before he could make a fuss. He soon fell into a sage state, calmed down, and began to think about how to solve the current predicament of Yuan Pavilion. However, his actions seemed even more strange in the eyes of Shopkeeper Yang, which made the old shopkeeper, whose hair was becoming increasingly sparse, feel even heavier in his heart. The current situation of Yuan Pavilion is so tragic that it can no longer be described as a mess, because a mess at least has a stall, but the current Yuan Pavilion has nothing. There are no people and no goods. What kind of business is this? This dog Shang Yuan Zenren asked me to go to Linghai Juking to be the chief shopkeeper, probably because he saw that I had a close relationship with Zhu Bo and thought that my family was rich and I could help Yuan Pavilion solve the problem out of my own pocket, right? Chu Yun was so angry that his teeth itched, but he had to admit that Shang Yuan Zenren had made the right choice, because his family was really rich. Showdown. In fact, I am a billionaire. But in fact, Shang Yuan Zenren was not a pure swindler, because in Linghai Juking, the chief shopkeeper's words were the final word. During the period when the Li family was in power, it maintained a very high degree of independence, basically existing in parallel with the Yuan sect, and could be regarded as the personal power of the Li family. Originally, the Yuan sect had very weak control over the Yuan Pavilion. It neither invested too many resources in the Yuan Pavilion nor collected any benefits from the Yuan Pavilion. Now that the Yuan Pavilion has encountered difficulties, if Shang Yuan Zenren has money, he can certainly inject resources, take over this stall, and manage it himself in the future. But the problem now is that Shang Yuan Zenren himself has no money, having just finished a 4-sect war, with the main field still in Yuan sect. Shang Yuan Zenren consumed too much and was no longer able to take back the Yuan Pavilion. In that case, whoever has the ability and the family background can go and prop up this stall. After Yuan Pavilion becomes prosperous, it can continue to be independent as it was when the Li family was in power. Isn't this a good deal? It is precisely because of this that Chu Yun did not curse too harshly now. Otherwise the grave of Shang Yuan Zenren's family would have smoke coming out today. On the way, Shopkeeper Yang was silent all the time, sighing from time to time. Judging from his appearance, he was probably thinking about what he should do as the shopkeeper after the collapse of Yuan Pavilion. Ahem. Chu Yun coughed twice and said, "Old Yang, what is the actual situation of Yuan Pavilion now? Since all the goods are gone, how many people are left?" Shopkeeper Yang was silent for a moment, and in the spirit of professionalism, he still answered, to reply to the big shopkeeper. Now in Yuan Pavilion, the senior staff are basically 9 out of 10. Yuan Pavilion has a total of 9 shopkeepers, in charge of different things. Now of these 9 shopkeepers, there are only 2 people left, Shopkeeper Song and I. The remaining 7 people are either from the Li family or have close ties with the Li family, and they have all left. The corner of Chu Yun's mouth twitched, and he cursed inwardly that the Li family was really nepotism in employing people. However, this also has its advantages. That is, capable people will basically be excluded by the Li family's cronies. In this way, perhaps he will meet many talented people who are not appreciated in Yuan Pavilion, and then he can promote them to be his own team. Then, he paused and asked, "What about the grassroots personnel?" "The loss in this regard is not great." Shopkeeper Yang spoke slowly and finally gave a pleasant answer. The location of Linghai Giant City is not the center of Linghai region, but the northern edge of Linghai region, close to the location of the Evil Spirit Mountains. As mentioned earlier, the prefecture where Linghai region is located is called Zhenbai Prefecture. The meaning of this name is that it is guarding the Evil Spirit Mountains located in the north of Tangji Dynasty. In this world, not all monsters hate humans. However, some monsters stand firmly on the opposite side of humans, because their cultivation methods need to absorb human essence, especially the essence of human warriors. Within the human race, monsters are usually divided into 2 types. One is ordinary monsters, and the other is demons. The monsters in the Evil Spirit Mountains belong to the latter. Why can we often hear news of beast tides destroying sects and slaughtering humans in Linghai region? It is because the monsters in the Evil Spirit Mountains are all monsters that absorb human essence. Those demons can choose to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and practice steadily like ordinary demons, but they prefer to take a different approach and absorb the essence of humans to break through quickly. Therefore, humans and demons are undoubtedly mortal enemies. This extreme opposition is even deeper than the hatred between the righteous sect and the demon sect, because this is the hatred between races and natural enemies. Therefore, the Tangji dynasty established the Zhenbai mansion outside the Evil Spirit Mountains. Many large domains in the mansion, such as the Linghai domain, placed the capital on the borderline. The purpose is to resist the pressure of the Evil Spirit Mountains and prevent demons from entering the hinterland of the Tangji dynasty to harm the human race. After 3 days and 3 nights of flying, Chu Yun and shopkeeper Yang finally arrived outside the Linghai Giant City. When people were in the sky, Chu Yun looked in the direction of advance. Although they were close to the Linghai Giant City, the first thing Chu Yun saw was still the huge Evil Spirit Mountains. Sometimes, an environment will be affected by the creatures living on it. This is the reason why the saying goes that a mountain is not high, but it is spiritual if there are immortals. And the Evil Spirit Mountain range in front of us is particularly gloomy and cold because of the rampant demons, full of killing and bloody brutality. It's not safe here. There are man-eating demons everywhere in the mountains. Some of them not only like to absorb the air, but also like to eat human flesh. If it is not necessary, the shopkeeper had better not leave the city. Shopkeeper Yang's voice sounded beside Chu Yun. It was not to scare Chu Yun, but just a kind reminder. Chu Yun grinned and showed a weird smile. Eating people. If he really encounters it, he wants to see who eats whom. Then I have to carry some pepper powder and chili powder with me when I go out in the future. I don't know if they taste good, Chu Yun muttered. Shopkeeper Yang shook his head. Seeing Chu Yun's nonchalant look, he felt even heavier in his heart. He didn't know how long Yuan Pavilion could last in the hands of this young master. The flying monster slowly landed on a wide platform outside the Linghai Giant City. Because this is a border city with a high defensive nature, the procedures for entering the city are relatively cumbersome. Not only does it need to confirm the identity of the entrance, but the airspace of the Linghai Giant City is also expressly prohibited. Any strong man in the mountain and sea realm cannot fly in the city, otherwise the guards of the city lord's mansion have the right to shoot you down. The same is true for flying monsters. Outsiders who fly over can only stop outside the city. After completing the procedures, they can walk into the city. The management is very strict. The flying monster stopped in the square. Chu Yun walked down, and shopkeeper Yang followed him. Although the square is large, there are not many people, because flying monsters are luxury goods that only large forces have when they go out, and it is difficult for ordinary people to ride. At this time, the guards under the city lord's mansion came up. Chu Yun did not move, and saw shopkeeper Yang walk over with a faint smile on his face. "So it's shopkeeper Yang from Yuan Pavilion. Are you back from doing some business?" The guard was obviously familiar with shopkeeper Yang, and there was a flattering smile in his words. Although the current situation of Yuan Pavilion is very bad, in the eyes of outsiders, Yuan Pavilion is still a major force in Linghai Giant City that cannot be underestimated. After all, Yuan sect is one of the top 3 sects in Linghai region, on par with Linyuan sect and Yuang sect, and its status is second only to the city lord's mention of Linghai Giant City. But of course, this second only refers to the gap between the first and second levels. It sounds not far apart, but in fact, it is a world of difference. First of all, the owner of the city lord's mansion, Qin Wuji, the city lord of Linghai Giant City, also serves as the lord of Linghai region, commanding all matters in Linghai region. He is the ambassador appointed by the Tanji dynasty to guard the border, and has a huge dynasty as a backing. And Qin Wuji's own strength is also far beyond the 3 major sects by 1 level, reaching the Nirvana realm, which is higher than the mountain and sea realm. This alone has crushed the 3 major sects. So, if you meet someone from the city lord's mansion, you might as well keep a low profile. They are from the government, we are from the sect, and sound impressive, but in fact, we are just ordinary people. After completing the entry procedures, Manager Yang led Chu Yun into the city. As they walked, he patiently introduced the situation of the forces in Linghai City. Although he believed that under Chu Yun's leadership, Yuan Pavilion was hopeless, Linghai City was not as free as in the sect after all. There were many things to pay attention to, and the city lord's mansion was undoubtedly the most noteworthy one. If Chu Yun accidentally offended the city lord's mansion, it would be a big trouble. Not only would it bring trouble to himself, but also to the sect. "Oh, I see." Chu Yun nodded, and then asked, "Then, in addition to the city lord's mansion, are there any other powerful forces in Linghai City?" "Of course there are." Shopkeeper Yang nodded and replied, "Like our Yuan Pavilion, Linyuan sect and Yuang sect have also established their own Linyuan Pavilion and Yuang Pavilion in the Linghai area. Their daily business model is roughly the same as ours. In addition, there are the forces of Linghai City itself. For example, the 4 major families, the Sun family, the Qi family, the Zuo family, and the Zhao family, are all local forces in Linghai City. The time of inheritance is no shorter than that of our Yuan sect. Although they are families, their scale and size are extraordinary and should not be underestimated. And then, there are neutral forces like Tanxia Money House, which is the largest money house in the Tanji dynasty. It is distributed in any giant city belonging to the Tanji dynasty. It is also an official force. "Oh?" Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. He could understand what shopkeeper Yang said earlier, but he didn't quite understand what Tanxia Money House said later. A nationwide chain of banks like this should be considered an official force. But how come shopkeeper Yang said it was considered an official force? He asked this question, and shopkeeper Yang explained, "The reason why we say it is considered an official force is that the founder of Tanxia Money House was Empress Zhu, the empress of the founding emperor of the Tanji dynasty. Since then, the managers of Tanxia Money House have always been the Zhu family. Every emperor of the Tanji dynasty would marry a woman from the Zhu family as his empress. So Tanxia Money House is not an official force in name, but in fact, it is almost the same as an official force." Chapter 61 Yuan Pavilion. Chu Yun thought, this is a big difference. Perhaps in the early days of the Tanji dynasty, the founding emperor and Queen Zhu were one and the same, and it didn't make much difference who owned the world's money houses. But as time went on, the world's money houses were always controlled by the Zhu family. At this time, the Zhu family was no longer an appendage of the queen, but became an independent and powerful individual. It was so powerful that the royal family could not forcibly annex it, and could only maintain close cooperation between the two sides through marriage. But this kind of cooperation was ultimately just cooperation for the benefit. Just imagine, which emperor would want to hand over the financial power of a bank to someone outside the royal family? Presumably, Queen Zhu must have been extremely powerful at the time to be able to take the financial power of the entire dynasty into her own hands. Chu Yun thought secretly, in the fantasy world, Everyone has the potential to become a strong person who can move mountains and seas. If a female queen is extremely powerful, she will definitely not be reduced to an appendage of the emperor like in the ancient Celestial Empire. Perhaps when the Tangji dynasty was founded, the queen's strength was enough to rival that of the emperor, so she was able to win financial power for the Zhou family. However, Chu Yun didn't know the truth of these things, and he was just guessing. Shaking his head, Chu Yun stopped thinking about these things. The most urgent task now was to think about how to keep the empty shell of Yuan Pavilion going. The system task required normal operation for 60 days, which sounded simple, but it was not so easy to make such an empty shell operate normally. "We're here." Shopkeeper Yang took Chu Yun to a prosperous area in the XC area and pointed to the building complex in the middle. Chu Yun looked ahead and saw a large 8-story attic building in front of him. Each floor was as wide as a square. Behind the tall building, there were layers of courtyards, which looked very magnificent. On the top of the tall building, there was a gold-plated plaque. On it were 3 large characters written in a flamboyant style, "Yuan Pavilion, Magnificent." Chu Yun nodded, looking at the building complex, and nodded with great satisfaction. Shopkeeper Yang smiled bitterly and said, "Fortunately, when Li Feng and his friends left, they were eager to escape and afraid of alarming others, so they did not cause any damage to Yuan Pavilion. Otherwise, I think if there was enough time, what you see now might be a ruin." Chu Yun couldn't help laughing when he heard this, because he found that Shopkeeper Yang still had a sense of humor, which was good and satisfied him. "Go in and take a look," Chu Yun said, and walked into the first floor of the 8-story attic. Because of the existence of the Tangji dynasty, there are also regulatory issues among the people. For example, the people are not allowed to wear clothes embroidered with dragons, and the people are not allowed to wear official and court robes privately. There are also clear requirements for buildings, that is, they cannot exceed 9 floors. No matter how high the building is, it cannot exceed 9 floors. Because 9 is the number of extremes, and the emperor is called the supreme ruler. Only the royal buildings can be built to the 9th floor, not to mention ordinary people. Even officials are not allowed to build 9-story buildings privately. If they dare to offend, they will be charged with a great disrespect. Therefore, the high-rise building of Yuan Pavilion is indeed magnificent, but it only has 8 floors. If you build the 9th floor, you will lose your head. Chu Yun walked into the first floor of Yuan Pavilion, and Shopkeeper Yang followed him. In the past, there were people coming and going in Yuan Pavilion, but now it seems deserted and cold. After all, people with some information channels basically know what happened to Yuan Pavilion recently. Even the goods are gone. Who would come here to do business? There were no customers in the pavilion, so the staff of Yuan Pavilion were naturally lazy, and even the people standing at the door to greet customers had gone to rest, which made Shopkeeper Yang frown. "Where are the people? Where did they go?" Shopkeeper Yang shouted loudly. As soon as the voice fell, several figures suddenly stood up on the bench in the reception area on the first floor. They were angry at first, thinking that someone was looking for trouble, but when they saw that the person who spoke was Shopkeeper Yang, their faces suddenly changed, and they hurriedly smiled and came over. "Oh, Shopkeeper, you're back so soon." The staff smiled apologetically. "Stop smiling at me. I have something to do today and I will settle it with you another day," Shopkeeper Yang said viciously, then winked at the servants and said, "Go now and call everyone over. The new shopkeeper is here. Don't be impolite." As soon as the voice fell, the guys took a glance and saw Chu Yun looking around. They suddenly realized and quickly changed to a more respectful attitude. They bowed to Chu Yun first, and then left one after another to call people from the pavilion. Yuan Pavilion is huge in scale. There are hundreds of clerks in the pavilion, and most of them live in the building complex at the back. This 8-story attic is only used for office and reception. When there is nothing to do, the people in the pavilion basically rest in the back. Chu Yun walked around the attic for a few times. Every aspect of the attic looked very impressive, which made him very satisfied. It was obvious that the Li family had spared no effort in building their own territory. It was obvious that they had invested a lot of money. Now that he had taken over, Chu Yun was naturally very happy. Soon, all the people in Yuan Pavilion gathered here. Meet the big boss. Hundreds of people stood in the lobby on the first floor, lined up very neatly, and bowed to Chu Yun. Chu Yun nodded, his face expressionless, but he had a strange feeling in his heart, because the scene looked too serious, as if a gangster was selecting people in his own gang before preparing to chop people. This is the eldest brother of Yuan sect, Chu Yun, and the new chief treasurer of Yuan Pavilion appointed by Shangyu and Xinran. You should be more open-minded in the future, shopkeeper Yang said in a deep voice, and then came to Chu Yun and said, Chief Treasurer, let me introduce you. This is shopkeeper Song Lin, who is in charge of the account office. Shopkeeper Yang said, pointing to the old man standing in the front of the crowd. He was white-haired, but his eyes were shining and he looked very shrewd. Then, shopkeeper Yang pointed to the middle-aged man behind shopkeeper Song and said, these are the deacons in Yuan Pavilion. They are in charge of all kinds of things. For example, this one is Deacon Zhang Chenlin, who is in charge of the business of spiritual medicine sales. This one is Deacon Zhu Gui, who is in charge of monster hunting. This one. Chu Yun listened patiently and remembered the faces of these deacons and the things they were in charge of. Every deacon who was called would step forward, nod to Chu Yun calmly, and say meet the chief treasurer. During the process, Chu Yun just nodded and didn't say much. After shopkeeper Yang introduced the identities of all the deacons, he stepped forward. Ahem. Chu Yun clenched his fist and cleared his throat. Looking at the crowd, he said, everyone, shopkeeper Yang has introduced me just now. My name is Chu Yun, and I am the eldest brother of Yuan sect. Some of you are from the sect, and some are from Linghai Jukan, but these are not important. I only look at the ability of people. You should have stayed in this Yuan Pavilion for a long time and know what kind of environment it is. From my observation when I first arrived, this seems to be a place that emphasizes rules. The rules I mentioned are not a good word. Although I haven't asked shopkeeper Yang about this, I guess that when the Li family controlled Yuan Pavilion in the past, they should have liked to set rules for you, right? Chu Yun paused here and didn't continue, but observed the reaction of the crowd. When his voice fell, it was obvious that the members of Yuan Pavilion present all showed the same emotion on their faces, a kind of memory and a kind of boredom. It seems that what I said is right. Chu Yun nodded and continued, the Li family in Yuan sect, headed by the great elder Li Dairun, colluded with the Demon Heart sect and harmed their fellow disciples. I don't need to elaborate on how bad their behavior is. In Yuan Pavilion, the Li family also appointed people based on personal connections. 7 of the 9 shopkeepers are their own people. Such behavior is simply outrageous. I believe that many knowledgeable people in the pavilion should have been dissatisfied with this for a long time, right? After these words fell, a burst of discussions and whispers sounded in the crowd. Chu Yun's words resonated with them, because the Yuan Pavilion in the past was indeed like this. When Li Feng was in power, he only promoted his own confidence, and even suppressed those who were unwilling to submit to him, and pushed them to the margins. There were quite a few people who were suppressed by Li Feng because they refused to kowtow. It is also because of this that the overall strength of Yuan Pavilion, among the 3 major pavilions in Linghai City, has a huge gap with the other 2, Lin Yuan Pavilion and Yuang Pavilion. Today, everything will be different. Chu Yun and other people's discussions gradually faded, and then he spoke in a deep voice, saying, the current Yuan Pavilion is in a dangerous period. I don't need to say this, you all understand it, and I have said before that I only look at the ability of people when I employ them, and never appoint people based on personal connections. I don't have any relatives to appoint. In Yuan sect, I was born in the most remote Xiaoqingfeng. None of you are a disciple of Xiaoqingfeng, and most people have never seen me. You don't have to worry that I will favor anyone with personal emotions. I only look at your strength. Now, I hope that everyone can take the initiative and recommend themselves. If anyone feels that their skills are qualified for a better position, you stand up. I will let the 2 shopkeepers assign you some tasks. If you can complete them, you can get this position. I'm leaving my words here today, and they are as good as gold. As the voice fell, there was an uproar in the crowd. Shopkeepers Yang and Song looked at each other, and both showed surprise in their eyes. They were totally surprised by Chu Yun's bold move. But This was a stone that caused 1,000 waves. Li Feng's defection took away all the people close to the Li family, and those who stayed were either ordinary marginal people or potential talents who had been suppressed by the Li family. Now, Chu Yun asked these people to recommend themselves, hoping to quickly select some available talents to serve as his team to manage Yuan Pavilion. As long as the other party has the ability, they can be used. It is natural and right. What can I say? And this kind of thing cannot be done by others. Only he, a new official with 3 fires, can do it during his tenure, otherwise it will be too late. Amid the discussion, the hundreds of people present looked at each other, and seemed to be hesitant about what Chu Yun said. And at this moment, a figure took the initiative to walk out of the crowd, took a step forward, took a deep breath, and said, "Boss, my name is Liu Chang. I think I can be the deacon in charge of the taming of monsters." Chu Yun's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked at Boss Yang and Boss Song and asked, "What impression do you two have of this brother Liu Chang?" Boss Song thought silently for a moment and shook his head. Shopkeeper Yang thought for a moment and said, "Liu Chang has worked in the monster taming department for 5 or 6 years. When I went to get monsters in the past, I often saw him. He worked very hard. Logically speaking, he should have been promoted after so many years, but I don't know why he has always been an ordinary worker." Liu Chang blushed and answered loudly, to reply to Shopkeeper Yang, "I should have been promoted. But one time when I was drinking, I had a fight with Deacon Li's brother-in-law, and then I have been working until today." Approved. Chu Yun waved his hand and said, "Let us see your method of taming monsters later." If you can pass Shopkeeper Yang's discerning eyes, the position of Deacon will be yours. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62, Chicken Blood. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar at the scene. When Liu Chang heard the words, his face flushed with excitement, and his body trembled a little. Obviously, for him who had been on the bench for many years, this opportunity to be directly promoted to deacon is extremely important. Normally, he couldn't even get a squad leader, but now he is going to become a formal deacon in one step. In the division of Yuan Pavilion, the highest level is naturally the big shopkeeper, and below are 9 shopkeepers, and the shopkeepers are in charge of different things, and there are multiple deacons under them. The deacons are divided into several teams, and each team has a squad leader. Liu Chang has worked in Yuan Pavilion for so many years, but he is just a small ordinary guy, not even a squad leader. He stood up this time with the intention of bargaining with Chu Yun. After all, he understands the principle of getting a big plan and a small plan. In fact, as long as he can get a position as a squad leader, he will be very satisfied. But who would have thought? Chu Yun didn't even bargain, and directly confirmed that he could get the position of deacon. For Liu Chang, it was like a meteoric rise to the top. Afterwards, Shopkeeper Yang asked a few people to fetch some untamed monsters and sent them to Liu Chang. Big shopkeeper, 2 shopkeepers. Liu Chang is here to show his ugliness. Liu Chang took a deep breath, and then came to the cages of the first-level monsters, which contained a gray-scaled young horse and a silver-white puppy. Among the monsters that humans have domesticated, in addition to flying monsters, there are also some other types of monsters. For example, this gray-scaled horse is the most common land-based monster. After being domesticated, it is as fast as flying and extremely docile, making it an excellent horsepower. This silvery white puppy, named Snow Wolf Dog, has a very high appearance value because of its fluffy silvery white hair. It is kept as a pet by many ladies from wealthy families. It has a keen sense of smell and can also be used as a sled dog. Although its combat effectiveness and practicality are not high, it is more valuable than the grayscale horse. These 2 monsters are just young beasts, but it takes a while to tame them. An experienced person usually completes it within 3 cups of tea. If you can tame both monsters within 2 cups of tea, you will pass our test. Shopkeeper Yang said to Liu Chang, and shopkeeper Song nodded when he heard it. Liu Chang took a deep breath and opened the iron cage. Monsters are monsters after all, and they are more ferocious than ordinary wild beasts. As soon as the cage door was opened, the grayscale horse rushed out. Although it was a young horse, it was as tall as a man's chest. When it rushed out, it was very imposing. However, Liu Chang, standing on the opposite side, was not in a hurry. He did not carry the young horse head on, but went around to the side of the gray-scaled young horse, followed the young horse's charge, hugged the young horse's neck, and stretched out his legs to trip it. With a thump, the young horse fell to the ground, groaning in pain, and Liu Chang's figure was very agile. He climbed up the young horse's neck like a clever monkey, pressing the young horse to prevent it from standing up. At the same time, Liu Chang used the beast taming technique, holding the young horse's head tightly, and transferring his spiritual power into its mind, forming a brand. Well done. Shopkeeper Yang nodded beside him, looking quite satisfied. Seeing Chu Yun calm, Shopkeeper Yang came forward and explained in a low voice, "Look carefully, shopkeeper." When Liu Chang engraved the mark, his method was not rough, but a rhythm of tension and relaxation. Taming a monster is not that you can succeed if you are stronger than it and beat it. If you do not know how to grasp the monster's emotions and resistance when engraving the mark, forcibly engraving the mark will only fail, and even destroy the monster's spiritual sea. Liu Chang's control is very experienced. In my opinion, ordinary people may not have such skills even if they work for 10 years. Chu Yun heard this and nodded. He did not know much about taming animals, but after only half a cup of tea, Liu Chang had stood up from the ground, and the irritable young horse now stood beside Liu Chang honestly, and did not run away again. It was obviously tamed. Then, Liu Chang did not dare to delay for a moment and went directly to the cage where the snow wolf dog was locked. This snow wolf dog was obviously more irritable and aggressive than the gray-scaled young horse. When Liu Chang reached out to unlock the cage door, it pounced on him and tried to bite Liu Chang's hand. However, Liu Chang's reaction speed was faster. When the other party opened its mouth to bite him, Liu Chang pinched the mouth of the snow wolf dog with his backhand. When his big hand closed, it was like an iron clamp, making it impossible for the snow wolf dog to break free. It tried to retreat with its forepaws, but it couldn't pull its mouth out. Liu Chang just put one hand into the cage, pinched the mouth of the snow wolf dog, and slowly opened the lock with the other hand to open the cage door. Chu Yun clearly saw that the moment the cage door opened, the snow wolf dog's eyes flashed with fear, and struggled more violently, but still couldn't break free. Liu Chang changed his hand and continued to pinch the mouth of the snow wolf dog with the hand that unlocked the cage, and then took the snow wolf dog out of the cage. During the whole process, the mouth of the snow wolf dog was always tightly pinched, and the four claws kicked around, but there was no room for resistance. It could only watch Liu Chang plant the mark on it. Soon, the snow wolf dog stopped struggling, and Liu Chang also put the very beautiful snow wolf dog on the ground, standing with the gray-scaled young horse, looking very well behaved. "Just a cup of tea." Shopkeeper Song nodded and said with a smile. Liu Chang could not hide his excitement when he heard it, and clenched his fists, and then looked at Chu Yun with nervous eyes. Chu Yun smiled slightly, stepped forward, patted Liu Chang on the shoulder, and then faced the crowd and said, "Let us congratulate Deacon Li for proving himself." After that, he took the lead in applauding. Although the guys present did not understand what this action meant, after a moment of stunned, the two shopkeepers also followed suit and applauded. Then, the whole audience applauded like thunder. Liu Chang stood beside Chu Yun, shaking with excitement. After bowing to Chu Yun, he said loudly, "Thank you for the promotion." The shopkeeper, Liu Chang, will fight to the death. No need to be so intense, let's be gentle. Chu Yun blinked at Liu Chang, and then exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking that fortunately, shopkeepers Yang and Song followed the applause in time and saved his face. Otherwise he would be applauding here alone, just like a fool. This world does not have the habit of applauding and celebrating. The herd effect is like this: if one stands up, there will be a second and a third standing up. After Liu Chang, there were also many people who felt that they could go further, so they recommended themselves. Among them, most of them were really capable, and after passing the test, they were promoted to corresponding positions. As for those who failed, their professional skills were not up to par. Although they could not say that they were convinced of their defeat, they still admitted that they were inferior to others. No matter what, it was much better than the previous channels of promotion that only relied on flattery and connections. There were too many better ones. In such a warm atmosphere, most of the day passed quickly. When the positions of deacons and even the heads of the squads were all occupied, Chu Yun glanced at the people present. Unlike the beginning when everyone was in low spirits and serious, most people in Yuan Pavilion were emotionally motivated at this moment. This motivation was not entirely because many people were promoted, but more importantly, everyone present realized that Yuan Pavilion had changed. Today's Yuan Pavilion has undergone a qualitative change from the Yuan Pavilion under the shadow of the Li family, and it is changing in a very good direction. This makes everyone happy and expectant. Now, the only thing that worries everyone is that Li Feng had taken away the materials of Yuan Pavilion before, resulting in the problem that there is no goods to sell in Yuan Pavilion. However, with the arrival of Chu Yun, they all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Chu Yun is the eldest senior brother of Yuan sect. They have the support of Yuan sect. If they have any difficulties, they can ask the sect. Can the sect not lend a hand? Shopkeeper Yang looked at the enthusiasm of the crowd and sighed secretly in his heart. His mind turned cold and he thought of the cold reality again. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The sect was really powerless this time and couldn't lend a hand. However, when Shopkeeper Yang looked at Chu Yun, a glimmer of hope still appeared in his eyes. Judging from Chu Yun's performance and decision-making that day, there was no problem for Chu Yun to take on the position of the chief shopkeeper. It can even be said that he did a very good job. The first time he came here, he immediately boosted the morale of the crowd and gave full play to the subjective initiative of the guys in Yuan Pavilion, especially those who had just been promoted, led by Yu Chang, who would try their best to show their abilities in the next period of time. These people are like a group of fireflies hiding in the dark. After hiding for so many years, they finally have the opportunity to burn. At that moment, it will be a spark that will set the prairie on fire. You may have noticed. Chu Yun raised his hand and made a downward gesture. The discussion at the scene immediately quieted down. He looked around and said, I only appointed the positions of deacons and team leaders. There are still 7 vacancies among the 9 shopkeepers. In the next 2 months, I will set different indicators according to different branches. If one of you deacons can complete the indicators well, he will be awarded the position of shopkeeper. After the voice fell, the crowd was silent for a long time. Then, a cheer suddenly broke out. Wow, burning, this time it's really burning. Chapter 63, Butler Chi. In the evening, Chu Yun, under the arrangement of shopkeeper Yang, came to the most magnificent house in Yuan Pavilion. There was no doubt that this was the residence of the former shopkeeper Li Feng. Chu Yun stepped into it and saw the pavilions, birds singing and flowers blooming. Everywhere was unique and elegant. Every place visible to the naked eye was carefully decorated. Rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. Chu Yun was amazed. As the son of Li Dairun's younger brother, Li Feng was obviously trusted by Li Dairun and controlled the financial power of the Li family. Therefore, he could be so extravagant in Yuan Pavilion, which was surprising. Chu Yun walked around and felt that everything was new. Every arrangement here was very consistent with his perception of the word luxury house. Boss, please stay here. Although some of the maids who originally served Li Feng did not flee with him, we still dismissed them all for safety reasons. There are no maids in this mansion now. Please stay here for 1 day. We will go to recruit someone tomorrow. Boss Yang led Chu Yun to the main house and said apologetically, It's okay. Chu Yun shook his head and said, I'm used to living alone. It's okay not to have a maid. You just need to ask the guys to come and clean up from time to time. There's no need to recruit a maid. Boss Yang thought Chu Yun was being polite and said a few more words, but Chu Yun was very persistent. Boss Yang realized that Chu Yun really didn't need a maid, so he nodded and agreed. After Boss Yang left, Chu Yun walked into the mansion, found a bedroom on the first floor close to the lake and bamboo forest, and lived in it comfortably. He didn't have higher requirements for his residence, and there was nothing too demanding. It was very good to have a place convenient for fishing. At least the conditions here were much better than those of Xiaokingfeng. That night, Chu Yun entered the Bluestone Gate again and chatted with Ali for a while. When he felt a little tired, he went back to the bedroom and fell asleep. The next morning, Chu Yun was awakened by the knock on the door by Yang. "Boss, it's not good." Along with the knock on the door, Yang's voice, anxious and a little flustered, came from outside the door. Chu Yun opened his eyes, frowned slightly, got up from the bed, put on his coat, opened the door and asked, "Old Yang, what happened?" "Let's talk while walking," Yang said, and took Chu Yun to the 8th floor attic of Yuan Pavilion. On the way, Yang told the story. Simply put, the creditor came to the door. Yuan Pavilion does business in Linghai City, and many of the transactions are large. Buyers paid a deposit to Yuan Pavilion and specified a certain amount of goods. Now that the delivery date is approaching, they come to ask for the goods. But all the goods in Yuan Pavilion have been taken away by the bastard Li Feng. Where can we get the goods to hand over to them? This is the order from the city lord's mansion, shopkeeper Yang said in embarrassment. Chu Yun frowned when he heard this. He originally thought that Yuan Pavilion was just an empty shell, but he didn't expect it to be a pit and owed others goods. What will be the consequences if we can't deliver the goods? Chu Yun asked. Shopkeeper Yang sighed and said, "According to the order we signed at that time, if we fail to deliver the goods on time and delay other people's business, we will have to pay 10 times the deposit, which is completely more than the total amount of goods in this transaction, or even more than 3 times, and we certainly can't come up with this money. If you don't pay back the money you owe, especially if you don't pay back the money you signed with the city lord's mansion, then the problem will be even bigger. First of all, Yuan Pavilion will definitely be sealed up by the government, and then naturally the assets will be used to repay the debts. The assets under the name of Yuan Pavilion and this piece of land will all be sold to compensate for the debts owed to others. That seems pretty bad." Chu Yun touched his chin and asked, "Then, how long is it until the delivery date?" 6 days. Shopkeeper Yang sighed. Chu Yun nodded and said comfortingly, "Since there is still time, don't worry, think of a way to collect this batch of goods during this period of time. Right?" "Alas, big shopkeeper, you don't know that this batch of goods requires fur cloaks of 102nd level monster fire foxes. Not only do we have to hunt enough fire foxes, but we also have to make cloaks from them. The production cycle alone is already far more than 6 days. How can we collect them?" Shopkeeper Yang sighed. Chu Yun frowned even more when he heard this. It was really bad. Not long after, he and shopkeeper Yang came to the 2nd floor reception room of Yuan Pavilion. In front of the door outside, there stood 4 armored warriors from the city lord's mansion guard. Even on someone else's territory, they stood straight and their momentum did not diminish. From their posture, we can see the usual style of the city lord's mansion. Chu Yun walked into the reception room and pushed the door open to see a middle-aged man with a long beard sitting and drinking tea. When he saw Chu Yun coming, a faint smile appeared on his face. This should be the eldest disciple of Yuan sect who just came to Linghai City yesterday, Brother Chu Yun, right? The middle-aged man asked with a smile while drinking tea. "That's right." Chu Yun nodded and clasped his fists and said, "May I know your name?" "My surname is Qi, and I am the steward of the city lord's mansion." Steward Qi said indifferently, "What is the purpose of coming here this time?" "I believe that shopkeeper Yang has already told Brother Chu, so I won't beat around the bush." "What advice do you have, Steward Qi?" "Please feel free to tell me." Chu Yun nodded. Butler Qi said, "I know Yuan Pavilion has encountered some problems recently. I'm afraid we may not be able to deliver the previous order. I won't make it difficult for you. If Brother Chu is willing to agree, let Yuan sect help our city lord's mansion do something. Let's forget about the order. What do you think?" "Do something?" Chu Yun paused and said, "What is it?" "We don't know for the time being. We just want a promise from Yuan sect. We will ask you if we need anything in the future." Butler Qi put down the teacup and chuckled. 6 days is enough time for Brother Chu to communicate back and forth with the leader of your sect, right? I know you can't make the decision on this matter, Why don't you send a message back and let the person who can make the decision speak? Chu Yun was silent for a while after hearing this, then he couldn't help laughing and said, Butler Chi, you treat me like a child. Butler Chi squinted his eyes, smiled and said, Brother Chu, you misunderstood, don't think too much. Chu Yun didn't speak, he knew that he had not misunderstood. Butler Chi came here just to ask him to pass on a message. In Butler Chi's view, he had no right to decide whether Yuan sect would agree to this condition or not, and could only act as a messenger. Chapter 64 Taking Advantage of the Fire. It is understandable that Butler Chi would think this way. After all, Chu Yun is too young, at the age of early 20s. Even if he is the first among the disciples of Yuan sect, he is still just a disciple. If the one sitting here today is not Chu Yun, but the peak master of any peak in Yuan sect, then Butler Chi's words will definitely be very different. This is the saying that you should say what you want to say to the person. Therefore, it is reasonable that Chu Yun is underestimated now, and he is not surprised. After a pause, Chu Yun smiled and said, There are still 6 days left. Butler Chi might as well go back and wait. After 6 days, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Okay. Butler Chi nodded, looked at Chu Yun deeply, then got up and left with the guards of the city lord's mansion. After they left, Chu Yun sat down on a chair in the reception room and fell into thought. He actually did not consider Butler Chi's proposal, because Yuan sect is unlikely to agree to such a condition. If it is something specific, it is easy to say, but today they just want a promise that must be kept in the future. If they agree easily, Yuan sect will have a huge handle in the future, which will be in the hands of the city lord's mansion, and it is hard to say what kind of impact it will cause. Based on Chu Yun's understanding of Shangyu and Zenran, he will definitely not agree. If he knows the predicament here, he will probably leave the trouble to Chu Yun himself to solve. Seeing that shopkeeper Yang was staring at him, Chu Yun smiled and said, Old Yang, you know that Yuan sect will never agree to this condition, right? Yes. Shopkeeper Yang nodded and sighed. After all, Yuan Pavilion has been under the control of the Li family for too long, and now the Li family has betrayed the sect. Even if Master Shang Yuan wants to take back Yuan Pavilion, he has no spare power for the time being, let alone agree to such a condition that is very restrictive. So, this time, we can only solve the trouble by ourselves. We must complete this order within 6 days and can't let the city lord's mansion catch us on the tail. Chu Yun was thinking, and there was another sound of footsteps outside. Shopkeeper, Sun Zhang, the young master of the Sun family, is here to visit, the waiter said with a bow. Sun Zhang of the Sun family? Chu Yun looked at shopkeeper Yang, who explained, the Sun family is one of the major family forces in the Linghai giant city. It is very powerful, almost as powerful as our Yuan sect. Chu Yun nodded, and said with a chuckle, they all came to visit on this day. It seems that they all got the news that I, the shopkeeper, will take office soon. As he said that, he nodded to the waiter and said, please bring them in. It's right here. Yes. The waiter took the order and turned away. Not long after, a group of people came in from outside the reception room. The leader was about 25 or 26 years old, handsome and tall, wearing a brocade robe with gold thread, noble and extraordinary. It was the young master of the Sun family, Sun Zhang. This must be Brother Chu, the new chief manager of Yuan Pavilion, right? Sun Zhang walked into the reception room with a faint smile on his face. Seeing Chu Yun sitting in the main seat, he bowed and said politely, I've heard that Yuan Pavilion is in crisis this time. Your sect will send a heavyweight figure to save the situation. I'm honored to meet Brother Chu today. Brother Sun, you're too polite. Chu Yun stood up to return the greeting and asked the Sun family to sit down. After pouring a cup of tea, he asked straight to the point, I wonder if Brother Sun has any advice for you? Haha, Brother Chu is a straightforward person. Since you're so direct, I won't beat around the bush with you. Sun Zhang smiled, a gleam in his eyes, and said, I know that Yuan Pavilion has been in a difficult situation recently, and it still owes a large order to the city lord's mansion. Brother Chu has just arrived and is facing such a predicament. I really can't bear it, so I came here to help Brother Chu solve his problems. Oh, Chu Yun raised his eyebrows, and looked at shopkeeper Yang calmly, waiting for Sun Zhang's next words. Regarding this order from the city lord's mansion, our Sun family can provide the corresponding goods for Yuan Pavilion to help Yuan Pavilion resolve the crisis, Sun Zhang said in a deep voice. Brother Sun's kindness is really flattering, but I don't know what the Sun family wants to get from Yuan Pavilion. Chu Yun laughed. He didn't believe that the Sun family was so kind that they came here specifically to help Yuan Pavilion solve its problems. There was no such good thing in the world. Talking to smart people is simple. Sun Zhang smiled, paused, and said, our Sun family is very interested in a mine outside the Linghai giant city of Yuan Pavilion. I hope Brother Chu can give it up. Chu Yun heard this and nodded in understanding, then looked at shopkeeper Yang, and found that the latter's face had sunk, so he asked, how many times higher is the value of that mine than the goods this time? More than twice, shopkeeper Yang said with gritted teeth. Chu Yun nodded, and then looked at Sun Zhang who was drinking tea, and said, so, Brother Sun came here this time to take advantage of the situation? Haha, Brother Chu, it's too harsh to say so. Sun Zhang's face changed slightly, and then he smiled and said, if Yuan Pavilion cannot complete this order, it will have to pay the city lord's mansion 10 times the deposit. This money is already more than 3 times the total amount of this order, and I came here just to reduce the loss of Yuan Pavilion. On one hand, it is a double loss, and on the other hand, it is a triple loss. No matter how you think about it, it is more cost-effective to agree to our Sun family's request, right? What do you think, Brother Chu? I say, send the guests away. Chu Yun shook his head. Sun Zhang raised his eyebrows and said, Brother Chu, don't be so impatient. We can still talk slowly. No need, old Yang. Please ask Brother Sun and others to leave. Chu Yun raised the teacup. Please come in. Young Master Sunday. Shopkeeper Yang also had a dark face and stood in front of Sun Zhang stiffly, looking like he would not allow any more words to be said. Hey! Seeing this, Sun Zhang could not help but sneer, stood up, and left, saying, Brother Chu is so tough now. I hope you can still be like this in 6 days. The production process of the Firefox cloak is extremely time-consuming, and it is impossible to make it in 6 days. I want to see how you want to complete the order. It won't be long before you regret your decision today. By then, I will wait for you to come to my house and beg me. After that, he waved his sleeves and left with big strides. Chu Yun looked at Sun Zhang's back, and when shopkeeper Yang came back with a worried look on his face, he said, is it true that we can no longer buy the Firefox cloak and its materials outside? Yes. Shopkeeper Yang nodded and sighed. I just asked someone to ask, and all the major business houses in the Linghai city have bought out the related materials. All the major retail companies have bought out the Sun family. Even if there are some scattered retail investors, they can't even get 100 together. Shopkeeper, I'm afraid we're going to suffer a big loss this time. The Sun family is obviously taking advantage of us. Chu Yun sneered and said, don't jump to conclusions. We can't buy them anymore, but we can get these goods from other places. Where? Shopkeeper Yang was stunned. His mind couldn't figure it out for a while. Of course it's in Li Feng's hands. Chu Yun said in a deep voice. All the goods in Yuan Pavilion were swept away by Li Feng. As long as we find him, we can naturally resolve all the current troubles. This. Shopkeeper Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this, and said, Big shopkeeper, it's easy for you to say, but it's too difficult to catch them back. Li Feng and his gang have been on the run for 5 or 6 days. Such a long time is enough for them to be far away from Linghai Giant City. If we can catch them, we would have caught them long ago. No, it's not that simple. Chu Yun shook his head and said, if only Li Feng escaped, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to hunt him down. But the problem is that Li Feng didn't leave alone. He brought his family with him. Not only the disciples of the Li family, but also those close to the Li family and their families. It is too difficult for so many people to completely evacuate from Linghai Giant City within 5 or 6 days without leaving any traces. As long as we can catch the traces, we can find them. Alas! Shopkeeper Yang sighed, then smiled bitterly and said, there is no other way anyway. If the shopkeeper wants to try, Just go ahead and try. We will fully cooperate. This was exactly what Chu Yun wanted. He stood up immediately, walked out of the reception room, and said as he walked, "Give me a list of all the Li clan members and Li family confidants who escaped this time. I want their detailed information on every core member. You have worked together for so many years. Even if you are not close, you should be able to find out some information, right? Okay." Shopkeeper Yang nodded, and his mind began to recall. Chu Yun interrupted him and said, "Don't just think about it yourself. Call on all the members of Yuan Pavilion to think together. Send an order immediately and ask all the members of Yuan Pavilion to compile and collect all the information they know about the Li family, especially the core personnel. For me, I don't require this information to be absolutely true. Even if they just heard some rumors, don't let it go. Compile them all for me." "Okay." Shopkeeper Yang was infected by Chu Yun's vigorous and resolute way of doing things. He nodded seriously for a while and quickly gave this order, which immediately made the whole Yuan Pavilion busy. If Chu Yun asked that every member should hand in the real information, then they might have to consider and distinguish it when writing it down. But Chu Yun now asked that there was no need to guarantee the authenticity. Even if it was a rumor heard, it could be handed in, and it would be recorded as a merit if it was finally proved to be true. This time, the enthusiasm of the masses was completely mobilized. Who doesn't have a gossipy heart? After working together for so many years, no one has heard or said too much about the rumors about the Li family. Now that they have a channel to show off, everyone's enthusiasm is terrifying. Only half an hour later, Chu Yun's desk was piled with notebooks like a small mountain. They recorded some gossip and information that the members of Yuan Pavilion had learned about the core members of the Li family. Chu Yun took a deep breath, then plunged into this ocean of gossip and read to his heart's content. Chapter 65 Villa. There was a lot of information on the table, but very little useful information. With Chu Yun's current eyesight, although he could not remember everything he saw, he could still read 10 lines at a glance. In less than half an hour, he had read all the information. Chu Yun let out a long breath, sorted out the information he had obtained from the gossip, then pushed the door and walked out of the room. Outside the door, Shopkeeper Yang and Shopkeeper Song were waiting here. When they saw Chu Yun coming out, they asked, "Big shopkeeper, did you find anything?" Chu Yun nodded. He looked at the two shopkeepers and said, "The families of the Li family and the Li family's confidants have all left, right?" "Yes." The two shopkeepers nodded and said, "We sent people there as early as the day after they escaped. Basically all the family members have evacuated and disappeared with Li Feng and the others." Chu Yun nodded, a hint of amusement in his eyes, and said, "Even if those who are in the open have left, then what about those in secret? The Li family has been in the giant city of Linghai for so many years. How could those core figures only have their family members in the open? Could the concubines and even illegitimate children in secret be able to evacuate easily?" The two shopkeepers looked at each other and keenly realized something. Chu Yun handed them a few slips of paper and said, "These are the names of possible mistresses and illegitimate children of the core members of the Li family. I want you to keep an eye on them immediately. If they are gone, go around and ask about their movements. If they are still there, keep a close watch. Once someone wants to leave, you must follow them at any cost. You must not lose them. Do you understand?" "Understood." The two shopkeepers blushed and looked excited, because after Chu Yun explained it to them, they all realized that the escape of Li Feng and others actually left a huge flaw. After all, they left in a hurry, in just 5 or 6 days. Although people can leave, the network of relationships associated with them is not so easy to get rid of. And mistresses and illegitimate children are an extremely huge loophole and are also an existence that is easily overlooked. Imagine if they were members of the Li family. They would definitely take their families and run away with Li Feng as soon as they heard the news of the fall of the Li family. At that time, they were extremely nervous and in a hurry, fearing that if they were a little slower, they would be hunted down and killed by the people of Yuan sect. Now, after 5 or 6 days, they have arrived in a safe place. Without the urgent worry of life, they will naturally care about other things, such as their concubines and their illegitimate children. At this time, Yuan Pavilion was surrounded by enemies and was in a mess. It had no ability to hunt them down. The people of the Li family did not feel the danger, so they would naturally dare to reach out to Linghai Giant City to rescue people. And if you calculate the time, 5 or 6 days seems to be just enough for them to realize this. Only 3/4 of an hour passed. Chu Yun was guarding Yuan Pavilion and received the message sent back. Boss, 5 of the 8 people on your note have left now, and the remaining 3 people have been outside for some time and have just returned to Linghai Giant City recently. Now we have set up sentries around their residences and are closely monitoring them. Shopkeeper Yang said excitedly. 3 people. Chu Yun grinned and asked, did the 5 people who left earlier leave on the same day? According to their neighbors' observations, it should be 2 days or 3 days ago, so it can be considered the same day. Shopkeeper Yang nodded. Very good. Chu Yun lay on the armchair, stretched comfortably, and said, then wait. These 3 people will also be taken away. Once the Li family comes, don't alarm them, just follow them quietly. If you alarm them, you must capture them immediately and absolutely keep them alive. Do you understand? Shopkeeper Yang nodded, then stepped forward and sent the locations of the 3 concubines to Chu Yun, saying, 2 of these 3 families have illegitimate children, 1 boy and 1 girl. If they were just concubines, it might not be worth it for those surnamed Li to toss back and forth, but now there are children, they can't run away. That's the truth. Chu Yun nodded, waiting for good news. Half a day later, near dusk, just received the news that the 3 families have all gone out. Shopkeeper Yang reported. Chu Yun, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and said, take me there immediately, I want to take charge personally. As he said that, Chu Yun stood up and left Yuan Pavilion, and together with Shopkeeper Yang and the messenger, he chased in the direction where the 3 families had set out. This time, the direction the 3 families were heading to, without exception, was all outside the South City Gate. Chu Yun and Shopkeeper Yang followed the marks left by the shopkeepers and chased all the way, and soon they met the tracking sentry in a bamboo forest outside the city gate. Where are the people? Chu Yun asked. The tracking shopkeeper pointed to a forest not far away and said, it's right there. 2 families have already arrived, and another family will arrive soon. Someone is here to meet them. Chu Yun nodded, rubbing his hands, and looking into the forest, he saw 2 carriages parked in the forest. In addition, there were several people in black who were talking to the people in the carriages. Obviously, these men in black were the core members of the Li family who were on the run. Soon, the 3rd carriage followed. All 3 families were together, and the men in black did not delay any longer. They drove the carriages and horses themselves and left the city. Follow up. Seeing this, Chu Yun immediately followed, and at the same time turned back to Shopkeeper Yang and said, go back immediately and inform the guys in Yuan Pavilion that the opportunity to make meritorious deeds has come. All of you follow me. Yes. Shopkeeper Yang was trembling with excitement, and his face flushed slightly. The original despair and resentment were swept away at this moment. Looking at the back of Chu Yun and his men leaving, he was very excited. The core reason for all the difficulties facing Yuan Pavilion at present is that Li Feng swept away all the valuable goods in the pavilion. Now, as long as this patch of goods can be recovered, all problems will be solved. How desperate he was when he welcomed Chu Yun, a young boy, as the shopkeeper. How excited he was now when he looked at Chu Yun. I never expected it. Too strong. On the other side, Chu Yun, along with several men from Yuan Pavilion, followed the carriages. Although they were very fast, they were still traveling, so how could they be compared to the speed of a warrior? Along the way, they followed at a leisurely pace, always keeping an equal distance, so that they would not be discovered by the people in front, nor would they fall behind too much and lose sight of them. After more than an hour's journey, they finally arrived at a mountain villa far away from the Linghai Giant City. It seems that this is where Li Feng and others are hiding. Everyone looked excited. Chu Yun took a look at the villa and said to the guys, you wait here and be ready to meet Manager Yang and the others at any time. I'll go up to observe the situation. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly said, Boss, the villa is full of people from the Li family. It's too dangerous for you to go up alone. Let's wait for Manager Yang and the others to arrive, and then we can attack together." "No." Chu Yun shook his head and said, "Follow the order." After that, he left alone and followed the several carriages that went up the mountain and sneaked into the villa. For Chu Yun, whether he could take down the villa was not the most important thing. Whether he could take down the goods was the most critical. If he couldn't find out the location of the goods in advance, once a large-scale attack was launched, the Li family would be desperate and might choose to destroy the goods. If that was the case, their action this time could be said to be a complete failure. Therefore, it was necessary to scout the place in advance. At the entrance to the mountain, there were several layers of guards and sentries. When the convoy went up the mountain, it was stopped on the spot. After confirming the identity of the people coming, they were allowed to pass. Obviously, the villa was heavily guarded. After observing for a while, Chu Yun climbed over the mountain from the side of the entrance and entered it. Along the way, he even found some secret sentries. However, with Chu Yun's current strength, when he sensed the existence of those secret sentries, he killed them before they could issue a warning. Relying on a group of Qianjun realm secret sentries to defend against a strong man who was at the peak of Wanshai realm and whose actual combat power had reached Shanghai realm, these people were probably dreaming. When the fiery sun dragon was deployed, those secret sentries were already shaking like sieves, and they didn't even have the strength to resist. In this way, Chu Yun successfully sneaked into the villa and reached the top of the villa. There was also an extremely luxurious building complex here, with shadowy figures in it. The 3 carriages that had just gone up the mountain were driven to the residential area by the black-clad men. Chu Yun followed one of them and came to the residence with him. "Master, I knew you would come back to pick me up." As soon as the woman in the carriage got off the carriage, she threw herself into the arms of the black-clad man, and kissed him passionately as she walked into the house. The two were still being affectionate, but the black-clad man suddenly found that the passionate woman in his arms suddenly fainted and collapsed in his arms. "You little slut, what tricks are you playing with me again?" The black-clad man laughed, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore, because there was suddenly a big hand on his neck, pinching his neck tightly, as if he could break his neck with just a little force. The black-clad man himself was very clear about this. "Who are you?" the black-clad man asked tremblingly. "From now on, I ask questions and you answer them." Chu Yun's voice sounded from behind him, with a hint of amusement, saying, "If you don't say it, or if you say it wrong, it will click." "Do you understand?" Chapter 66 The Prisoner's Dilemma. "You? Who are you?" the man in black asked tremblingly, his eyes darting around, his throat moving several times, as if he was trying to shout loudly and call everyone over. "It seems that you don't understand the situation yet," Chu Yun sneered. As he spoke, he pinched the man in black's neck with his big hand, and increased his strength a little bit. On the spot, he could hear the crackling sound of bones rubbing against each other. The man in black trembled suddenly, and felt that breathing became extremely difficult. His body was shaking like a sieve, and he was about to roll his eyes and faint. "Stop! Stop! Please, stop quickly!" the man in black begged for mercy. His name is Li Heng. Although he is a direct descendant and the core member of the Li family, he is actually a straw bag. He only relied on his good family background to get a high position. Now that he was tortured a little, he became a coward. "Now, let me ask you, how many people from the Li family have fled to this villa?" Chu Yun asked in a low voice. 60 or more core members," Li Heng said tremblingly. Chu Yun nodded. This data was not much different from what he got from Manager Yang, so he asked, "Besides Li Feng, who else is in charge? What is the strongest combat power in the villa?" Li Heng hesitated for a moment, but still answered, "Here is completely controlled by Li Feng alone. He has the highest cultivation level, at the peak of the 10,000 stone realm. In addition, there are 2 10,000 stone realm masters, one of whom is Li King, and the other is Bai Gaiyong, a guest we recruited." "Where is your warehouse? Where are the things stolen from Yuan Pavilion? Who is guarding it?" Chu Yun asked again. Li Heng's eyes rolled around, and he opened his mouth to speak, but paused. I don't know what he was thinking. Seeing that he didn't answer at the first time, Chu Yun sneered and said, "Do you know what I will do later?" Li Heng was stunned for a moment, and felt the chill in Chu Yun's words, and his body couldn't help shaking. Chu Yun put his ear close to his ear and said, "I followed your convoy and sneaked into this villa. You are the first person I attacked. Of course, I don't believe that what you said is true. So, I will go find the other two people who came back from Linghai Giant City with you in a while, and then interrogate them one by one. If I find that what any one of you three said doesn't match the others, then I don't care who of you is telling the truth and who is lying. I will kill all three of you. So, now, think about it and tell me the answer. Tonight is still a long night. Don't close your eyes and can't open them. I say." Li Heng closed his eyes in despair. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that he had to tell the truth at this time, because the three of them had not colluded with each other before. If they lied, they would definitely be exposed. The only solution was for all three of them to tell the truth, so that they could gain the trust of the evil star behind them. The warehouse is located in the basement of the three-story attic on the north side of the villa. The entrance is inside the attic and can be entered through the secret door in the kitchen. The specific location is the second cabinet where meat is placed, against the wall. Turn the two handles on it at the same time to open the secret door and enter. What I said is true. After Li Heng finished speaking in detail, he quickly added, the three-story attic is Li Feng's residence. He also controls the warehouse. Everyone who wants to take goods from it must get his consent. I don't need his consent to take things, right? Chu Yun asked with a faint smile. Li Heng didn't dare to say a word at this moment, so he could only nod vigorously, and then said, Big hero, when you go to find Li Gui and Li Yong later, you must tell them that I have told the truth and ask them not to lie, so that the lives of the three of us can be saved. Yes, Chu Yun nodded and said, I will tell you. As he said that, Chu Yun exerted force in his hands, and there was a sound of click. Li Heng's body fell to the ground and he was dead. I smelled that disgusting bloody smell on you a long time ago. I thought that only the leader and lineage of Yuan sect practiced magic, but I didn't expect that it was the same in Linghai Giant City. Chu Yun shook his head, threw the body on the ground, and looked at the woman he knocked unconscious. He didn't kill her again. The knock he just made would not wake up for 3 days and 3 nights. Since it wouldn't be a hindrance, Chu Yun naturally wouldn't have the thought of killing her. After leaving this house, Chu Yun did the same thing again and went to Li Yong. After threatening him as usual, he got the same answer as Li Heng. In this prisoner's dilemma, if there is no prior collusion and communication, the only solution is to tell the truth. After Li Heng and Li Yong confirmed each other, Chu Yun was sure that the information they said was true. 1 peak of the Wanshai realm, 2 mid-Wanshai realm. Chu Yun showed a faint smile on his face. This amount of manpower was not enough for him to fill his teeth. It was late at night and there was no one. A figure quickly approached the attic on the 3rd floor of the villa. Its speed was so amazing that ordinary warriors' dynamic vision could not catch it and keep up with its speed. After a while, Chu Yun came to the outside of the small building, took a look at the dark 1st and 2nd floors, and then set his eyes on the 3rd floor where the lights were on. If it was not unexpected, Li Feng should live here. Chu Yun remained calm, suppressed his breath, and walked into the attic. After using his body skills, Chu Yun walked into the kitchen without making any sound. After finding the second cabinet where meat was placed, Chu Yun twisted the 2 handles on the cabinet at the same time, and a secret door leading to the basement appeared in front of Chu Yun. Chu Yun walked in, and after walking up a flight of stairs, he found that the space in the basement was very large, with rows of cabinets stacked inside, filled with various goods. Chu Yun glanced around, and then found dozens or even hundreds of Firefox cloaks on a cabinet. The bright fur also flowed with a faint red fluorescence in the dark night. It's all here, so I won't be polite, Chu Yun said lightly. Then, he put all the rows of goods, including the cabinets, into the system space, leaving no hair behind. After doing all this, Chu Yun returned the same way, looking at the dark attic, but he didn't rush to leave, but went directly to the 3rd floor of the attic. On his way upstairs, he heard a burst of shouting and killing outside the villa. Obviously, it was shopkeeper Yang and others who had rushed over from the Linghai Giant City. Hearing that Chu Yun went up to the villa alone, they rushed up impatiently and started a fight with the children of the Li family in the villa. Who dares to cause trouble here? A loud shout came from the third-floor attic, followed by an angry figure rushing out of the window of the attic, ready to kill outside the villa. However, before he could leave, he felt an extremely terrifying pressure coming from behind him. Li Feng turned around suddenly and saw a pair of dark eyes staring at him from the second-floor window. "Boss Li, nice to meet you." Chu Yun smiled faintly. Who are you? Li Feng's pupils shrank slightly. He felt an unusual sense of threat from Chu Yun. That sense of threat was different from when he faced ordinary Mountain and Sea Realm Masters. The Mountain and Sea Realm Masters gave him a feeling of strength and heaviness, while Chu Yun gave him a sharper and more dangerous feeling. "My name is Chu Yun. I'm sure Manager Li is familiar with this name. After all, your Li family and I are old friends. Now I have come to Linghai City to take over the position of Manager Li. But I didn't expect that before Manager Li left, he would cut off my financial support. I have no choice but to come to Manager Li in person to complete the handover." Chu Yun shrugged his shoulders and said in a helpless tone, Li Feng didn't say anything. The shouting and killing outside continued. If he still couldn't guess what happened, he was too stupid. For a moment, Li Feng's heart sank to the bottom. He stared at Chu Yun and said, "Who did you ask for help? The city lord's mansion, the Sun family, the Wang family, or the other two major sects? Why do you ask that?" Chu Yun smiled and said, "Don't you think that Yuan Pavilion's own strength is not enough to deal with you? Ha ha ha, you didn't find anyone. You're such an idiot." Li Feng heard the meaning of Chu Yun's words and couldn't help laughing. He pointed at Chu Yun and said, "You are really a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger. Even if you find us, what can you do? With the strength of Yuan Pavilion headquarters, without a strong man from the Mountain and Sea Realm, how can you deal with us?" He has relaxed a lot at this moment, because the combat power of the Li family is not much inferior to those of Yuan Pavilion headquarters, and even in terms of high-end combat power, it is even stronger. After all, in Yuan Pavilion, only 2 old shopkeepers were at the Wanshai realm, and the rest of the stewards were only at the Qianjun realm. The Li family had Li Feng, who was at the peak of the Wanshai realm, and 2 other Wanshai realms. If the 2 sides really had to fight hard, it was still unknown who would live and who would die. "Killing you today is a tribute to the spirits of my uncle and Yuan Feng in heaven. I will make you regret it before you die, regretting that you dared to offend our Li family." Li Feng growled. As soon as the words fell, Li Feng's figure shook, and as the soul light shook, the martial spirit of a vicious wolf emerged and merged with Li Feng's figure. In an instant, Li Feng's body merged with the wolf's shadow, and the whole person was like a huge vicious wolf, rushing towards Chu Yun, with an extremely ferocious momentum. At this time, the soul light around Chu Yun also swelled, one on the left and one on the right, 2 martial spirits. The dragon shadow on the left soared in the sky, bathed in fire, exuding a terrifying dragon power, directly suppressing Li Feng's wolf martial soul, like a sand castle in the wind, with soul fragments constantly flying in the wind. The terrifying giant ape on the right was as huge as a mountain. As soon as Chu Yun stretched out his hand, the terrifying giant ape grabbed Li Feng with its big hand. Crack! Li Feng's martial soul fell into the giant ape's hand and was crushed on the spot. Puff! Li Feng spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with extreme astonishment, staring at Chu Yun in disbelief. They are both at the peak of the 10,000 stone realm. Why is there such a big gap? His 5th-grade martial soul Shadow Black Wolf was not even able to play any role in front of Chu Yun's 2 terrifying martial souls, and was directly crushed. "You actually think that I need help to deal with you, the remnants of the defeated army? I really don't know whether I should say that you underestimate me or that you think too highly of yourself." Chu Yun shook his head, stepped forward, and punched out. Li Feng raised his hands in despair and blocked Chu Yun's way. He was already thinking about how to escape. Bang! This punch hit Li Feng's crossed arms hard. With a click, Li Feng's arms bent inward at the same time, and pressed against his chest at a very unnatural angle. "Ah!" Li Feng screamed in pain, and even the thought of running away could not come up at this moment. It was directly extinguished. Seeing this, Chu Yun was unmoved and punched out again. Bang! Li Feng's head shook, and his body fell backwards and hit the ground heavily. Blood gushed out, staining the floor red. The whole person's breath disappeared in an instant and he never got up again. Chu Yun took a look at his body, then turned and left, heading towards the main battlefield, where many disciples of Yuan Pavilion were fighting with the children of the Li family in the villa. The sooner he arrived, the greater the advantage Yuan Pavilion had over the Li family, and the smaller its own losses would be. At this moment, shopkeeper Yang and shopkeeper Song had already fought with two Wanshai realm masters of the Li family. Chapter 67, Establishing Authority. You guys dare to come and kill us alone. I don't know whether you are brave or ignorant. The stern shout was like thunder, exploding in the chaotic battle. The people from Yuan Pavilion suddenly attacked the villa, which naturally put great pressure on the Li disciples in the villa at the first time. But when they recovered and found that the people who attacked the villa were only the people from Yuan Pavilion, the Li disciples present were relieved. For a long time, the Li family has been in charge of Yuan Pavilion, and its own combat power basically accounts for more than 50% of the combat power of the entire Yuan Pavilion. They escaped from Linghai Giant City not because they were afraid of the people from Yuan Pavilion, but because they were afraid that Yuan sect would send people to clean up the door. Now, the people who came are not from Yuan sect, but only Yuan Pavilion's own people, without even half of the external aid. So what are they afraid of? If a real fight breaks out, it is still unknown who will win. Shopkeeper Yang and shopkeeper Song, one on the left and one on the right, fought against the two Wanshai realm warriors in the villa, and the situation was deadlocked for a while. Among the 9 shopkeepers of Yuan Pavilion, there were not many with high cultivation. Among the Li family's confidants, there were only 2. The reason why shopkeeper Yang and shopkeeper Song were able to obtain the position of shopkeeper was actually because their cultivation was high enough. Otherwise Li Feng would not give such an important position to someone other than the Li family's confidants. However, for a long time, Li Feng was in charge of Yuan Pavilion, and he really threw all the dirty and tiring work to shopkeeper Yang and shopkeeper Song. After getting the resources for cultivation, he invested a large amount of resources in his confidants. In this way, over time, the strength of shopkeeper Yang and shopkeeper Song would naturally fall behind the shopkeepers of the same level, and the current battle situation reflected the same. You two are really too old to be used. Before going up the mountain, you didn't even consider your own weight. Now you can't even deal with the 2 of us. When the head of the family arrives later, how can you two have a good harvest? Li King, a master of the Wanshai realm of the Li family, sneered and fought against shopkeeper Yang and shopkeeper Song together with the guest Bei Gaiong. When they attacked, they were always in the upper hand. Shopkeeper Yang and shopkeeper Song looked at each other. Their faces were calm, and there was a hint of determined madness in their eyes. In fact, they also knew that it would be difficult to annihilate the Li clan members in the villa with the existing strength of Yuan Pavilion. The best way was to find external aid and go to the villa together. But, the idea is good, but it is a pity that it cannot be done. After all, who can they find? The various forces in Linghai Giant City will definitely not be able to do this. Once these people know the location of the villa, they will come like a group of sharks that have smelled blood. When they get to the mountain, they will also be tempted by the goods of Yuan Pavilion, and then they will definitely invite wolves into the house. As for inviting people from Yuan sect to come, it will be too late. It will definitely take more than 6 days to come back and forth, and then the city lord's mansion will have to make trouble. Therefore, they were forced to fight and had to go to a dead end. Only by clearing all the Li family members in the villa can Yuan Pavilion win a glimmer of hope. So this time, the 2 shopkeepers roared, and when they attacked, they were fierce, but they were going to fight with the 2 people, because they also knew that when Li Feng came, they would have no chance of winning with 2 against 3. Now if they could seriously injure one of Li King or Bei Gaiong, they would have a chance. Surround them, waste time, and wait for the head of the family to come. Li King laughed. Bei Gaiong also nodded. It was not appropriate to fight desperately at this moment. It was better to delay. However, they would never have thought that after they kept delaying, the person they were waiting for was not Li Feng, but an unexpected candidate. Sorry for the long wait. I just dealt with a little trouble. Chu Yun smiled slightly. The big shopkeeper. When shopkeepers Song and Yang saw Chu Yun, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Chu Yun had already gone up the mountain. They knew this. They thought that the big shopkeeper was trapped in the enemy camp and could not extricate himself. Now seeing him come out safely, it was naturally a good thing. On the other side, Li King and Bei Gaiong frowned and stared at Chu Yun, saying, "You are the new head of Yuan Pavilion? What did you do in our villa?" "I went to kill someone," Chu Yun answered casually, as if he had said something that couldn't be simpler, and then said, "Didn't you notice that your master Li Feng has not made any movement? This is impossible." Li King roared, and Bei Gaiong on the other side also looked very ugly. Chu Yun didn't need them to believe him, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He pulled out a long sword from his waist, which was the ice crystal sword. In an instant, the villa was filled with coldness. Bei Gaiong and Li King were both within 100 meters of Chu Yun. In an instant, they felt the extreme coldness, which froze them and made them shiver on the spot. Even the shock in their hearts was forcibly suppressed, and replaced by an unbelievable horror. "Why is this sword energy so cold?" Bei Gaiong said tremblingly. Li King narrowed his eyes and stared at Chu Yun's ice crystal sword. His heart was filled with alarm, as if he would die without a burial place if he did not do something. "So," Li King roared, and while he was giving himself courage, he raised the spiritual power and soul power around him, and ignored the two shopkeepers Yang and Song, and rushed directly towards Chu Yun. "Don't run!" Seeing this, shopkeeper Yang wanted to chase him. Chu Yun smiled faintly and said, "Let him come." After the voice fell, shopkeeper Yang stopped and saw that Li King's running figure. The closer he got to Chu Yun, the colder he became. A thick layer of white frost had formed on his body, and his movements were also fast and slow. In this sword energy field, he couldn't go faster even if he wanted to. Not only his body, but also the spiritual power and soul power around him were frozen by this cold sword energy. Instantly, shopkeeper Yang's heart was shaken. As a core member of the Li family and Li Feng's younger brother, Li King's strength was much greater than his. However, in front of Chu Yun's sword energy field, even such a simple thing as moving forward seemed so difficult, as if he was as slow as a mechanical puppet. Then, there was a sound of clang. Chu Yun swung his sword and the sword light flashed out in an instant, leaping 100 steps and directly passing through Li King's body, leaving a bright wound on Li King's chest. It was a penetrating wound. The sword light flashed, and the cold sword energy icy the wound. No blood gushed out, so that when Li King woodenly lowered his head and looked at his wound, he could clearly see the blood hole and could see from his chest to his back. This wonderful experience he had never had in his life. This was the first time, and the last time. Plop! Li King closed his eyes in despair and fell to the ground. At this time, Bei Gaiong had just opened his eyes. When Chu Yun drew his sword, the dazzling sword light made him close his eyes unconsciously, not daring to look at him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Li King had fallen to the ground. He was immediately scared and begged for mercy. "Boss, please spare my life. I was deceived by Li Feng and I was unwilling to be with him. My family is in his hands. I dare not leave him. Boss, please spare my life." Bei Gaiong begged for mercy. He had only said a few words when he saw Chu Yun glance at him lightly and then put the ice crystal sword back into the scabbard at his waist. "You actually believed it so easily? Although this young man is powerful, he is a fool without brains. Ha 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 ha." Bei Gaiong thought to himself, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore, because he found that his chest was aching slightly. When he frowned and looked, he suddenly found that there was a wound on his body that was exactly the same as Li King's. A sword wound, a penetrating wound. Bei Gaiong's eyes widened in disbelief, and he looked up at Chu Yun, his eyes full of astonishment and surprise. It was not until then that he realized in shock. It turned out that Chu Yun's sword just now was not only aimed at Li King, but also at him. With the sword penetrating, both of them were hit by the sword. Soon, Bei Gaiong fell to the ground with a thump. His eyes were still wide open until he died. He died with his eyes wide open. He only thought Chu Yun was very strong, but he never expected that Chu Yun was so strong that he could kill Li King and him, two one-shy realm masters, with one sword. Shopkeeper Yang and Shopkeeper Song looked at each other in shock, and then looked at Chu Yun with respect and astonishment. To be honest, they did not expect such a fierce fighting power. The title of the eldest brother of Yuan sect is indeed very important among the disciples, but they are all at the level of the outer sect elders, and they did not have much hope for Chu Yun's own strength. But now, when this scene came out, it scared the two of them at that time. The disciples of Yuan Pavilion who were fighting on the mountain, as well as the disciples of the Li family, were also scared. The morale of Yuan Pavilion was naturally boosted, and they screamed like chicken blood, and killed the disciples of the Li family more bravely. The people of the Li family were so scared by the killing that they dared not fight against them anymore. Everyone was thinking about escaping as soon as possible. There was no chance of winning the battle here. Soon, the situation began to end with the defeat of the Li family. In order to reduce casualties, the two shopkeepers and Chu Yun joined the battle and formed a dimensionality reduction attack on the Li disciples present. The final victory came, and the casualties of the disciples of Yuan Pavilion were almost negligible. The great shopkeeper is so powerful. In the crowd, some sensible guy shouted, and then the villa was like thunder, and waves of cheers rang out. Seeing this, Chu Yun stood there calmly, with a white dress and an upright temperament, a friendly smile on his face, but he felt a little proud. When dealing with the stronger Li Feng just now, Chu Yun did not draw his sword and use the heavenly cold star sword flash, but now he used it to deal with the two small fish, Li King and Bei Gaiong. His purpose was naturally to establish his authority in front of the guys in Yuan Pavilion and show his strength as the new chief shopkeeper. And now it seems that Chu Yun has successfully achieved this goal and pretended to be great in front of everyone. It can be expected that after this achievement, Chu Yun will definitely be able to say what he wants in Yuan Pavilion in the future, and no one will be dissatisfied. Chapter 68 Concerns from All Sides. At this moment, the battle was over. Manager Song led some of the Yuan Pavilion warriors to chase the remnants of the Li family who had escaped by chance, while the rest had already started to clean up the battlefield. All of you, follow me and find the goods hidden in the villa. Chu Yun designated some people and said. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was excited and hurriedly followed Chu Yun to the depths of the villa. Compared with hunting down the Li family, recovering the stolen goods was obviously more important. They did not forget their main responsibilities. However, Chu Yun, who was walking in the front, was smiling bitterly in his heart. Originally, before the villa was taken down, he had already collected all the goods in the villa, but now, he had to return to the original route and put the goods in the system space back to the basement of the third floor attic. If the people of Yuan Pavilion did not see the goods being recovered with their own eyes, this victory would lose its meaning, so Chu Yun still had to satisfy them. Immediately, Chu Yun asked the guys to spread out and search, not to miss any suspicious places, and then he returned to the third floor attic and put out the goods one by one in the basement. Then, Chu Yun left the basement and called the nearest guy over, saying, "Notify everyone to come over, I found the goods." As soon as the voice fell, the guy immediately showed joy on his face, nodded excitedly, and said, "The big shopkeeper is really amazing." After that, the guy went to notify others. Not long after, outside the third floor attic, most of the people who came to the villa this time rushed over, and then at Chu Yun's call, they all rushed into the basement together, and saw the long-lost goods, and they all became excited and overjoyed. "What are you still standing there for? Pack them up and transport them all away." Shopkeeper Yang was so excited that his old face flushed. After checking the goods, he waved his hand and called out. The guys woke up as if from a dream and started to move quickly. Some moved boxes, some drove horse carriages. After a while, all the goods in the basement were transported out. Chu Yun watched everyone from the side. There was no so-called storage ring in this world. Maybe there was, but he had not yet come into contact with it. As for moving goods, he could only use human and animal power, which was far less convenient than his system space. However, looking at the excited expressions of those guys, Chu Yun felt that even if these goods were several times heavier, they would probably smile like chrysanthemums when they pulled them up, because, With the return of this batch of goods, all the difficulties in Yuan Pavilion have been solved. Whether it is the order from the City Lord's Mansion or other subsequent transactions, they have the capital to deal with it. In the eyes of shopkeeper Yang and shopkeeper Song, the Li family rebellion is no longer a disaster for Yuan Pavilion, and it is even like a new life. All those dirty worms in the pavilion have been cleared, and those who are truly capable have been reused and face the opportunity of being promoted. The entire Yuan Pavilion has undergone a major blood transfusion and has been injected with fresh vitality. It is foreseeable that in the near future, Yuan Pavilion will surely prosper. Taking advantage of the night, the people of Yuan Pavilion drove the carriages on the villa and transported all the goods back to Linghai Giant City. When the goods were piled back into the warehouse of Yuan Pavilion, everyone's heart finally slowly fell to the ground. If you want to go back and rest, go and rest quickly. I will sleep in this warehouse tonight, shopkeeper Yang said with a red face. Sleep together, shopkeeper Song quickly agreed. His old face, which was originally a fairy, was now wrinkled with a smile, and his eyes, which were not big to begin with, were even more invisible when squinting. Chu Yun smiled and shook his head, but did not stop him. Perhaps for the two shopkeepers, they would not sleep well if they did not sleep with these goods. On the other side, inside the Linghai Giant City, when the Yuan Pavilion's convoy passed through the city gate, it made a lot of noise, and it did not deliberately conceal its whereabouts, so all the forces in the Linghai Giant City basically noticed their unusual movements. Especially in the convoy, the various forces naturally knew what the carts of goods represented. For a time, there were many different opinions in the Linghai Giant City. Some people said that these goods were sent by the Yuan sect to support the Yuan Pavilion. Others said that there were no goods at all, and that the Yuan Pavilion directed and acted by itself, using some empty boxes to bluff and deceive other forces in the city. In short, there were all kinds of sayings, but few people guessed the truth, and even if they guessed it, it was difficult to confirm. Until early the next morning, shopkeeper Yang led a convoy and went directly to the city lord's mansion. The car was loaded with 100 Firefox cloaks. When Butler Chi came out to receive the goods, he was very surprised. There are still 4 days left, and you have gathered all the goods, haha. Shopkeeper Yang smiled faintly and said, we have been preparing for this order from the city lord's mansion for a long time, but the goods were stolen by a group of rebels from the Li family. Now, under the leadership of our chief shopkeeper, Yuan Pavilion has taken back the goods, and naturally they have to be delivered to the city lord's mansion as soon as possible. After he finished speaking, Butler Chi raised his eyebrows and said, so, these goods were taken back by you from the escaped Li family? That's right. Shopkeeper Yang still smiled and nodded. Butler Chi then asked, did you get it back under the leadership of your new chief treasurer Chu Yun? That's right. Shopkeeper Yang continued to nod, but there was a hint of pride in his expression, as if the honor was his own. But it must be said that working under a highly capable chief treasurer is a great honor. For example, the previous chief treasurer Li Feng was a complete dandy with no skills. Compared with chief treasurer Chu, he was not even a scum. Upon hearing this, Butler Chi pondered for a long time before finally laughing. He bowed to shopkeeper Yang and said, heroes emerge in youth. It seems that this is indeed the case. The day after tomorrow is the city lord's 100th birthday. I hope the chief treasurer Chu of Yuan Pavilion will not be late. I will definitely convey it. Shopkeeper Yang nodded and bowed to say goodbye. After shopkeeper Yang left the city lord's mansion, the true situation of Yuan Pavilion soon spread through the city lord's mansion and spread throughout the Linghai Giant City. Those who had previously guessed that the goods were given by Yuan sect, and those who had no goods at all, were naturally shocked. They never thought that these goods were recovered by Yuan Pavilion itself. After all, when Li Feng escaped before, Yuan Pavilion did chase him, but they just got nothing. Now, after nearly a week, they have recovered the goods again. This is not realistic, and in this whole incident, the person who cannot be ignored is naturally Chu Yun, the new chief manager of Yuan Pavilion. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the person who played a major role in this matter must be the young chief manager Chu. Otherwise, why didn't they recover the goods earlier or later? But on the second day after Chu Yun took office, the goods were recovered. For a time, the name Chu Yun was completely famous in the top circles of Linghai Giant City, and major forces also put Yuan Pavilion, a force that was about to go bankrupt, in a position worthy of special attention. Moreover, from this moment on, the investigation of Chu Yun began. Each family used their intelligence capabilities to find out about Chu Yun's life, character, and so on. Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy, you will win every battle. Although those who investigated Chu Yun did not necessarily want to be enemies with Chu Yun, and some wanted to cooperate with him, they had to understand Chu Yun anyway. After all, the top power circle of Linghai Giant City was so small. In addition to the city lord's mansion and several local families, there were only 3 pavilions represented by the 3 major sects, and Yuan Pavilion was one of them. Sooner or later, they would have to deal with the future ruler of Yuan Pavilion. After this investigation, the forces in Linghai Giant City realized how torturous Chu Yun's experience was and how fierce he was. As the eldest senior brother of Yuan sect, he was born with the 6th grade martial spirit Earth Demon Ape, but his martial spirit was robbed by someone and he was trapped for several months. Just when everyone thought that Chu Yun, the genius, had fallen, he suddenly emerged and revealed another terrifying 7th grade martial spirit. Everyone then knew that Chu Yun actually had twin martial spirits. According to the news that Lin Yuan Pavilion and Yuang Pavilion received from their respective sects, in the recent battle between the 3 sects to encircle the Demon Heart sect, Chu Yun single-handedly killed the venomous scorpion elder Ding Chen of the Demon Heart sect in the ruins of the Orthodox God sect. Although he used some means, this record itself is shocking enough. In the entire Linghai area, the name of venomous scorpion elder Ding Chen is very loud. Everyone who has dealt with him is very afraid of him. And such a ruthless old demon was defeated by a young man who just came of age. How can people accept this? Now, the curiosity and expectation of various forces about Chu Yun has reached the peak, and they all want to see with their own eyes what kind of existence this young man is. However, no one took the initiative to visit, and no one sent a visiting card to Yuan Pavilion to meet Chu Yun, because in 2 days, the city lord's mansion will hold a birthday banquet to celebrate the 100th birthday of Qin Wuji, the city lord of Linghai Giant City. In this extremely important celebration, all forces in Linghai Giant City will come to celebrate the birthday, and then they will naturally have the opportunity to see Chu Yun's true face. What everyone doesn't know is that just as the city lord's birthday celebration is about to begin, the much-watched new chief treasurer of Yuan Pavilion, Chu Yun, is now strolling around the city. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69, Unfairness. Although he encountered a very urgent matter as soon as he arrived at Linghai Giant City, which distracted Chu Yun's attention, Chu Yun actually did not forget the main purpose of his trip. He came to Linghai Giant City not to be a big shopkeeper, but just a task, at most a very important task that must be completed. Chu Yun's real goal is to try his luck in Linghai Giant City and find some higher level tasks that can be completed immediately. This is not difficult, because Linghai Giant City is more vast and more important than Yuan sect. The strength inside is intricate and intertwined. Chu Yun believes that as long as he walks around, he can trigger some important tasks. This mentality continued until the afternoon of that day. Chu Yun's smiling face finally became a little stiff. He realized that there was something wrong with his idea. Linghai Giant City does have many important forces, but the problem is that Chu Yun cannot go there at will. It was different from when he was in Yuan sect. In Yuan sect, no matter how bad Chu Yun's situation was, he was still a senior brother. No matter where he went, at least no one would stop him. But it was not the case in Linghai City. If Chu Yun wanted to go to some important places, he could not easily enter, unless he went there as the head of Yuan Pavilion and had a legitimate reason. Otherwise it would easily cause a lot of unnecessary misunderstandings and bring trouble to himself and the entire Yuan Pavilion. Such reckless behavior, Chu Yun must not do it. So, in the past half-day, Chu Yun just strolled around the streets and alleys. He went to many prosperous and lively streets. There were many enthusiastic women in many places, even in the windows of the second floor, waving handkerchiefs at him, which really made Chu Yun feel the hospitality of the people in Linghai City. However, Chu Yun definitely did not go there. It would be too outrageous for the head of Yuan Pavilion to go to a brothel in broad daylight. He still had to save face. The leisurely and boring time lasted until the afternoon, when the sun was setting in the sky. Just as Chu Yun was about to return to Yuan Pavilion to end this failed day, he found something unusual in front of him. Many figures gathered there, seemingly watching something. Sure enough, people from all over the world like to watch the excitement. TSK, what's so good about it? Chu Yun shook his head and squeezed into the crowd, opening his eyes wide to see what was going on inside. I saw that two groups of people were confronting each other in the field. On one side were several fat and strong men, led by a bald man with an extremely hideous scar on his face, which spread from the left eye to the top of his head, looking very scary. On the other side were a pair of thin father and daughter. Judging from the surrounding furnishings, the father and daughter seemed to be street performers. The little girl had a delicate and beautiful appearance. At this moment, she was huddled in her old father's arms in fear, looking pitiful. Old man Zhang, there are so many people watching today. I am not being unreasonable. It is only natural to pay back debts. If you don't pay it back now, it really makes it difficult for me. Scarred bald man picked up a juggling spear on the ground and played with it. The spear used by the little girl was originally small, and in scarred bald man's palm, which was as big as a palm leaf fan, it looked like a chopstick. He stared at old man Zhang, and his tone became heavier at the end, revealing a bit of ferocity. With a force in his hand, he broke the spear and it fell into two pieces on the ground. Uncle Hayu, it's not that I don't want to pay you back. Didn't we agree that I would use the money to treat your illness, and after the illness is cured, I would return the money with interest within a month? It has only been 2 days since I recovered from my illness, and my business hasn't been open for long. Where would I get the money to pay you back? Old man Zhang was hunched over. His lips and face were a little pale, and it was obvious that he had just recovered from a serious illness and his blood was still deficient. Standing in front of Hayu, he looked as if a gust of wind could blow him to the ground. Bullshit. Hayu glared with a fierce light in his eyes, and said, I, Hayu, have lent money to you more than once or twice. How could I possibly make such a deal with you? What do you mean by waiting for you to pay me back 1 month after you recover from your illness? Who lends money like this? What if your illness takes a few years to recover? Do I have to wait for you for a year or two before asking for the money? What I said at the time was to lend you money and pay you back in 1 month. Now that 1 month is up, why don't you hurry up and get the money? No, no. As soon as the words fell, old man Zhang became anxious. He quickly took out a piece of cloth from his body, unfolded it and said, it is clearly written on this piece of cloth that I will pay you back 1 month after I recover from my illness. We asked Mr. Sun from the tea house to do the justice. I don't recognize the words on it. Can someone help me take a look? As he spoke, old man Zhang held up the note and nervously showed it to the people around him. He was breathing rapidly and looked like his old illness would relapse at any time. Chu Yun frowned and took a closer look at the piece of cloth. It was indeed written on it that 20 taels of money was borrowed on May 19th. The loan period was 1 month, and 30 taels were to be returned after the due date. The interest rate for a loan period of 1 month was 50%, which was considered light even if it was called usury. But this exaggerated interest rate was not the crux of the problem at this time. The key point was that old man Zhang said that he would pay the money back 1 month after he recovered from his illness, but it was written on the piece of cloth that the money should be paid back 1 month after the loan was borrowed. Humphrey, who sneered twice when he saw this, but smiled without saying anything. In the crowd, a spectator who could read shouted, Old man Zhang, what you wrote on the piece of cloth was that the money should be paid back 1 month after the loan. Yes, yes, the crowd echoed. When old man Zhang heard this, he seemed to be stunned. His head buzzed and he sat on the ground trembling. Then he picked up the cloth and stared at it. Although he could not understand what the words on it meant, he saw two words in it: trap. Old man Zhang threw down the cloth, raised his hand tremblingly, pointed at Haiyu and said, "You trapped me. You and that boss son trapped me together." Haiyu still sneered, but refused to admit it. He said, "If you can't pay the money, just say it directly. Don't throw dirty water on me, and be careful of my fist as big as a casserole." Seeing this, Chu Yun could not help but shook his head. It was clear what happened specifically. Old man Zhang was sick and needed money to save his life. He had no choice but to go to Haiyu. Even though he knew it was a loan shark, he had to borrow money, but he thought he had the ability to pay it back, because after he recovered from the illness, he would work for another month to collect 30 taels of silver to pay back the money, which seemed not impossible. However, Haiyu and the tea house boss son set a trap for him, saying that he should pay back the money 1 month after he recovered from the illness, but in fact it was written that the money should be paid back 1 month after the loan, just to take advantage of old man Zhang's illiteracy. Now, old man Zhang clearly owed others money, and it was clearly written in black and white. Even if he reported it to the government, old man Zhang would not listen because the evidence was conclusive. Among the onlookers, many people also saw the truth of the matter, but they could only shake their heads helplessly. They knew that old man Zhang was wronged, but they had to admit it after being fooled and suffered a loss. There was no other way. Old man Zhang had nothing on him, and the only thing of value was his lovely little daughter. If he reported the case to the government, the biggest possibility would be that old man Zhang's daughter would be sold to compensate Haihu with silver, or he could just sell old man Zhang's daughter to Haihu, and this was undoubtedly the purpose of Haihu's trap. It's really annoying. Chu Yun shook his head and took out 30 taels from his purse. He looked at Haihu and his men, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes, and he was about to walk out of the crowd. Since Chu Yun had come across such an unfair thing, he naturally had to take care of it, otherwise he would be upset. However, he couldn't just stand up for others. At this moment, old man Zhang owed someone money, and there was solid evidence. If he didn't pay the money back, old man Zhang would have no choice but to sell his daughter. Therefore, Chu Yun's idea is to help old man Zhang pay back the money first, and then when he comes back, he will find an opportunity to get rid of the scum like Haiyu to prevent future troubles. It's not that you are afraid of thieves stealing, but you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. If the culprit Haiyu is not solved, as long as he is still eyeing old man Zhang's daughter, then old man Zhang's tragedy will not stop. And at this moment, just when Chu Yun was holding the money and preparing to walk out of the crowd, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Then, a cold sneer rang in Chu Yun's ears, "Save your money." As soon as the words fell, a fragrant breeze passed by Chu Yun, and Chu Yun's eyes blurred, and he saw a figure in a fiery red cloak floating away from the crowd and directly coming to the field. Haihu was staring at the beautiful little daughter behind old man Zhang with an unscrupulous look. He rubbed his hands, and laughed. "But there is always a way out. Old man Zhang's body has just recovered, and I will not force you to a desperate situation. As long as you let Ziyuan recognize me as her brother, I will." Before he finished his words, he heard a scream behind him. Haihu frowned and turned his head, and saw several of his men, covering the bloody wounds on their necks, and fell to the ground in pain. In front of him, a figure wearing a red cloak and a veil appeared. Although the woman's face could not be seen through the veil, and the figure under the cloak was unknown, the pair of delicate eyebrows and eyes above the veil, and the temperament and beauty revealed were the only ones that Haihu had ever seen in his life. It was the first time he saw it, and it would also be the last time. The woman waved her hand, and the cloak lifted up a curtain of surprise, and the sword flashed. Puff! Haihu's eyes widened, and the gushing blood flew out from his neck, splashing on the ground, but just stopped at the feet of the woman, not staining her cloak. Perhaps it had already stained it, but the blood on the cloak was like a drop of water falling into the sea, without any ripples. All this happened so quickly, and the surroundings were silent for a long time. Then, an uproar broke out. Murder! Screams came one after another. The crowd that was originally watching lively and bustling suddenly exploded at this moment. The crowd ran around like headless flies and scattered in all directions. In just 2 breaths, the crowd had disappeared. Only Chu Yun was still standing there. Alas! Chu Yun sighed, still holding the prepared silver in his hand. Looking at the woman in red who killed people at a disagreement, he couldn't help but said, "Girl, why are you doing this?" The woman in red pinched the sword blade with her cloak, wiped the blood on the sword, then silently sheathed the sword, glanced at Chu Yun, and said, "No matter how much money you have, you can't feed these evil people." As she said that, the woman in red walked up to the frightened Li Xiaolin, gently rubbed her hair, and said softly, "It's okay, go home." In the giant city of Linghai, the city lord's mansion guards who are responsible for maintaining public order have always moved very quickly. When Chu Yun noticed someone approaching the street quickly, he turned around and found that the woman in red had disappeared, and only the backs of the old man Li and his daughter were left. They quickly turned around the corner and disappeared. No, Chu Yun's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at the direction where the woman in red disappeared, touched his nose and said, "Did she think of me as a sucker who was willing to pay for nothing? This is indeed a bit of a misunderstanding." Chu Yun's original intention was not only to pay money to help old man Li pay his debts. He and the red-clothed woman had the same idea, which was to get rid of Haihu and other villains. The only difference was that Chu Yun would not kill directly in front of so many people on the street. It would not be justifiable to do so. After all, he was a man of status. If he did so, he would be caught by Yuan Pavilion's competitors. Therefore, Chu Yun planned to give the money to Haihu first, settle the current matter, and then get rid of Haihu and his group. However, the red-clothed woman seemed to have misunderstood and thought that Chu Yun was just going to give money. In this way, Chu Yun's image in the eyes of the red-clothed woman would be too stupid. Chu Yun was very upset about this. Chapter 70 City Lord's Mansion. When the guards of the City Lord's Mansion arrived, there was nothing at the scene except the bodies of Haihu and others, and some shoes, socks, and even pants that were squeezed out in the chaos. It's simply disregarding the law. The captain of the guards looked at the chaos at the scene and couldn't help but roared. Some of his City Lord's Mansion guards were familiar with this area. When they saw the appearance of the body, they said, "Captain, the dead man is called Haihu, a well-known scoundrel in these 2 streets." So many people just gathered around. "I'm afraid Haihu is causing trouble again." In the end, he met a tough guy and was beheaded by a sword. Hearing that it was a scoundrel who was killed, the captain of the guard's frown relaxed a little, and then he said angrily, "That's also disregarding the law." "Yes, yes, yes." The guards nodded repeatedly, not daring to offend their superiors at this critical moment. "Now that the city lord is about to celebrate his 100th birthday, we must maintain the city's law and order, and we must not allow such a murder by a gangster to happen again. Otherwise you'll have to watch out for your heads." The captain of the guards knocked the ground with his scabbard and said in a sonorous voice, "Now, search the place immediately and bring this lawless beast to justice." "Yes." The guards responded one after another, and then spread out in a flash to chase the murderer who was impossible to be caught. On the other side, in Yuan Pavilion, Chu Yun returned to the pavilion and saw that the guys in Yuan Pavilion were doing things in an orderly manner under the leadership of the 2 old shopkeepers. He nodded with satisfaction and returned to his room. Chu Yun had no other requirements for Yuan Pavilion. As long as it could open smoothly for 2 months and Chu Yun completed the Tanpin mission, everything would be fine. During this period, if anyone dared to cause trouble for Yuan Pavilion, it would be a move against Chu Yun's head, which would be absolutely intolerable. Lying on the bed, Chu Yun thought of what he had just experienced and muttered to himself, "Sure enough, where there are people, there is the Jianu. There is a huge dynasty in this world, and naturally there is the Jianu that is free from the order of the dynasty. Judging from the dress of the woman in red, she should be a Jianu knight." What is a knight? Those who violate the ban with force. They don't care about official authority or power, but only care about the morality of the Jianu. When they see injustice on the road, blood will splash 5 steps. Chu Yun is a well-known big man in this Linghai giant city, the owner of Fanyuan Pavilion. When he encounters a rogue like Haiyu who wanders within the rules of the system, he can only follow the rules first and then solve Haiyu, otherwise he will be caught. But A knight like the woman in red is different. When she saw the injustice, she was upset, so she took action without hesitation, and blood splashed 5 steps on this long street. It was a bit reckless, but it was in line with the violent aesthetics in Chu Yun's mind, and it was very refreshing. It also fits Chu Yun's definition of a knight. To be honest, Chu Yun admired her very much. He admired not her appearance or skills, but her lifestyle, a very romantic, knight-errant lifestyle. However, admiration is admiration, and Chu Yun should not act like the woman in red. He has a big family and a lot of business, so he can't mess around. There are hundreds of people in Yuan Pavilion eating with him. Chu Yun turned over and fell asleep. The next day, in the evening, the Linghai giant city was decorated with lights and was very lively. Dozens of floats paraded around the city, attracting countless people in the city to join in the fun. This is not a festival, but the 100th birthday of Qin Wuji, the lord of Linghai giant city. Although it is not a festival, for the people of Linghai giant city, it is no different from a festival, and it needs to be celebrated by all the people. Just at night, the major forces in Linghai giant city sent out luxurious motorcades, pulling carts of gifts, and drove to the city lord's mansion in the center of Linghai giant city. Chu Yun sat in the carriage of Yuan Pavilion, looking at the shopkeeper Yang who was driving the carriage, and said, "To celebrate a birthday with such a grand ceremony, our Yuan Pavilion will have to spend a lot of money today, right?" As he spoke, he looked at the motorcade of Yuan Pavilion, and there were carts of gifts wrapped in bright red satin behind them, each of which was very valuable. Shopkeeper Yang smiled bitterly and said, "There is no way, it only happens once in 100 years, how can we not spend some money?" As he said that, Shopkeeper Yang pointed to the exquisite box under Chu Yun's feet and said, "Big shopkeeper, you have to put this thing away later. After the banquet starts, you have to personally give it to the city lord to show your sincerity." Chu Yun picked up the box and unfolded it. There was a spiritual jade the size of an egg inside. As soon as it was opened, a rich spiritual energy spread from it, and at the same time attracted all the spiritual energy around to gather in the jade. "Is it a natural spirit-gathering jade?" Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. "This kind of treasure that can assist in cultivation is of great value. Just like the spirit-gathering jade pendant on his waist, it is a treasure that is of great benefit to the wearer." Shopkeeper Yang nodded and said, "This spirit-gathering jade is different from the spirit-gathering jade pendant made by the formation. Because it is natural, it is very valuable. Ours is 100 years old. It took a lot of effort to collect it. This time, we will use it as a birthday gift from our Yuan Pavilion to the city lord." "Very good." Chu Yun nodded. Such a gift is indeed very impressive. Although it may not be the best among the birthday gifts of many major forces, it is definitely not the worst one. This is enough. After all, giving gifts on birthdays is just a formality. If there is really something and you want to ask the city lord's mansion for help, you will not give it on such an occasion. When everyone is sending treasures to the city lord, even if you pick a particularly good treasure that is extremely rare in normal times, it will not seem so good here, and the city lord may not be particularly grateful. Therefore, it is enough to send something that is similar and acceptable on the surface, so that people will not find fault with it and say, "Look at what rubbish he gave to the city lord." Not long after, the convoy of Yuan Pavilion arrived outside the city lord's mansion. When Chu Yun first came to the headquarters of Yuan Pavilion, he felt only 2 words, called style. And when he came to the city lord's mansion at this moment, he couldn't help but add 2 more words to it. That is very style. Magnificent, majestic, magnificent and glorious. This is the intuitive impression that this city lord's mansion gave Chu Yun. Even the Forbidden City Museum he had visited before still seemed a little smaller than this city lord's mansion. After all, he is the most distinguished person in the entire Linghai area. It is not surprising that he has such a face. The smiling voice of shopkeeper Yang sounded at the side. Indeed, Chu Yun nodded in agreement, and then walked up the steps in front of the gate. The motorcade could not go any further when it arrived here. The gifts on the motorcade would be driven into the city lord's mansion through the back door, while the important figures of Yuan Pavilion would have to walk into the city lord's mansion to attend the banquet. "I am sorry for not welcoming you, Mr. Chu," In front of the city lord's mansion, Steward Chi stood at the door. After seeing the motorcade of Yuan Pavilion from a distance, he greeted them with a smile. "You are too polite, Steward Chi." Chu Yun smiled and walked forward, while Steward Yang, who was beside him, handed a gift list with a red background and gold foil to Steward Chi at the door, saying, "This is a little gift from our Yuan Pavilion to celebrate the birthday of the city lord." Thoughtful. Steward Chi maintained a smile, took the gift list, just glanced at it, and handed it to the maid behind. Everyone knows that the things on the gift list are just the most basic. They sound good when you say them out loud, but in fact, the real gifts are all carried by the bigwigs present. They will only be revealed at the birthday celebration banquet, and they must be kept secret before that. A dozen armored soldiers at the door shouted loudly, "A distinguished guest has arrived. Chu Yun, the chief treasurer of Yuan Pavilion, is here to celebrate the city lord's birthday." A distinguished guest has arrived. Chu Yun, the chief treasurer of Yuan Pavilion, is here to celebrate the city lord's birthday. A distinguished guest has arrived. Chu Yun, the chief treasurer of Yuan Pavilion, is here to celebrate the city lord's birthday. A distinguished guest has arrived. Chu Yun, the chief treasurer of Yuan Pavilion, is here to celebrate the city lord's birthday. A distinguished guest has arrived. The sound waves came from the door to the mansion one after another. In a mansion as large as this, if only one or two people shouted at the door, the people inside would not be able to hear anything. So hundreds of soldiers were set up from the door to the mansion, specifically to sing the names of the guests. From this number of people, it is enough to see the size of the city lord's mansion and the majestic aura, which is amazing. "Master Chu, please come in, the dinner is about to begin." Butler Chi made a gesture of invitation to Chu Yun. His attitude was very different from the last time he went to Yuan Pavilion. Before, he regarded Chu Yun as a second-generation child who was young and only got the position of the master of Yuan Pavilion by virtue of his family background and status. Naturally, he looked down on him. But 2 days ago, Chu Yun hunted down the fleeing children of the Li family and recovered the stolen goods of Yuan Pavilion, which brought the entire Yuan Pavilion back to life. This move, without a doubt, has proved himself to everyone in Linghai City. Naturally, Butler Chi will no longer look down on him, but respect him instead. "Thank you." Chu Yun bowed and walked in. He stepped on the red carpet and entered the city lord's mansion. To be honest, from the outside, it seems that the city lord's mansion is too majestic and covers a large area, but in this heaviness, it lacks some exquisiteness. However, once you walk in, from the entrance to the front garden, you will pass by various different scenes, which are so beautiful and exquisite that you will feel relaxed and happy just by walking through them. Obviously, the layout and scenery of the city lord's mansion were created by a master who specializes in this field and spent countless hours and efforts. Perhaps it was not just one master, but the efforts of several generations. An ancient and inherited charm can be seen everywhere. Chapter 71 Birthday Banquet. After walking around, the most common thing I saw was the bamboo forests all over the city lord's mansion. Whether it was green bamboo, purple bamboo, or even the rare black bamboo, they all grew wildly in patches. When the bamboo leaves fell with the wind, it looked quite artistic. It seems that this city lord likes bamboo very much. When I came to Linghai Giant City before, I also saw some bamboo forests outside the city. Are they all planted by the city lord's mansion? Chu Yun asked as he walked and looked. Yes. Shopkeeper Yang nodded. It was no secret in the city that the city lord liked bamboo. He paused and joked. However, if we don't take the spirit-gathering jade, but take a few broken bamboos to celebrate the city lord's birthday, we will definitely be kicked out by the guards. Chu Yun laughed and looked at Shopkeeper Yang. He felt a long time ago that Shopkeeper Yang was a person with a sense of humor. His serious appearance was just a pretense. The banquet was held in front of a bamboo forest in the center of the city lord's mansion. There was a wide square surrounded by bamboo forests and a small artificial lake. The scenery was very beautiful. There were too many people coming to the city lord's mansion to celebrate the birthday. A single hall could not accommodate them. If the guests could not see the figure of the city lord, it would be inappropriate. So the dinner was held outdoors. The head of Yuan Pavilion, Chu Yun is here. With a call, Chu Yun and Yang, the head of the Yuan Pavilion, walked into the banquet with several Yuan Pavilion staff. Immediately, the people who were talking turned their heads and looked at Chu Yun. Since Chu Yun, the new head of Yuan Pavilion, came to Linghai Giant City, this was his first time to appear in public. For those who wanted to know him, it was naturally an opportunity not to be missed. The first person to come forward was a middle-aged man in a purple robe, with a reserved smile on his face. Although he was smiling, one could clearly feel that he had a sense of alienated arrogance. This person was the son of the city lord, Qin Shuangyan, who was the host of this place. General Qin, nice to meet you. After Chu Yun heard shopkeeper Yang introduce Qin Shuangyan's identity in his ear, he immediately smiled and came forward. The reason why Qin Shuangyan was called General Qin was because the person in charge of the military power and the border defense duties in the city lord's mansion was the son of the city lord. General was the official position granted to Qin Shuangyan by the Tangji dynasty. Shopkeeper Chu, it's better to meet you in person than to hear about your reputation. I didn't expect you to be so young. You are really promising at a young age, Qin Shuangyan said politely, only looking at Chu Yun twice, then retracting his gaze, making a gesture of invitation, indicating that Chu Yun should enter, and then did not express too much. Although he was only the son of the city lord, Qin Shuangyan was not a young second generation. He might be older than Chu Yun's father. After all, the city lord was already 100 years old. Qin Shuangyan's own son should be about the same age as Chu Yun, so there was no need to pay too much attention to such a young person. Chu Yun also understood and nodded, and then took manager Yang into the venue. Under the guidance of the maid of the city lord's mansion, they came to a spacious seat, which was specially reserved for Yuan Pavilion by the city lord's mansion. From this seat, it is enough to see the attitude of the city lord's mansion towards the various forces in Linghai Giant City. The closer the seat is to the center of the venue, the more important the status it represents. Yuan Pavilion is undoubtedly located in the first row. Although it is a little on the edge, it is also the first row. There are very few seats that can be parallel to it. Only Yuan Pavilion, Lin Yuan Pavilion, and local big families such as Sun family, Wang family, Liu family, Zhuo family, etc. As soon as Chu Yun sat down, a beautiful figure came to meet him, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. "Little brother, I'm glad to see you at last." A soft and gentle voice sounded from his ears. Chu Yun looked over and saw a beautiful woman standing beside him, looking at him with her eyes. Shopkeeper Yang quietly came forward and was about to introduce the identity of this woman to Chu Yun, but was interrupted by the woman with a smile. "You don't need others to tell me, can you guess my identity?" The woman blinked at Chu Yun. Chu Yun carefully observed the woman. She called him brother and was indeed older than Chu Yun. Although it was difficult to tell from her young and beautiful appearance, she was definitely a mature woman who had experienced many battles and was well versed in the ways of the world. "Although I don't know your name, I guess you must be from the Yuan sect, right?" Chu Yun answered calmly. "Oh?" The woman paused slightly, her smile growing, and she asked, "How did you tell?" Chu Yun replied, "I can tell from your legs and footwork." The Yuan sect's disciples mainly practice leg techniques, and are famous for their shadow-controlling leg techniques. People who practice this leg technique have leg shapes and muscles that are significantly different from other martial artists. During the three sects' war against the Demon Heart sect, Chu Yun also caught a glimpse of some Yuan sect disciples and discovered this common feature. "I have neglected my martial arts for so long, but I didn't expect that people could tell at a glance. This shows how solid my basic skills were back then." The woman smiled, not forgetting to brag, and then blinked at Chu Yun, saying, "Little junior brother from Yuan sect, have you been staring at your sister's legs?" Chu Yun was speechless for a moment, and was a little overwhelmed. He had never experienced such a straightforward teasing in his 2 lives. "Junior sister, how now you? I'm still a young man who has just started out. I can't stand talking to you about these things. You should restrain yourself." At this time, another figure came forward. It was a middle-aged man with a long beard holding a wine pot. He walked over and took a big gulp of wine from the wine pot. Shopkeeper Yang couldn't stand it anymore, so he quickly stepped forward and said to Chu Yun, These two are Zhu Hongyu, the chief shopkeeper of Yuan Pavilion, and Zhang Shuan, the chief shopkeeper of Lin Yuan Pavilion. I understand. Chu Yun nodded. The only person who could naturally intervene in the conversation between him and the shopkeeper of Yuan Pavilion was the shopkeeper of Lin Yuan Pavilion, who was also from one of the three major sects. Before coming, shopkeeper Yang introduced the power structure in Linghai Giant City to Chu Yun. Compared with local martial arts families like the Sun family and the Wang family, the three major sects were actually outsiders, and it was undoubtedly a very normal thing for local people to stick together to face the outside world. In order to compete with the united family forces for the right to speak, the three major sects naturally have to maintain the same tacit understanding. As long as there is no fierce conflict, the three major sects are on the same side by default. Therefore, the two people in front of them, Zhu Hongyu from Yuan Pavilion and Zhang Shuan from Lin Yuan Pavilion, are allies of Yuan Pavilion. It's not easy to meet such a cute little junior brother. Wouldn't it be a pity if I don't tease him more? Zhu Hongyu glanced at Zhang Shuan and rolled her eyes coquettishly. It's because people like junior brother Chu are rare that I dare not let you scare him away. Zhang Shuan took another sip of wine, then burped, bowed to Chu Yun, and said, Junior brother Chu, nice to meet you. My name is. Burp. What's my name again? Chu Yun's mouth twitched slightly, looking at Zhang Shuan, who was drunk and his shirt was completely wet with wine overflowing from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but ask, Senior brother Zhang, how much did you drink? He will drink as long as he is awake, fall asleep when he is drunk, and drink again when he wakes up. Who knows how much he has drunk? Zhu Hongyu's expression did not change, looking at Chu Yun with a smile, and said, Come on, junior brother, let's ignore him and talk to sister. 2 days ago, did you really find the escaped members of the Li family? It's been almost a week. How did you track them down? Just following the clues, Chu Yun explained briefly, saying, I expect that the Li family has been in Linghai City for many years, and it will not be so easy to withdraw. There will definitely be some traces left. As long as we find these traces, we can catch them. It's easy to say, but it's hard to do. Zhu Hongyu smiled and nodded, as if relieved, and said, the Yuan Pavilion in the past was not such an easy place to deal with. Li Feng was greedy and petty. Now he surrendered to the demon sect and died, which is a good ending. I believe that Yuan Pavilion will shine differently under the leadership of junior brother in the future. Sister, I am looking forward to it. I am also looking forward to closer cooperation with Yuan Pavilion and Lin Yuan Pavilion. After all, our three pavilions come from the three major sects and are of the same blood. Chu Yun heard the other party's implication of wanting to form an alliance, so he gave a positive answer. Very good. At this time, Zhang Shuan burped and interjected. At this point, the overall tone was set. After today, the three pavilions will have some limited cooperation. When facing their family forces in Linghai Giant City, they will stand on the same position and jointly pursue the maximization of each other's interests. When Li Feng was the chief treasurer of Yuan Pavilion, there was also such a tacit understanding between the three pavilions, but listening to Zhu Hongyu's words, there should not be much cooperation between them. Now, with Chu Yun here, Lin Yuan Pavilion and Yuan Pavilion both saw an opportunity to make the three major sects closer to each other, and believed that Chu Yun would be a better partner than Li Feng. While the chief treasurers of the three pavilions were talking here, on the other side, the representatives of the local forces in Linghai Giant City, the families of the Sun family, the Wang family, the Liu family, and the Zhuo family, also gathered together and looked at the three of them in cahoots with each other. Wang Xiong, the head of the Wang family, shook his head and said. The families of the other families also looked cold and had clear positions. There was only one person, Sun Xiang, the head of the Sun family. He looked at Chu Yun among the three people, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Chapter 72 Awkward. In addition to the three major sects and the four great families, there are also some local small forces in the second row. Generally speaking, they are attached to the big forces in the first row. Among them, there are also some embarrassing situations. That is, several small forces did not dare to come forward to greet Chu Yun, the new chief manager. It is not because they used to have a bad relationship with Yuan Pavilion, but precisely because they used to be affiliated forces of Yuan Pavilion. During the period when Yuan Pavilion was in trouble, they chose to leave and join other forces. Now facing a brand new Yuan Pavilion, they naturally dare not come forward again. Chu Yun glanced at those people, but he didn't have any other emotions. Fence-sitters are everywhere, and it is not uncommon. Although he looked down on such forces, he didn't say that they were hostile. Of course, not all the forces that once attached to Yuan Pavilion have betrayed to other forces. Among them, there are also a small number who have not yet changed their allegiance. These forces, at the banquet, naturally seemed very excited. They ran to Chu Yun, the new chief manager, and made all kinds of loyal remarks, as if they were ready to die for Yuan Pavilion at any time. But in fact, Chu Yun also knew that the reason why these people did not betray was perhaps just because they were hesitant, or perhaps they just had not found a suitable buyer, which did not mean that they were very loyal to Yuan Pavilion. In fact, Yuan Pavilion under the leadership of the Li family was not worthy of loyalty. However, even if he thought so in his heart, Chu Yun still responded cordially to the leaders of these forces. After all, things on the scene still had to be maintained. In this way, time gradually passed, and the sky gradually darkened. The forces that changed to the scene had all arrived at this moment. In addition to the local forces of Yuan Pavilion, there was a row of seats on the side of the chairman's seat that were specially prepared to entertain the distinguished guests from outside the Linghai giant city. Dong, dong. At 3/4 after the hour of Zhu, a melodious bell sounded in the city lord's mansion. Those who have been in Linghai giant city for a while will definitely be familiar with this time, and they all stood up at this moment. Chu Yun was a beat slower, but he also stood up with everyone. Beside him, shopkeeper Yang whispered, 3/4 of the hour of Zhu is the time when the city lord was born, so every birthday banquet, the city lord will come out at this time. And the dinner will also officially start at this time. I see. Chu Yun nodded, and then followed the gazes of the crowd, and saw a majestic figure walking slowly towards the inner side of the city lord's mansion. The man was not wearing any special clothes, just an ordinary green dress, which was much simpler than the gorgeous clothes of many distinguished guests at the banquet. However, the old man's demeanor was extraordinary, and he had an aura of a person who had been in a high position for a long time, who could control thunder and decide the lives of thousands of people with his gestures. This person was the city lord of Linghai Giant City, the domain lord of Linghai Domain, and a strong man in Nirvana, Qin Wuji. Congratulations, father, on your 100th birthday. I am here to congratulate you. Qin Shuangyan was the first to step forward. As the son of the city lord, he was the only one who had the qualifications. Yes, Qin Wuji nodded calmly, walked to the center of the banquet, and said in a deep voice, facing everyone's gaze, "Today, I am honored to have invited many heroes and talents in Linghai City to celebrate the birthday of an old man like me. I, Qin Wuji, am very pleased." Congratulations to the city lord. Everyone raised their glasses and shouted. Amid the cheers, Qin Wuji sat down at the main seat. At the same time, firecrackers exploded around the city lord's mansion, and bright fireworks shot up into the sky, illuminating half of the night sky. Around the garden, there were also teams of gorgeous maids, like butterflies flying, entering the banquet scene. The dinner officially began. The three maids in the lead held a huge plate together, on which was a bowl of golden soup, covered by a glass lid. They came to Qin Shuangyan, who immediately stood up, lifted the cover, and personally held the bowl of soup in front of Qin Wuji. "Father, this soup is made from the blood of a 1,000-year-old turtle that I hunted in the Evil Spirit Mountains. Although it is not a longevity magic treasure, it is quite effective." Qin Shuangyan knelt on one knee in front of Qin Wuji, holding the bowl of turtle soup in both hands, and said respectfully, "Good child." Qin Wuji nodded, took the bowl of turtle soup, and drank it all. There was a burst of praise from all around, saying that the city lord was so lucky to have such a filial son, a 1,000-year-old spirit turtle, whose grade was definitely comparable to the 4th grade of the mountain and sea realm, and whose strength was not bad. In order to let his father drink a mouthful of spiritual soup, Qin Shuangyan did not hesitate to risk his life, which was really affectionate and filial. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Qin Shi Huangyan's bowl of soup was just a start for them. Next, the birthday gifts should be sent up. The first one to stand up was Wang Xiong, the head of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families in Linghai City. He took out a golden silk robe from the box he carried with him. The material of the whole garment was all woven with golden silk, and it didn't look like ordinary golden silk. The special combination of colors on it was just the pattern of a formation array. To celebrate the 100th birthday of the city lord, our Wang family paid a high price and bought such a Ming golden silk robe from Zhenbai Mansion. The grade of this item can be classified as high-grade earth grade. Wang Xiong came to Qin Wuji holding such a treasure. Exclamations sounded all around, especially those who came from small forces. They were extremely jealous. A high-grade earth-grade treasured clothing can completely match a strong man in the mountain and sea realm. Although it may not be of much use to Qin Wuji, it can be regarded as a very good treasure if given to anyone below Qin Wuji, because it seems that the physical realm corresponds to ordinary items, the Qianjun realm corresponds to spiritual items, the Wanchai realm corresponds to earth items, and the Shanghai realm corresponds to heaven items. But in fact it is not so. In this world, the resources of magic tools or external objects are not so abundant. Many Shanghai realm masters who are independent cultivators do not even have a treasure of earth grade, and can only use spiritual weapons to make do. The warriors of the Wanchai realm who can use earth treasures are definitely from extraordinary backgrounds, and the ordinary Shanghai realms are not worthy of having high-level earth items. As the domain master of the Linghai domain, Qin Wuji's most famous weapon is just a heaven-grade Diang Demon Sealing Sword. Apart from this, there is no other heaven-grade treasure. From this, it is enough to show how valuable the high-level earth-grade Ming Wang golden silk robe given by Wang Xiong is. It can be said that he spent a lot of money. Sure enough, as soon as this treasure was presented, Qin Wuji's expression immediately became much kinder. He nodded to Wang Xiong and said, "This gift is not light." No, on the occasion of the city lord's 100th birthday, no matter how good the treasure is, it is not a heavy gift. Wang Xiong smiled and flattered again. The host and the guest were all happy. On the other side, after Wang Xiong left, Zhu Hongyu was not willing to be left behind. She held a box and came to the city lord. When she opened it, she saw a carved jade bamboo inside. It didn't look like a new carving, but it was already quite old. When this thing came out, many people raised their eyebrows, as if they were a little surprised, because from their observation, although the carving of this jade bamboo was good, the material itself was nothing special, and it was not a very precious jade material. It was true that the city lord liked bamboo, but this gift was too light, right? Lord City Lord, this jade carving may seem ordinary, but in fact, the person who carved it is extraordinary. It was made by the national master, and it was a work he created before he entered the government. Please appreciate it. Zhu Hongyu smiled and presented the jade carving to Qin Wuji. Is it really made by the national master? When Qin Wuji heard the word national master, his expression became serious. When he looked at the jade carving again, his eyes were a little different. After taking it and observing it carefully, he nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed made by the national master. It is rare." After the words fell, everyone at the banquet looked at each other, especially those who thought that Zhu Hongyu's gift was too small. They were even more shocked and speechless. Objects that can be related to the national master of the Tangji dynasty, let alone a jade carving carved by him personally, even if it is a hair, are worthy of everyone's careful treatment. Especially Qin Wuji likes bamboo. This jade carving can be said to have touched the heart of the city lord. Xuangyun, please take this jade carving down and put it in my study. I want to observe it day and night. Qin Wuji said lightly. Yes, father. Qin Xuangyun nodded, took the jade carving respectfully with both hands, and personally sent it to the study. What is important is not the jade carving itself, nor the bamboo, but the attitude Qin Wuji showed to the outside world. For people in the court, standing in line is more important than anything else. Now the thickest thigh in the court is undoubtedly the national master. Qin Wuji's doing this will help him get close to the national master's lineage. This woman should not be underestimated. The head of the Zhang family could not help but shake his head. He spent so much money to give this earth-grade high-grade bright gold silk robe. He thought it would be able to surpass the heroes at the birthday party, but he didn't expect that it was still surpassed by Zhu Hongyu's jade carving. Seeing Zhu Hongyu twisting her waist contentedly and coming back, Chu Yun prepared to stand up and give away the soul-gathering jade prepared by Yuan Pavilion. However, just as he was about to stand up, Sun Xiang, the head of the Sun family opposite, had already stood up and strode to the city lord. City Lord, to celebrate your 100th birthday, our Sun family has specially prepared a precious treasure, a 300-year-old soul-gathering jade. Please taste it, Sun Xiang said, and opened the box. Inside, a fist-sized soul-gathering jade was lying quietly inside, emitting a rich spiritual energy, which attracted the attention of everyone present. In terms of value alone, this 300-year-old soul-gathering jade is not inferior to the Ming Dynasty golden silk robe given by Wang Xiang, and even in terms of practicality, it is even better. Seeing this, many people couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Why are they so cruel and spend so much money, and the things they give away are so valuable? Don't they feel bad? Sun Xiang didn't feel bad. Chu Yun didn't know, but what he knew was that the shopkeeper Yang beside him suddenly collapsed, and his face was already ugly. Because the gifts were the same, the Sun family gave a soul-gathering jade, and Yuan Pavilion also gave a soul-gathering jade. The embarrassing thing is that the soul-gathering jade given by the Sun family is 300 years old, while the soul-gathering jade given by Yuan Pavilion is only 100 years old. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of wearing the same clothes, whoever is ugly will be embarrassed, and now Yuan Pavilion is the clown, embarrassed to death. If there hadn't been this incident with the Sun family, the soul-gathering jade they gave would not be the best among all the treasures, but it would definitely not be bad. But now, the Sun family gave a better soul-gathering jade than the Yuan Pavilion, so it would not be so easy for Yuan Pavilion to give this gift. What a shame. Damn Sun family, they are deliberately trying to embarrass us, shopkeeper Yang said in a low voice with his cheeks tightened. I can see it. Chu Yun nodded and said, Sun Xiang just now saw that I was going to give a gift, so he stood up quickly and got in front of me. He did it on purpose. And he must know what gift we are going to give, so he chose such a 300-year-old spirit-gathering jade, so that we can't give it away. Shopkeeper Yang's face became even uglier, and said, the things we are going to give are prepared by our subordinates, although they are not confidential. Not many people know about it. Someone in Yuan Pavilion leaked the news. When I go back, I must find out the traitor. It's damnable, so damnable. Let's talk about going back first. Let's think about how to get through this level first. Chu Yun shook his head. Chapter 73, Fame Through the Ages. What Chu Yun is facing now is undoubtedly a difficult problem. The city lord is celebrating his birthday. Such an important scene. The Sun family has set an example by giving the 300-year-old spirit-gathering jade. If Yuan Pavilion follows suit and gives a 100-year-old one, will they still have the face to do so? Even if they are shameless, other people at the meeting will poke the backbone of Yuan Pavilion. What's the matter? Do you Yuan Pavilion look down on the city lord? Why did you only give this? Gifts from different fields cannot be compared horizontally. Although some are good and some are bad, they can be explained by their own merits, and they are acceptable in terms of face. But the situation is different now. Both families are going to give spirit-gathering jade, one for 300 years and the other for 100 years. In the eyes of the city lord, this is a real gap. On the other side, after Sun Xiang gave the birthday gift, he received great praise from the city lord Qin Wuji, and then returned to his seat with his head held high. As soon as he sat down, Sun Xiang slowly picked up a cup of tea and looked towards Yuan Pavilion with a smile. His eyes fell on Chu Yun, and he glanced at the face of shopkeeper Yang. The mockery in his eyes was already on the paper, and he looked like he was enjoying it very much. This guy did it on purpose. Shopkeeper Yang saw this expression and his face turned blue with anger. Yuan Pavilion and the Sun family had no grudges. If there was any friction, it was only when Sun Zhang, the young master of the Sun family, came to the door and wanted to take advantage of the fire to extort the mineral vein of Yuan Pavilion, but was rejected by Chu Yun. Chu Yun never expected that these people in the Sun family would be so resentful that they would embarrass Yuan Pavilion in public just because of this little thing. Big shopkeeper, what should we do? This Juling Baoyu is definitely not going to be given away now, and besides this, we have nothing else to give away. Shopkeeper Yang said tanguledly. This is not to say that Yuan Pavilion is so poor that it doesn't have a second valuable gift, but that it doesn't have it with it. It's impossible to stand up and say sorry, I left my gift at home and forgot to take it, can I go back and get it again? That would be even more outrageous and would make people laugh. Chu Yun was silent and thinking. Speaking of valuable treasures, he also has a lot of them, basically all of which were fished out from the system rewards, but the problem is that those treasures below the earth grade bait cannot be given away at all, and Chu Yun himself would feel distressed if he had to give away the treasures above the earth grade bait in vain. Watching the time pass by, the major forces sitting in the first row gave out their birthday gifts one after another, and soon, only Yuan Pavilion was left. At this time, everyone's eyes, as it should, were gathered on Chu Yun. Haha. Sun Xiang, the head of the Sun family, laughed twice and said in a teasing tone, the shopkeeper Chu deliberately saved his birthday gift for last. It must be very important and can be the finale of tonight, right? Come on, let us see the world and don't let the city lord wait any longer. After he said this, many people at the dinner began to make a fuss. Shopkeeper Yang's face became even uglier, because Sun Xiang's words could be said to be heartbreaking. He specifically pointed out that Chu Yun gave the gift last for the finale, which aroused the expectations of everyone including the city lord. If Chu Yun gave away this 100-year-old spirit-gathering jade at this time, there would only be a greater sense of disappointment, making Yuan Pavilion even more embarrassed in this embarrassing situation. Shopkeeper Yang was so nervous that his palms were sweating. His throat moved a few times, but he couldn't make any sound. At this time, he was really helpless. At the same time, Shopkeeper Yang saw that Chu Yun had stood up and walked out of the seat. Do you still want to give it away? Shopkeeper Yang sighed in his heart, and couldn't help shaking his head, thinking, forget it. Sticking your head out is also a knife. Shrinking your neck is also a knife. It's better to end it early. But, he glanced at the corner of his eye and found that the box containing the spirit-gathering jade was not taken out by Chu Yun. Chu Yun walked out with bare hands. This scene was naturally seen by the forces present, and they couldn't help but become curious. Junior brother, don't forget the gift. Zhu Hongyu couldn't help but remind him, thinking that Chu Yun had left the gift at the seat and forgot to take it with him. Most of the people from other forces also thought so. Only Sun Xiang, the head of the Sun family, couldn't help but sneer, and looked at Chu Yun with interest, wanting to see how this young man who didn't know what was good for him would make a fool of himself in front of everyone later. Chu Yun shook his head and did not go back to get anything. He walked to the city lord Qin Wuji, with a faint smile on his face, and bowed. Junior Chu Yun, to celebrate the city lord's 100th birthday, I want to give you a big gift. Chu Yun bowed. Big gift? Qin Wuji looked at Chu Yun, a little curious, and said, what big gift is it? Tell me. Throughout the ages, I'm giving you a name that will be passed down through the ages, Chu Yun said in a deep voice. After the words fell, there was silence at the banquet. Many people looked at Chu Yun with astonishment, thinking in their hearts, is this kid drunk and talking nonsense here? Give you a name that will be passed down through the ages? What is this called? It's simply inexplicable. I'm very curious now. Qin Wuji's face was calm, his eyes staring at Chu Yun, and it was obvious that there was something else he didn't say. He had whetted other people's appetites, and if he couldn't satisfy them, the consequences would obviously be very serious. Chu Yun did not explain much, and said, please, Lord City Lord, fetch me a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Go get it. Qin Wuji still stared at Chu Yun and nodded without changing his expression. To be honest, when Chu Yun said the 4 words famous for eternity, Qin Wuji's state had already broken away from the festive mood of the birthday banquet, because the young man in front of him obviously wanted to do something. If it was some clever trick, it would be fine. He would not be angry on his 100th birthday, but if something happened that made him unhappy, Yuan sect would have to think carefully about who should be the next shopkeeper of Yuan Pavilion. If anyone dared to make trouble at his birthday banquet, it would not be too much to kill him. Soon, several maids returned to the birthday banquet with pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, and handed them to Chu Yun. Attracting many curious eyes, Chu Yun was not impatient, slowly picked up the pen, and wrote the first line of poetry on the huge flat rice paper. Hold on to the green mountains and never let go. Is he writing a poem? Wang Xiong, the head of the Wang family, raised his eyebrows and his expression suddenly became extremely strange. After all, the background is the Eastern world. Even in this fantasy world where martial arts are respected, poetry is the mainstream, especially in the court. Those big figures who have the world in their hearts like to write poems and lyrics. There are often examples of talented people from humble families who rise to prominence with a poem. Chu Yun wants to write a poem as a birthday gift for the city lord. This idea itself is not wrong, but you shouldn't be so suspenseful and say something like I wish the city lord a name that will be passed down through the ages. Once such a cruel word comes out, if the next poem cannot be amazing, then the two names of Chu Yun will be infamous in the Linghai giant city in the future. No one will appreciate a person who has little ability and likes to brag, especially those who do not distinguish between the important and the unimportant and boast in such an occasion, which is even more stupid. Haha, hold on to the green mountains and never let go? What kind of rubbish is this? It's too low to even call it a doggerel poem, and you dare to show it off here, embarrassing yourself? Sun Xiang sneered and shook his head. He knew some poetry and often pretended to be elegant when he was young, so he had some basics. Just based on the first sentence of Chu Yun's poem, it was really hard to see where the brilliance was, and in the crowd, many people who knew poetry also shook their heads. Alas! Zhu Hongyu sighed softly and took her eyes away from Chu Yun. She originally thought that Chu Yun would be a different person from Li Fei, a person who could become a partner of Yuan Pavilion. But now it seems that she is really disappointed. Chu Yun loves to show off, boasts in public, and his own level is not high. Just in this short time of tea, Chu Yun's performance is enough to disappoint her. However, in the middle of the birthday banquet, Chu Yun's face remained unchanged and he continued to write with his pen. Hold on to the green mountains and never let go. The roots are originally in the broken rocks. 1,000 blows and it still remains strong. Let the wind blow from the east, west, south, and north. Buzz. As the last word fell on the paper, all the people who were staring at Chu Yun suddenly felt a buzzing sound in their heads. A feeling as if their souls were struck emerged in their hearts, and the whole person could not help but tremble, feeling a strong impact from the spiritual level. 1,000 blows and it still remains strong. Let the wind blow from the east, west, south, and north. What kind of a mortal poem is this? Exclamation mark. Crash. The large table fell over, and Qin Wuji suddenly stood up from the chairman's seat, his eyes fixed on the poem in front of Chu Yun. His lips trembled twice, and his whole spirit became extremely excited. Holding on to the green mountains without letting go, its roots are originally in the broken rocks. After thousands of blows, it is still strong. Let the wind blow from the east, west, south, north. Let the wind blow from the east, west, south, north. Ha ha ha, what a good poem, what a good poem. Qin Wuji laughed loudly, and even knocked over the table when he stood up, and did not care that the wine and dishes stuck to his body. He kept muttering this poem and exclaimed, there is not a single mention of the word bamboo in this poem, but every sentence is about bamboo, and its soul and spirit are interpreted vividly. It's a work of heaven, a work of heaven. Ha ha. Chu Yun showed a reserved smile on his face. He first wrote a 2-character title bamboo and rock above the poem, and then continued to pick up the pen and wrote a sentence below the poem. On June 19th, the 37,613th year of the new calendar, Chu Yun presented it to Qin Wuji, the lord of the giant city of Linghai. Chapter 74 Dragon Ancient Sword. The last sentence of the gift was written on the paper, and Qin Wuji felt his head buzzing. as if he had flown into the clouds. The other bigwigs present, especially the leaders of the major forces, were breathing heavily at this moment. They looked at the poem and the city lord who was laughing up to the sky, and they were extremely envious and jealous. Even a reckless man who didn't know anything about poetry would know that this poem, 1,000 blows and still strong, no matter the wind from the east, west, south or north, would be a famous poem that would shock the poetry world and be passed down through the ages. And such a poem directly pointed out that it was given to Kinwuji, the city lord of Linghai Giant City, to celebrate his birthday. This was equivalent to binding this famous poem to Kinwuji. In the future, no matter who reads this famous poem, they will naturally think of Kinwuji. Chu Yun said that he wanted to send Kinwuji to be famous through the ages. And it was true. For a moment, everyone present had a sour toothache, wishing they could beat Kinwuji with one punch and then replace him. Who wouldn't want such an opportunity to be remembered for generations? Who wouldn't be jealous? Good, good, very good. Kinwuji laughed loudly, walked forward, carefully collected Chu Yun's handwritten poem, called Qin Shuangyan, and said, "Go, frame this poem for me immediately and hang it in the study. No, hang it in front of the city gate. Go now and carve it on the city wall for me." As soon as the voice fell, everyone present subconsciously curled their lips, thinking, "Isn't it just a poem? Why is there such a big fuss?" But when they looked at the content of the poem again, they all fell silent. As for this poem is worth it. Nephew Chu, I never expected that you would have such an amazing talent for poetry. This is the best gift I, Kinwuji, have received in the past 100 years. After Kinwuji handed the poem to Qin Shuangyan, he came to Chu Yun again, held his hand affectionately, and called him nephew. This was undoubtedly a further proof of their relationship. Kinwuji was willing to call him that, which meant that he regarded Chu Yun as his own and wanted to win him over. Chu Yun nodded with a smile, and said to each other, as the saying goes, a great pen is born with talent. If it weren't for the city lord's love for bamboo, how could this junior be able to compose this poem about bamboo and rocks? Ha ha ha. Kinwuji couldn't help laughing again when he heard the words. He patted Chu Yun on the shoulder. His eyes swept over the ice crystal sword on Chu Yun's waist. As if he remembered something, he said, "My dear nephew gave me such a valuable gift. It is only right that I return the favor. Come, bring me my ancient dragon sword." As soon as the words fell, the maids in the city lord's mansion immediately brought out an ancient long sword with a scabbard from the study and presented it to the city lord. Kinwuji grabbed the long sword with his hand and said, "This sword is called the Dragon Ancient Sword. It was forged by a sword-making master of the Tanji dynasty more than 200 years ago. The material used was the teeth of an ancient dragon corpse. Unfortunately, it is too old and the spiritual power on the dragon teeth has basically dissipated. Otherwise, this sword would be a heavenly holy product once it was forged. However, even so, this Dragon Ancient Sword is now a top-quality earth-quality product." As he said this, Kinwuji presented the Dragon Ancient Sword to Chu Yun and said, "Nephew Chu, I will give you this Dragon Ancient Sword now." Wow! At the dinner, everyone was shocked and their faces changed. Apart from the value of Chu Yun's poem, the treasures sent by the major forces present today were not as valuable as this Dragon Ancient Sword. Now, Kinwuji actually gave Chu Yun such a sword that can be called a top-quality earth-quality product. In the crowd, envious and jealous eyes gathered again and shot at Chu Yun. Among them, Sun Xiang, the head of the Sun family, had his eyes red. He was really jealous now, and half of his body was numb. He understood poetry and practiced swordsmanship. When Chu Yun wrote this bamboo and rock before, he was already jealous. He was jealous that this poem was given to the city lord, and he was jealous of Chu Yun's poetic talent, which was so terrifying. Now, the city lord gave a sword in return and gave it to Chu Yun. The quality of this ancient dragon sword is higher than that of Sun Xiang's own sword. You know, he is the head of the Sun family, comparable to the leader of the Yuan sect, Shang Yuan Zenran. The sword he uses is not as good as that of a junior. How can he reason with this? Thank you, city lord, for the sword. Seeing this, Chu Yun was naturally full of joy. and his eyes lit up instantly. The ice crystal sword he was using was only a spiritual grade weapon, but now, the city lord's ancient dragon sword was at the peak of the earth grade. Moreover, it was at the peak of the earth grade in the hands of others, but it was unknown what it would be like in Chu Yun's hands. After all, Chu Yun had a blazing sun dragon martial spirit, which was very compatible with the ancient dragon sword. It might burst out with a different kind of power, as long as Chu Yun nurtured it. The grade of the ancient dragon sword might be further improved to the heaven grade. Sure enough, when Chu Yun reached out to take the ancient dragon sword, he felt the rhythm of life and the resonance of the soul. This sword was just a tooth from the corpse of an ancient dragon. It had lost its spiritual charm because it had died for many years, but now, Chu Yun had a powerful dragon martial spirit, which could give the ancient dragon sword a soul. However, Chu Yun was not in a hurry to warm up the dragon ancient sword in public. Otherwise, if something strange happened, it would inevitably make people jealous. If he warmed up the dragon ancient sword to the heavenly grade, he might be targeted by others, and the city lord might be jealous and take the sword back. So, Chu Yun nodded, and then faced the envious and jealous eyes of everyone, and walked back to his seat. What greeted him was the treatment like a hero returning. "Little junior brother, it's really good." "I don't know what to say." Zhu Hongyi looked at Chu Yun with a smile, blinked at him, and said, "When you go back, you must come to Yuan Pavilion to find me. Then, I will recite poems with you." "Isn't it beautiful?" Haha. Chu Yun just smiled and said nothing, pretending not to hear. When he sat down, he was facing the flushed face and extremely excited eyes of shopkeeper Yang. "Boss, you are so amazing. I have met so many people in my life, but I have never seen someone like you. You are so amazing." Boss Yang was at a loss for words to express his praise, and his language was a little confusing. It was really Chu Yun's performance that was too terrifying, like a god, so he didn't know how to describe it. Low-key, low-key. Chu Yun stretched out his hand and pressed it, and calmly drank a sip of tea, indicating that these were all basic operations. "Just kidding. As a traverser, if you don't copy some poems when you come to a different world, wouldn't the previous Chinese lessons be in vain?" The head of the Sun family gave him a problem, so that the gift prepared by Yuan Pavilion could not be sent out, so he simply didn't send it. Others watching this scene might think that Chu Yun was too disadvantaged to send such a famous poem as a birthday gift, but in Chu Yun's view, it was not a loss at all, and even after getting this ancient dragon sword, he made a lot of money. After all, Chu Yun has at least 300 ancient poems like this in his mind. He put a lot of effort into reciting ancient poems in his previous life. Putting down the teacup, Chu Yun glanced at Sun Xiang, the head of the Sun family, who was sitting opposite him. When their eyes met, Sun Xiang snorted coldly and lowered his head. "Guilty heart." Chu Yun smiled without saying anything and continued to sip his tea. Chapter 75. It's your own fault. The banquet was still going on. After Chu Yun, some small and medium-sized forces in the second row sent gifts to the city lord. However, with Chu Yun's amazing performance, no matter what they sent afterwards, it seemed very vulgar and people were not interested in watching. After that, according to the usual practice, everyone enjoyed singing and dancing together, and then there were a few performances to liven up the atmosphere. Linghai Giant City is close to the Evil Spirit Mountains and has the responsibility of guarding. The martial spirit in the city is particularly strong. Even at this birthday banquet, there must be some swordplay. So next, the major forces sent some people to challenge each other to duel, half of which was a contest and half was a performance to liven up the atmosphere. And occasions like this are mostly the younger generation of each family. Some young people in their early 20s are all famous geniuses in Linghai Giant City, competing with each other. However, Chu Yun only watched the first show and then withdrew his eyes without interest. It is true that the level of the younger generation in Linghai Jukan is not bad, and they are not much worse than the disciples of Yuan sect, but from Chu Yun's current perspective, it is a bit too inferior. Not to mention the combat awareness and the degree of martial arts refinement. Just talking about the realm of cultivation, most of these young people are at the Qianjun realm, and only a few of them are 25 or 26 years old, and those who are older are at the peak of the Qianjun realm. Even those in the early stage of the Wanshai realm are very rare. Such a realm of cultivation is really not enough in front of Chu Yun's current strength at the peak of the Wanshai realm. Just like a child playing house, bang, with a heavy punch, the two sides of the duel decided the winner. The winner was the leader of the younger generation of the Sun family, Sun Zhong, the young master of the Sun family who had met Chu Yun at Yuan Pavilion before. He defeated his opponent from Lin Yuan Pavilion, and was in high spirits. He raised his head and met Chu Yun's eyes. He saw the indifference in Chu Yun's eyes, as if he didn't take his battle seriously at all. Suddenly, a nameless anger rose. Sun Zhong laughed, bowed to Chu Yun, and said, "Master Chu, why don't you come down and spar with me to help the city lord?" "No need." Chu Yun shook his head, sighed in a mature and arrogant manner, and said, "You young people should have some fun." As soon as these words came out, everyone present couldn't help but look at him sideways, and their eyes looked very strange. Although in terms of status, Chu Yun, as the master of Yuan Pavilion and the head of Yuan Pavilion of this generation, is indeed on an equal footing with the head of the Sun family, and is older than Sun Zhong in terms of seniority. But in fact, Chu Yun has only been an adult for a short time, and Sun Zhong is already 25 or 26 years old, much older than Chu Yun. With such an age gap between the two, when Chu Yun said you young people should have some fun, it naturally looked extremely strange. Sure enough, Sun Zhong was silent for a moment, then he couldn't help laughing and said, "Master Chu, you are joking. You are younger than me, and you are younger. Of course, if you are afraid that I will bully you, I can also suppress my cultivation to the same level as you. We are just learning from each other and verifying each other's martial arts experience. I won't use heavy hands." Such words were said very considerately. If Chu Yun didn't come out to fight, outsiders would inevitably think that Chu Yun was afraid of him. "Sun Zhong, I'm afraid you can't suppress it." Chu Yun touched his nose strangely, stood up with a smile, and said, "Well, since Master Sun is interested, I will play with you." After the voice fell, Sun Zhong's face darkened and his face became a little ugly. It was as if an adult was teasing a child. He was unhappy with Chu Yun to begin with, and now he almost couldn't suppress his anger when he heard this. "What is the level of cultivation of the shopkeeper Chu? I want to know why I can't suppress him?" Sun Zhong asked in a deep voice. Chu Yun smiled but said nothing. He stood still calmly, waiting for Sun Zhong to make a move. People all around cast their eyes over, very curious about the outcome of this battle. Chu Yun's previous poem Bamboo and Rock was enough to prove his amazing talent, but poetry is only poetry after all. In this world where martial arts is respected, it is at most icing on the cake. Whether people can respect it ultimately depends on one's strength and cultivation level, and Chu Yun has not shown this to everyone. Sun Zhong, the young master of the Sun family, is one of the strongest among the younger generation of Ling Haijukan. With a cultivation level of the early Wanshai realm, his realm alone is enough to crush the opponents of the Qianjun realm. Using him as a whetstone for Chu Yun to test Chu Yun's quality should be very useful. Among the crowd, only shopkeeper Yang and the staff of Yuan Pavilion had already known the answer, so their eyes were full of sympathy when they looked at Sun Zhong. "Come on," Chu Yun smiled and said. After the words fell, Sun Zhong snorted coldly and said, "Since you don't say what level of cultivation you have, then I won't suppress you. If you hit me hard later, don't blame me." After that, Sun Zhong rushed towards Chu Yun, stepping on his feet with a big step. His momentum was like thunder. As he walked out step by step, the soul light around him also surged, turning into a terrifying thunder beast with lightning flashing all over his body. This is Sun Zhong's martial soul Thunder Giant Lizard, which is ranked 5th. Its innate ability is to control thunder. Whether it is attacking or defending, it can be assisted by thunder. The destructive power is extremely strong. Even some 6th grade martial souls cannot match it. When he made this move, many people present changed their expressions slightly. They felt the terrifying destructive power flowing in the thunder, and for a moment, they could not help but worry about Chu Yun's situation. After all, in the eyes of everyone, Chu Yun was young, and no matter how high his cultivation was, he was probably only in the late Qianjun realm, about the 6th or 7th rank. Compared with Sun Zhong, who was in the early Wanshai realm. The gap was too big, and for some reason, Chu Yun did not let Sun Jiang suppress his cultivation and duel with him. This battle was destined to be a duel with a huge gap in strength, and he might lose very badly later. Sun Jiang shouted loudly, and when his body was covered by lightning, his figure had already come in front of Chu Yun. He jumped high, and with the momentum of falling, he punched Chu Yun. In this blow, he used more than 80% of his strength, although he did not dare to use his full strength because he was afraid of killing Chu Yun. For a Qianjun realm opponent, this punch was enough to seriously injure him, and it was impossible for him to come down without lying in bed for a few months. Let me show you how stupid it is to look down on me, Sun Jiang. Sun Jiang sneered. Bang! The palms of the two men collided with each other. One side was an iron fist flashing with lightning, and the other side was gently flicked with the back of the hand. The two actions seemed to have a huge difference in power. One side was punching hard, and the other side was like chasing away a mosquito, without much effort at all. But something shocking happened at this moment. Chu Yun's light flick actually dissipated all of Sun Jiang's strength from the side. With an extremely exquisite force-relieving technique, Sun Jiang's attack power was completely dissolved invisibly and taken to the side. What? Sun Jiang's face changed, but he did not give up. Although he did not know what method Chu Yun used, his attack could not end. So, Sun Jiang quickly landed, twisted his waist, and his right leg whistled away, like a giant lizard swinging its tail, hitting the side of Chu Yun's head. He used all his strength in this kick. It was not just an ordinary attack, he also used a martial art of the Earth grade level, called Giant Lizard Tail Swing. He had already comprehended this martial art to the level of great success, and was not far from the great perfection. The power was quite terrifying. Huh? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows, feeling the power of this kick, and couldn't help smacking his lips. It's a fatal blow. As he said that, Chu Yun raised his hand and punched out with an inch punch, as fast as lightning, directly hitting Sun Jiang's knee bend. He was one step ahead of Sun Jiang and launched a counterattack in advance. Bang! When this punch was thrown, Sun Jiang's offensive was instantly disintegrated. At the same time, his legs also bent outward at an unhealthy angle. This was not only the power of Chu Yun's punch, but also the power of his kick, which overlapped. It was like kicking a stone. The greater the force used, the greater the feedback force. In other words, it was self-inflicted. Crack! Sun Jiang heard the sound of his broken bones and immediately fell to the ground with a scream. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.